Okay. Well, hello. Oh, geez, this thing is text thing is right over my freaking head. What can I do with you? Oh, geez, if I take it above my head, it disappears, and it can't go to the comments. Oh well. Let's see. Hello. Let's see who's here. Make sure this volume's up. Is that the right one? That's the... This is the media? Huh. I think that's right. The week's been all right. Aquarium, tiring as usual, but oh, look at that. But good. I think that for the first time I'm here, and I'm also on YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram Live. Although it says the Instagram disconnects after 1 hour, which is a weird technical limitation that Instagram hasn't fixed apparently. So I'm not sure how that'll work, but hey. Freaking cats. But yeah, we'll see if this works. I just changed the order that my desk is a little not quite right the way I'd want it, but I got to where the camera for the other streaming sites and the phone are right next to each other. So I shouldn't have to do this. It should work pretty well for looking basically at both of them. So that's kind of neat. It'll also go to Facebook and a bunch of other things, but I just added those. Somebody had asked me to try and add the Instagram. So I took a look and figured that out just before this. And then while I was there, I was like, oh, I'll just add the YouTube while I'm here. So it's in 3 places. So I'm live in 4 places. So that's a nice jump up. I don't know if anybody else will show up in the other venues yet, but if they do, they will. Well, hello. Minerva, say salve. Salve. Silly cat. Yes, I started talking. Oh, what? You're all wet. What is this? How did you get wet? How did you get wet? What is this water from? What did you do? Cats aren't supposed to be wet. Silly booger. Ugh. Brr. Brr. Okay, let's see. Hey, there's Erica, Aquarium, Soul Speak, Lindsay, Annie's here. All right, let's see. I'm supposed to do these little invites, and I didn't do that. Too many things to do now. All this setting up on multiple machines. Crap. So we're just going to send out a few little invites. That gets a few there. And then let's do there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, silly little booger, huh? Look at you. Oh, it's a silly cat. Oh, person. Ah, you can... What? It used to be 15. I can only share... Huh. Oh, that's funky. It doesn't let you share to 15 now. I wonder why that changed. Yeah, man. Hey, there's a little coin thing. I wonder what that is. Did somebody send something, or I didn't see it pop up because I was doing the little shares. 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Man, this is even more a pain in the butt with having to do 10 at a time. But oh well. It is what it is. Minerva. Minime. booger. Ah! Anyway. Something's going on there. Can't even be knocking it off. Little turkey. Oh, look at this nutty cat. What am I going to do with you, huh? What am I going to do with you? All right, down to the end. Yeah, this is definitely slower. Okay. Well, there's a bunch of shares. Yay. Hi. Ooh, a little request thingy. How cool is that? A request thingy that I don't recognize right away. That's even cooler. Let's see. Hi. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
كيف حالك يا أخي؟
Somebody's saying, can they hear the cat purr? I don't know. I don't know.
My from غزة فلسطين مدينة رفح.
Oh, cool. Welcome.
Thank you.
So where are you? Where are you at? Like, where are you? Hold up right now. I know pretty much everyone's had to move. Where in Gaza? Oh, let's see.
رفح.
Oh, Rafah? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
رفح جنوب قطاع غزة.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably a clear majority of people by now squeezed down there. Let's see. Yeah, Well.
How can I support you?
If anybody is on one of the other streaming things, I think my other microphone's good enough to hear her purr, but I don't think the phone is.
Oh, she's the main character.
I don't think the phone is good enough to pick it up.
Yeah. Do you know the guests above? Do you speak English?
I don't know who they are.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
If we have Savannah or a translator back, then maybe we can have him back. But I'm not sure what your name is above. But thank you.
Yeah, out loud and through a little speaker, I would miss too much. My ears aren't good enough for picking that stuff up. I read much better than I can. I read much better than I can understand. Oh, he disappeared. I was just trying to go look for the name. Oh, sorry, gone.
Okay, here's Soul.
Oh, well.
Welcome, Soul.
Did he jump off, or did you take him off?
I disconnected him. I told him I was disconnecting him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's too bad. I was gonna translate for you guys.
Oh, well then, yeah, bring him back up then. I don't know if you understood. I don't know if you caught that. Because I didn't catch it either.
It sounds like he's in Rafah. So
yeah, right. Which would be nice to catch some updates, but I'd miss too much to be able to relay anything.
You mean you don't understand every single language known to man, Liam?
Well, yeah. If he was writing it out, I would do pretty well. But that's about it. I would miss a lot in person, and even worse than this. Where's the? I don't see the. I'm in the chat. How can I find him in the list of viewers if he's still there? Oh, in the list. I think. Oh, did you already did it? Good timing. I was just gonna hit the button. Thanks, Erica. Hi. What are you doing?
Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome. Salam, Abu Islam.
Welcome back.
الحمد لله لقيت واحد يتكلم عربي. الله يكرمك.
اكيد ابو اسلام، اذا عندك شيء اسئله او اي شيء بدك تحكي انا ممكن اترجم.
الله يكتب اجرك اختي. انا جاهز لاي سؤال بخصوص ما يحدث في غزة وبالتحديد في جنوب قطاع غزة التي تضم 1.5 مليون إنسان نازح يعانون الفقر والجوع.
صح. So his name is Abu Islam, and he is in Rafah right now, where he said 1.5 million people are facing famine. And he is open to any questions we may have for him.
Did he say he was? Did he mention the hospital? I didn't.
No, he didn't. Let me
Okay,
ask him.
I thought I heard Nasser.
شو ممكن تخبرنا عن المستشفى في رفح؟
I just want to heard Nasser.
بالنسبة للمستشفيات المتواجدة في رفح هنا مستشفيتين، مستشفى خصوصي ومستشفى عام. المستشفى العام مساحتها قصيرة صغيرة جدا. وجود المرضى والمصابين مقتض بنسبة العدد السكان 1.5 مليون. عدد كبير من الأمراض تتفشش في النازحين، ولا يوجد متسع في داخل المستشفى. الناس يعني في كل نص متر تلاقي 2-3 موجودين، ما في وسع للمصابين أو اللي معهم أمراض الوباء الكبدي أو السرطان وغيره. يعني حالة المستشفى صعبة جدا.
Okay, so he's saying the situation in the hospital is really bad just because they can't keep up with the 1.5 million. There are 2 hospitals, a private one and a public one. The public one is the smaller of the 2. Sorry, أبو إسلام، آخر شيء شو قلت عن المستشفى آخر شيء؟
لا يوجد فيها متسع من السرائر لبيات المرضى بسبب ما عم تصحيح بسبب قلة الأدوية وقلة الحاجة. يعني لا يوجد أدوية كافية لاستيعاب المرضى بشكل كبير.
Okay. The capacity is down due to lack of medication and lack of personnel.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all. I have no idea how they've coped as well as they have, and even a lot of the NGOs can't get in to do much anymore.
So, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I cannot imagine how they're coping at all. So.
يا أبو إسلام، كلنا عم نقول إنه ما عم نقدر نستوعب كيف أنتم عم تتحملوا. يعني الله يكون معكم، الله يعينكم.
بالنسبة يا أخوان، الناس هنا في رفح ينامون على صوت انفجارات ويصحون على صوت الانفجارات. الأطفال هنا في غزة لقد ضجروا من صوت الانفجارات وأطلاق النار وزئير الطائرات. الحياة في رفح شبه مقبرة.
أبو إسلام، شو يعني مقطرة؟
مقبرة.
مقبرة. عفوا. So he is saying that life in Rafah right now, they wake up to booming and explosions, and they sleep to them. And obviously the drones, the sounds of the drones are consistent, and it feels like that they're living in graves or cemeteries.
Right, in cemetery. Yeah. Does TikTok doesn't do the same censorship stuff with different languages, does it?
Oh, that's a really good question. I'm not sure that it would.
Yeah, because that.
Yeah, because he was.
that wasn't
right,
that wasn't Boom Booms.
Right. That was not Boom Booms.
That's
right.
Okay. That's good to know.
That is good to know.
Maybe
Instead of using TikTok language,
we could just pick different words. Yeah, we could just use Arabic or French, something. I don't know. Figure something out.
Yeah. Censoring in other languages, since more English is not the largest language spoken on this platform, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Well, Mandarin wouldn't it still? Or what's the largest language spoken on it?
Yeah, I imagine it would be Mandarin just because of
Where it started,
what TikTok is.
Yeah.
I have to look it up. I can't speak on this. I have to look it up. Hold on. I'm sharing and liking, so hold on. Yeah.
That's good to know, Abdullah. He says he says anything. Yeah, that's good to know. Maybe we could just come up with our own little like list of code words, alternative words, and not have to be stuck all the frickin' time saying pew pew and dumb things like that. Oh, Minerva sounds good. Oh, her face fits perfectly in the landscape where it's streaming outward, so it's just like this giant cat head, filling half the screen.
What's so weird is we're on this app so much. I find myself speaking in TikTok language to people in real life. I can't seem to switch it off, and I can only tell when their face changes. Like, why did you just say it that way?
Right, that's my worry. I did it once in a classroom. I said unalived, and I got some blinks, and I caught oh yeah, oops. So another reason to find an alternative, maybe.
Right.
Because at least the brain my brain would tell me if I said it in German, but unalive is still in English, so it'll slip through.
We're so used to it. I'm just going to ask him if he is okay with time, or if he's on a because I know they don't have a lot of or good internet. Let me ask him if he's okay with hanging out. Abu Islam.
تفضل يا خيتو.
بس بدي اسالك اذا وقتك نحن عاده على لما بنجي على هيدا اللايف بنقضي ساعات، سو ما بعرف اذا انت عندك هيدا الوقت او اذا انت محصور بالوقت. لو سمحت خبرنا، لانه ممكن نستعجل من شانك.
بالنسبه للوقت، لا بالنسبة للوقت أنا وقتي محصور، لأنه الإنترنت يفصل فجأة.
صح أوكي. في شيء بتحب أنت تخبرنا إياه أو تسألنا عنه؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على سيدنا. يعني إحنا في الشهر الكريم، شهر العطايا، شهر الخير، شهر البركات، وشهر الانتصارات، وشهر جبر الخواطر. هناك عدة عائلات ميسورة الحال في مدينة رفح، لا يوجد لهم لا طعام ولا شراب في الشهر الكريم، ونحن نبادر بطعامهم. نسأل الله التوفيق ولكم إن شاء الله.
Shukran, Abu Islam. So he is saying that because there are a lot of families during the month of Ramadan right now in Rafah without food and water, that he and a group of people that he knows try to help as much as they can with providing said food and water. And he said he is very tight on time because their internet is very intermittent, obviously.
Yeah, I was just going to say then.
At any point.
Yeah, can you do this for me, because it'll be a lot better. Just say a lot of people help out, and I love that. I appreciate it. I appreciate all that they do. I love seeing people stepping up and helping each other out, because what else can you really do, And it's just, may God go with him, kind of thing. Like, let him know thank you for helping out as much as he can.
Okay. أبو إسلام، بروفيسور ليام بيحب يقول لك إنه شكرا جزيلا على كل شيء عم تعملوه، وهو بيفهم إنه الوضع صعب، وإنه ما في كل العالم تقدر تساعد على قد ما بتقدر، فهو بيتشكرك كثير على المساعدات.
نسأل الله أن يكون في ميزان حسناتنا ورحمة عن شهدائنا، وأن يكون هذا العمل خالص لوجه الله الكريم.
أكيد. Yes, Abu Islam prays that their martyrs are, haven't been in vain, and that they thank God for everything that they have.
Yeah, that's my prayer too, is that none of this is in vain, and that good is coming out. And you can also, if you can, let him know that good is coming out of it. A lot more of the world is paying attention. There's a lot of discussion that I'm seeing from politicians and media that I've never seen before. Even some major media in the US is running stories I would never have expected before.
Right.
So they're being
إسلام
noticed.
بروفيسور ليام بيحب يخليك تعرف إنه كل العالم عم تحكي بالقضية الفلسطينية، وكل العالم عيونها على فلسطين، وحتى هون بأمريكا معظم الأخبار والناس اللي بالحكومات عم تحكي باسم الفلسطينية، وهذا كان شيء مش موجود قبل هذه الأحداث. فبده إياك تطمن إنه إن شاء الله أشياء كويسة رح تطلع من هذا العذاب اللي أنتم عم تتعذبوا.
إن شاء الله. يعني ما نراه في الدول الأوروبية، في أمريكا والسويد وكندا والأرجنتين والدول المجاورة لكم، لم نراه في الدول العربية للأسف. نشكركم من قلوبنا، أنتم من صنعتم المجد خلف قضية فلسطين، أنتم من رفعتم صوتها. نشكركم من قلوبنا، ونحن نرى من يقف معنا ومن لا يقف معنا.
Sorry, it's hard for me to not get emotional. He is saying that he is very thankful and that they are aware of Western countries in Europe and in the United States for standing with them, and that they are seeing that their voice is amplified through them more so than from Arab leaders, and that they feel heard and they feel supported.
Inshallah, we're finally on a good track here. We can finally get this discussed. Yeah, I totally feel you. This getting very sad, you know. But it honestly, it does. I'm happy at least that they noticed.
عدد كبير يا سود. نسأل الله الرحمة لهم إن شاء الله.
He said he lost a large number of members of his family to this. And he wishes that they rest in peace. الله يرحمهم أنفسنا. يعني الثمن باهظ، ويا ريت بإيدنا أكثر من هيك.
نسأل الله الرحمة لهم إن شاء الله. هم من سبقونا إلى الجنة إن شاء الله ورحمة الله، وهذا جزاء الصابرين، وإن شاء الله وبشر الصابرين. قال الله تعالى وبشر الصابرين بأن لهم الجنة. الحمد لله رب العالمين. هذا من الله، كرما من الله أن يصطفينا شهداء. الحمد لله.
So he is reiterating that his faith in God and the people of Palestine's faith in God, and that their struggles will not go unrewarded, and and that their patience, they're relying on their patience to give them strength.
And for so long, all we've been able to do is say, I mean, at least there's that. But I'm glad at least that he's aware, that more people are aware that more people around the world are with them than ever before. So and hopefully people can take some strength from that as well, because hopefully we can make it so that these sacrifices are not completely in vain, you know. But yeah, this is horrifying.
Yeah, أبو إسلام بروفيسور ليام بيحب يقول لك إنه يعني هو كتير مبسوط إنه أنتم بتعرفوا إنه معظم سكان هاي الأرض عم يحكوا بقضيتكم وبيفهموا الوجع تبعكم، وهن هون قد ما فيهم عم يجربوا يحكوا بالقضية ويرفعوا أصواتكم.
الله يكتب أجرهم إن شاء الله. يعني الآن أنا أتحدث معكم وللأسف صوت الانفجارات قوية جدا. نسأل الله السلامة، نسأل الله السلامة، نسأل الله السلامة.
Allah yahmikum. He's saying even as he's talking right now, there's a sound of the boom booms around him, and I just told him that
Abdullah was right.
he be protected.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't catch the sound earlier. Abdullah heard that and mentioned it in the chat.
Yeah, عم يسمعوا هون بعض الناس عم يسمعوا الأصوات اللي حواليك أبو إسلام.
يا رب سلم سلم إن شاء الله يا رب. يعني إحنا الخوف لما بيسعوا الصغار الأطفال بيسعوا على صوت الانفجارات فبتكون فاجعة، وبتكون الليل يعني بيصبح فوق الظلام اللي إحنا عايشينه لا كهرباء، ولكن الأطفال لما بيصحوا مفجوعين من صوت الانفجارات هذا شيء يعني يخليك تنقهر. إيش بصير فينا؟ إيش بصير؟ إيش وين العالم عنا؟ طب وين الأمة العربية التي تتغطى بالإسلام؟ حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل فيهم.
Yeah, والله معك حق. So he is saying that the hardest part is the children and them waking up to the sounds of the boom booms and nighttime because there's no electricity, no power. It's already dark, and he's saying that is the hardest thing to bear for them as adults. They feel frustrated that they can't do anything to protect those kids from the horror, obviously, of what they sleep to and wake up to every day.
يعني في هالشهر الكريم الناس تحتاج دعمكم ووقفتكم معهم، وبارك الله فيكم. يعني في هالشهر الكريم الناس يعني في عائلات كثيرة ما بتلاقي فطور وما بتلاقي سحور، فإحنا بنبادر إنه نوفر لهم ما يعينهم، ونسأل الله أن يرحمنا ويرحمهم في هذا الشهر الكريم. والله يا أخوان، والله يا أخوان، والله يا أخوان، في ناس ما بتتسحر إلا عمية وما بتفطر إلا عمية. والله العظيم، والله العظيم، يعني بعينينا شفنا الإشي هذا. لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
He's saying this month is very critical because it's Ramadan, and obviously any help would be needed, and that he knows a lot of people who are fasting all day and they break their fast on just water, drinking water.
Yeah, we've been seeing people eating grass and things. Yeah, it's all the I've hated a lot of the headlines from some of our media is still terrible, like not bothering to mention why people are hungry, just saying that they are, which is just nuts. Is it like amnan, like to be safe, be well?
Be safe. Can you say that again?
Amnan. I'm not sure.
Amnan. Yeah, aman is safety.
Yeah, so I'm trying to say it's like you know, to be well, like amnan, and then
ابقى في أمان.
Yeah, so yeah. I'm pulling the word together in my head, but I'm trying to remember how to say it is the hard part. But yeah, so to be well, inshallah.
Yeah. أبو إسلام بيحب يقول لك جرب يقول لك إياها بالعربي إنه ابقى في أمان. هو بيتمنى لك إنك تبقى في أمان.
سمعت. الله يكتب أجرك إن شاء الله، وإن شاء الله يكون مقامك عاليا إن شاء الله في جنة عرضها السماوات والأرض.
He's saying he hopes that you have elevated status in heaven, Liam.
Yeah, I got that. Shukran. Okay. Oh, that was unexpected.
يا رب. والله صوت الانفجارات لم تتوقف منذ ساعة ونصف حتى الآن. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
Allah يكون معكم. He's saying for an hour and a half it's been intense, the boom boom. أبو إسلام صار في شبه وقف إطلاق النار أو يعني تراجع شوي بالنسبة لوقف إطلاق النار بخلال هالكم يوم اللي مضوا أو لا؟
والله بالنسبة لوقف إطلاق النار كلها أخبار غير صحيحة. لا يوجد، يا الله لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. بالنسبة لوقف إطلاق النار والله لا يوجد أي خبر لوقف إطلاق النار، كلها أخبار يعني كاذبة أو تأجيل للوقت كما يزعمون لاجتياح مدينة رفح التي تضم 1.5 مليون.
Okay. I just asked him if they have experienced in the last few days any decrease in the boom booms or some sort of halt in the firing, and he said no, that it's all propaganda and that they are worried about ground invasion, that
Yeah.
they think it's imminent.
No, yeah, that's why I was asking about the location, because I assumed Rafah, and I expect it to be coming very soon. So yeah, I'm terrified of what's going to happen next.
Yeah. يا أبو إسلام نحن كمان مش يعني ما كنا متفاجئين بالجواب تبعك، نحن كمان متوقعين نفس الشيء، إنه اللي عم نسمعه مش عم يصير فعليا على الأرض.
صحيح أختي، صحيح. هذا يعني إحنا في الشارع الفلسطيني متوقعين أنها أخبار غير واردة للاتفاق، لأنه ما حد حاسس بالوجع الناس في الشارع بالنسبة لنيامهم في الخيام تحت المطر وفي البرد القارس. نسأل الله العلي العظيم أن يكون بردا وسلاما على غزة وعلى رفح وعلى الشمال، وأن يتم وقف إطلاق النار والناس ترتاح شوي وتشوف أولادها اللي استشهدوا وبيوتها اللي تهدمت. يا رب.
So he says people are obviously sleeping in the cold and in the rain, and he's hoping for a little bit of a pause just so people can go and bury and mourn their dead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was. Can you ask if they've let anybody know if there's a route north that they can move to? Because they're going to have to provide some kind of place where people can get out of the way. But I haven't seen an announcement of that. And if they go in without having done that, this is going to be bad. So I'm hoping that they've started talking about where they can, evacuate back further north.
Okay. أبو إسلام نحن طبعا سمعنا عن الاقتحام على الأرض لمدينة رفح أو النية بالاقتحام، بس عم يسأل بروفيسور ليام إذا خبروكم عن طرق تانية ممكن أنتوا تحتموا فيها وقت لهذا الشيء لا سمح الله بيصير على الأرض. هل عطوكم خيارات وين ممكن تكونوا محميين في حال هذا الشيء تواجد؟
حتى اللحظة لم يتم أي تأمين منطقة رفح التي تضم 1.5 مليون. حتى الآن لم يتم أي تأمين لها. ما يتم تداوله أن سيتم عملية عسكرية لرفح. أما بخصوص أن الناس تتأمن ليس وارد حتى الآن.
Okay. Up to date, as far as they know, they've been made aware of a possibility of a ground invasion, but no alternative to safety. There's nothing that has been planned.
Yeah, that's
or shared with them about that.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. So, yeah, thanks.
I mean, it's not surprising.
No, it's not on one hand, but it is on another. And that they haven't does suggest at least it's possible that it will be at least a few more days, that it's not immediate, because I don't know. I expect if they give no warning, the response from the U.S. will be a lot more serious than we've seen yet. So honestly, as bad as it kind of sounds, on the one hand, on the other hand, it kind of gives me a little bit more hope that they have a bit more time.
Okay.
And maybe there's
Do you
more
want me
just
to share that with him?
you might want maybe you can, because my read of the way that the Israelis have been talking about this and the way they're interacting with the US on it is that they're going to keep talking like it's going to happen any day to keep the fear up, because they love engaging in terror, but not actually go until they give people a path forward. So if he's not heard it, they may be safe for a little while.
Okay. أبو إسلام بروفيسور ليام بيقرأ كتير منشورات عن الدولة الإسرائيلية، وكان عم بيتابع الحرب من وقت اللي بلشت. فهو بمعتقده إنه لمجرد إنه ما سمعتوا عن حلول لإذا صار في اقتحام على الأرض لمدينة رفح، إنه على الأرجح يعني إن شاء الله بتكونوا سلمانين، لأنه هن بدهم يلعبوا بالإرهاب لحتى يصير في تخويف، بس ممكن إنه يكون بعد في وقت قبل ما يصير في اقتحام، لأنه باعتقاده إذا صار في اقتحام وما كان في ما قدموا حلول لإلكم لتحسوا بأمان، فالدولة الأمريكية ممكن تتفاعل مع إسرائيل بعكس ما عم تتفاعل مع إسرائيل بالوقت الحالي.
صحيح. ما نراه في الأخبار أن ما يدور بين الأمريكيين والإسرائيليين منافسة في الأخبار. أما ما يدور على أرض الواقع في مدينة رفح بالنسبة للعملية العسكرية، بالنسبة رفح وين بدها تروح يعني بالعربي؟ المناطق الشمالية لمدينة رفح اللي هي خان يونس والوسطى والشمال لا يوجد مكان فيها آمن. يعني رأينا قبل يومين 2 رافعين الراية البيضاء يريدون يذهبوا للشمال، فقتلوهم ودفنوهم في الرمل. يمكن شفتوا على قناة الجزيرة. فالجيش الصهيوني للأسف لا إنسانية عنده، يعني عندما يقصف لا يرحم، مدني أو غير مدني. لا يوجد مكان آمن في كل قطاع غزة.
Okay. He agrees with you, Liam, on that analysis, but he also sees on the ground that there's, according to him, no place that is safe in the entire Gaza Strip. He's aware of people trying to go to the north, apparently, and I wasn't aware of this, but there were 2 people that were trying to go to the north to Khan Yunis from Rafah, and they had 2 white flags, and they were boomed.
That was
So they don't feel that there's anywhere for them to move north, east, west, or south.
But that's the way that they'll do this is that until they actually clear the route and tell people, they will keep doing that. But once they theoretically have a spot where they want people to go, then they'll stop doing that. So again, I think in terms of at least the international situation, it suggests they at least have a few days on this if they've not talked about it yet. I wouldn't. I don't know that we could predict much longer, because I think they will move pretty fast once they do give a word like that. But I think they will give some kind of warning. I don't think that they'll risk sending ground forces in when people are packed in that tightly. It'd be horrifying. So I hope they're all right, and I'm thankful that he came in and let us know a few things. Like it's so all our prayers can be with him and his family.
Yeah, it looks like he dropped. I think it's probably his internet.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they won't last forever, but yeah, I'm thankful he was here.
Man, he used a word. He used a word that I can't even translate. I'm not sure there's a translation for it, about like the level of frustration that it's like frustration, but also fear. He used the word qahr. Like that they experience God. God is like when you feel so stuck that you can't like. I can't even imagine. Like I don't think there's a word for it.
Yeah, I don't. Abdullah, do you know? Do you know? Yeah, somebody else has a the word for it. Oh, Nasser does. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Somebody else's. Oh, let's see. Oh, did
Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay. You already got. I think Eric already got
السلام
it.
عليكم.
وعليكم
عليكم السلام.
السلام.
معلش عشان النت بيفصل.
أكيد هيك توقعنا.
ثانك يو داي.
أبو إسلام، حدا من اللي معانا هون كانوا عم يسألوا هل مصر أعطت خيار أو وعدت بفتح المعبر مثلا للناس ينزحوا على مصر؟
أختي الكريمة، مصر رفضت رفضا قاطعا دخول الفلسطينيين إلى أراضيها المصرية. ما يوجد بيننا وبين المصريين حدود العصفور بمرقش منها.
Okay, to answer a question, one of the people in the chat had asked if the Rafah border or if Egypt has been offering some sort of temporary refuge or for the people of Rafah to move into Egypt, and he said the border is so tight that even and they've made it clear that they will not be accepting any Palestinians into Egypt via that border, and that it is so tight per Abu Islam, even birds can't cross.
Yeah, I would be shocked if that changes at all. I think that Sisi's calculation is that people pouring in would be more destabilizing to their politics than leaving them to face whatever they face there. And their biggest concern is what happens to the regime, what happens in Egypt. So I don't expect them to open that border at all. That's why I'm looking for a route to the north. What was that?
Didn't he just recently collect billions? I can't remember if it was from Europe or the United States or both. Sisi, didn't he collect billions in aid?
They're trying to
this situation?
Yeah, they're trying to to help funnel aid back in, but it's not for taking care of people. It's not going to be for taking care of people inside. Letting people into the Sinai. I'd be shocked because it would have a massive destabilizing effect in the Sinai. But we'll see. I mean, if they talk them into it, it'll take a lot of pressure. I mean, but we'll see. I would not expect it, but we can always be wrong.
أبو إسلام، بروفيسور ليام بيعتقد مثل ما أنت عم تقول إنه مصر ما عنده سيسي ما عنده نية أبدا إنه ياخد الفلسطينية، إنه بيعتبر إنه الحال على ما هو عليه أفضل للدولة المصرية than إذا الفلسطينية فاتوا على مصر.
صحيح. فيش يعني اتفاقية انه الفلسطيني يتأمن في مصر للأسف الشديد. يعني ايام المسلمين والدولة المجاورة هي التي تحمي من يهربون من الحرب، ولكن للأسف أبناء عروبتنا يحاصرون كما يحاصرنا الأعداء للأسف الشديد.
Yeah, he's saying that it is unfortunate. Back in the day, usually neighboring countries would be the refuge for people in this situation. But right now, they know that the Arab world around them is not capable nor willing to take them in and repeat this cycle.
Yeah.
The cycle is my addition.
At the end of the day, it's honestly the same that it's always been throughout it, but it often looked better. It's always the internal calculations and the politics for those countries that matters more. And at this point, it would honestly be harder to sustain a government like Sisi's with something like this. That they're already it's risky enough. And I think that's what Nasser was talking about earlier in the chat. It's already dangerous enough for them because of the inaction. But if they have to deal with that many people pouring in, it can destabilize the country entirely. And as somebody so speak, there's a in the chat there. I wouldn't say that Sisi is a Zionist, more that Egypt and Israel have common interests and a very tight political relationship. Israel has been propping up the dictatorship in Egypt because it's in their interests. So they have their common interests hold them together.
I agree, but how is that different from someone who believes in the political Zionism that exists in Israel today? I feel like Sisi is very much in line with that.
In practice, like the effects are the same, but the reasons are different. So yeah, it's just a nuance, but the effect is the same. Right. Yes.
No, I appreciate that. I understand what you mean. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Yep.
Oh, the destabilized, neighbors. أبو إسلام, Professor Liam كان بيحب يعرفك إنه هذا الوضع منه وضع جديد، والفرق إنه جيرانكم العرب في هذا الوقت عندهم حكومات عم بتخاف على مصالحها الشخصية قبل المصالح الإقليمية، فهذا منه شيء جديد. اتفضل أخي أبو إسلام، عندك شيء؟
صحيح كلامك. يعني كل الشعوب ما بحب الإزعاج.
تفضل أبو إسلام.
ما بتحب تزعج نفسها بما يحدث في الدول المجاورة. هناك عدد كثير، يعني مثل ما حدث في سوريا، وما حدث في ليبيا، وما حدث في العراق، وما حدث في لبنان. يعني دول كثيرة رفضت أنها تشمل نزوح إلا عدد قليل. لو شملت نزوح تحطهم في مراكز إيواء زي ما عملت تركيا في أهل سوريا.
هذا يعني الوضع ما حيكون أحسن.
صحيح. يعني إحنا لو فتحت مصر حدودها لأهل غزة ما راح نخش مصر، يعني يحطونا في مكان معين زي كامب أو سجن مغلق لحين العودة. يعني
صح. ونعرف كيف هاي القصة بتنتهي. يعني عنا 80 سنة كيف هاي القصة بتنتهي. So he is saying that they aren't, that they understand why neighboring countries don't take them in, because if they do take them in, it won't be like they're entering Egypt or entering Syria or entering Lebanon. They're going to be in a quote unquote temporary status. In the hopes of return. And I said to him, and we all know how that story ends. We have 80 years proof of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no one from 48 or 67 ever went back.
Right.
So that's and this is why I don't know if it's how clear it is to a lot of people. I think but that's why I'm saying it's actually more destabilizing. It's not just the physical impact inside Egypt, but that everyone knows what it means to let that many more people out and to acquiesce to another round of serious ethnic cleansing would completely delegitimize the regime there. So I'm glad they understand the main reason why they're turning it down, at least, so they're not, as angry, because in a way it still is kind of trying to support them, so that they don't lose what little is left of the homeland.
Right. And I'll run that by him. It sounds like they do understand.
Yeah, it sounded like
just a part of you emotionally feels let down, obviously,
Right.
أبو إسلام, Professor Liam بيحب يقول لك إنه هو مبسوط إنه أنتم فهمانين هاي اللعبة وفهمانين إنه الدول اللي حواليكم صح مش عم تستوعبكم، بس كمان هن ما بدهم يساهموا بالتطهير العرقي يلي الدولة الإسرائيلية عم تحارب من شانها. Oh no, he's here.
صحيح. احنا
يعني انتم واعيين على هذه الاشياء، ما نكون اولاد امبارح، واعيين على ليش هاي الاشياء عم بتصير.
صحيح. احنا يعني في غزة عامة الناس هنا ما يعني بتقول لك اموت في بيتي ولا حاكم عربي يحكمني. يعني لو فتحت الحدود ما حد هيروح غير النسبة القليلة جدا. أما الباقيين بقول لك أموت في بلدي ولا أروح عند الحكم السيسي، الحكم المصري، لا أموت. يعني ما بيرضى نفسه. يعني رأينا في الشمال قلة قليلة اللي في خرجوا وفي ما خرجوا، يعني موجودين حتى اللحظة في الشمال ما رضوا يطلعوا. قال احنا بنموت في بيوتنا ما بنروح على الجنوب، احنا ما بننصاع لأوامر الاحتلال. فهذا عقيدة موجودة في كل فلسطيني. حتى أهل يمكن تسأل الدول الخارجية وتسأل الدول الأوروبية، أكثر الناس متعلمين محافظين لدين الله ولصلاتهم ولعبادتهم ولصبرهم أهل غزة.
100%. So he's saying the prevalent ideology of the Palestinians of Gaza is that they are not going to succumb to their occupier. So when they tell them to move south, there are a lot of families that are still in the north despite the difficulties. And even people in Rafah, he said, if you ask most of them, some will tell you that they would evacuate, but most of them will tell you that they would rather die.
يا الله يا الله يا رب
than be under other tyrant leaders that don't want them. It is so sad. Like, how bad is it that you have come to terms with, I will live and die here?
I mean, this is it's one of the things that so many people see as admirable, as a trait among the Palestinian people as a whole, but it's also something that we've seen in a lot of long-running occupations. Look how hard a lot of the native tribes in the U.S. fought, and just it carried on decade after decade, and then people were just, I'm not going any farther. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to give up what little's left. I'm sure all of us have a great deal of respect for people being willing to stay on what little they have left.
أبو إسلام، كلنا بدنا نقول لك إنه نحن عنا يعني قامة الاحترام للعقيدة يلي هلا أنت كنت عم تحكي فيها، إنه أنا بدي أعيش وموت بأرضي وما بدي حدا يحكمني. يعني نحن مش عم نقدر نستوعب قديش هذا الموضوع بياخد كرامة وعزة نفس وقوة، ونحن عنا يعني فائق الاحترام لهذا العقيدة.
كل الاحترام لكم. هذا اللي ربنا عليه أجدادنا في قديم الزمان، وهذا سنة أن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم لا تخرج.
He's saying this is an ideology that they grew up with from their great-great-grandparents, and it is just prevalent, and that's just how they see their lives.
Yeah.
What a topsy-turvy world we live in.
Yeah. It's horrifying that we let things like this stretch on for so long. It really is. But I am glad to see so many more people paying attention now than I've seen in decades watching this. I've never seen anything like this. And there are so many points along the way where I was like, surely people will notice how horrifying this is. And then again, nothing. But yeah, the number of people actually talking about this now and interrupting speeches and attacking politicians, it's going to have some kind of an effect, but only if we keep this up. So even once this calms down, we cannot stop, because it's for all the suffering that they're going through, to make it worthwhile, to make it matter, to be meaningful. as soon as this assault is over, we have to stay active on this. And no, Hannah, it's not just on TikTok. There's a lot of people. There's more protests in the streets on this kind of issue than I've ever seen before. There's more people interrupting. I mean, they just broke into what Biden's speech just yesterday or something. I mean, they're over and over. Then they're showing up in places where I never expected them to be, and to get away with it. And it's harder to get into events like that. To go through the vetting for it and to be there. And I mean, and they're actually assaulting people to try and get them out. It's for the specific issue of the Palestinians, I've never seen this scale of mobilization around the world in person. It's still much lower than I want it to be, but it's much more than I've ever seen.
I don't you saw outside of the Democratic fundraiser that was just yesterday. There was out in New York. There was very, very large protests.
Yeah, and inside it too. People inside the meeting interrupting, the president speaking on stage, and getting thrown out. Which again, it's not easy to get into those rooms either. They try to make sure that the people who go in and be in those rooms, they want them to be supporters. If they get a hint that you're going to do this, they try to keep you out. And people did it anyway. They planned that and planned it well. So I'm happy to see a lot of that. It's still lower than I'd want, but it's a lot more than I've ever seen. So I think there's reason to be hopeful, but only if we can keep this up.
I agree. There's definitely more consistency, because if you compare the people speaking on this issue to a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, it's definitely still consistent, and it is that radius is growing. More and more people are less bashful. They've decided that they've either taken a stand or they haven't. Not a lot of people are on the fence anymore. I mean, how can you be? You've pretty much made up your mind at this point, and you're either going to act or you're going to sit it out.
Oh yeah.
The only times I've seen people take breaks is when they need, just mental health breaks. I've done it. I've been away for a week, and I just so I can hear myself think.
Yeah, Abdullah is saying power concedes nothing without the demand, and this is true. It resistance to governments and to policies like this does not have to be violent. Nonviolent mobilization is actually twice as effective as violent mobilization in terms of changing government policies, but it has to be consistent and really effective to work. And if we keep ramping this stuff up, if this continues, they won't be able to sustain these kind of policies indefinitely. The more people know about it, the more they will worry about how it affects them, how it affects their bottom line, and they will have to change positions. So it's there are definitely signs that we're on the right road, but we have to keep this going. And yeah, somebody else, was it Jean G. Grey? Is that supposed to be like Jean Grey, like the X-Men? I can't read the name properly. Sometimes the handles are hard for me to read. But yeah, it doesn't mean no self-defense, but I mean in terms of mass mobilization, I mean putting people out there, I mean actually disrupting things, civil disobedience stuff, and honestly, property damage is fine. That's also nonviolent. But I'm contrasting it with militant revolutions, with attacks on people. But we need to keep that up, and if anything, keep adding to it.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم
معلش
السلام.
عشان النت ضعيف جدا.
ولا
يفصل
يهمك
كتير.
ولا يهمك أخي ولا يهمك. He's apologizing for his internet being intermittent. It keeps cutting him
Totally
off.
understandable.
I know. I told him.
I think, Kami, do you have any questions while we have this guest up too? We'll go to your other question, but seeing if there's something in particular while we have this guest up.
No, I'm just taken in awe that we have someone in our presence that is actually going through this, and I'm hoping there is a ceasefire, but I doubt that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've got hope for what we're doing. You know, if like what Professor Liam says is that, you know, if we keep on it, keep strong, I think that we can do something, we can accomplish something.
يا أبو إسلام، الشخص يلي بالبوكس فوق منك كان عم بيجرب يقول لك إنه هو مبسوط إنه مش مبسوط، يعني هو فخور بإنه في شخص من غزة عم يمرق باللي أنتوا عم تمرقوا فيه، وكل الأشياء اللي عم نسمعها معنا هون على اللايف. يعني أنت وهو بيحب يقول لك إنه عنده hope، عنده يقين إنه على القليلة نحن في برات غزة رح نضل نحكي بالقضية، ورح نضل نرفع صوتكم، وما رح نكل ولا رح نتعب ولا رح نوقف. وهذا الشيء إلا ما يوصلنا لطريق شو بيقولوا I'm lost for words، يعني للإنصاف، ليكون عندكم إنصاف. يعني أنتوا عايشين تحت القهر والظلم صاركم عشرات السنين.
والله يا بالنسبة لأختي عشان النت ضعيف عندي كتير. مشكور كل من وقف معانا ووقف مع قضيتنا، ورح نستمر إن شاء الله. ويعني سوء ضعف الإنترنت ما حقدر أسمعكم، ما بعرف راح أكمل معكم أو لا. ربما تكون آخر يوم إلا ما يكون معنا يجتمع معكم، ونسأل الله السلامة إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله الله بيسلمكم أبو إسلام، وإن شاء الله ما بيكون آخر نهار،
ورح أكون معكم.
أوكي إن شاء الله. إن شاء الله نحن معك والله معكم، وإن شاء الله بتكونوا بأمان، وإن شاء الله هاي الأيام بتكون وراكم مش قدامكم. So Kami, he just wanted to
إن شاء
say
الله
that
أنا هنا
he
موجود
was
معكم، واللي حابب يدعم ما يقصر.
okay. So he is saying that he is going to stay on with us, that he is thankful for your message and for your voice, for speaking out for their cause, and that they will not stop, and they hope the rest of the world will not stop. And that his internet is so spotty that he can barely hear us, so he's not sure if he's going to be able to stay on with us, which is understandable. So I let him know that if he needed to go, he could.
No. Yeah, you can just tell him to save the internet. You know, it's fine. You know,
Okay.
but you know, but please again thank him for coming and sharing the perspective. I know this is meaningful for a lot of people.
Yes,
Okay.
and blessings. Please be safe to him. Yep.
Sure. Kami, did you want to say something?
Very meaningful for me. So, thank you for his voice.
Yeah, absolutely. أبو إسلام بيقولوا لك إنه إذا مضطر أنت تترك، نحن بنتفهم إنه كتير صعب عليك تكون معنا اليوم لايف على الإنترنت. فإذا أنت مضطر تترك، يعني لو سمحت كن آمن واترك على راحتك، ونحن كتير بنتمنى لك السلامة والخير، والله يكون معكم.
أسأل الله السلامة لنا ولكم جميعا. سأبقى معكم ولكن بدون صوت إن شاء الله. أستمع إن شاء الله لكلامكم الطيب، ويشرفني الانضمام إليكم. بارك الله فيكم.
والله نحن اللي بنتشرف فيك أبو إسلام، نحن اللي بنتشرف فيكم. So he said that he is going to stay on, but without audio, he would like to listen in, but he won't be able to participate. And he's thankful to all of you for your kind words and for your support, and that is what they're counting on.
There's because this is streaming into multiple locations for the first time, there's some folks in the other chat saying things like stay safe, brother, we love you. I very much appreciated this. there's been a lot of comments coming. There's a surprising number of people that are showing up in the other things, because I didn't even advertise that it was going to be on YouTube, and there's several people that are watching us on YouTube right now.
Oh, what a coincidence. Do you mind if I tell him? Because the one time we have someone from Gaza, you're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're yeah, it's expanding. But yeah, no, sure. Yeah, let him know.
I'm gonna tell him ابو اسلام هاي اول مره، يعني مثل ما عم بقول لك نحن بنقعد هون، ما بعرف اذا عم تسمعني، بعرف انه ما فيك تحكي، بس نحن هون على هاي اللايف بنجي كل نهار جمعه وبنقعد بالساعات، يعني امرار بنقعد تقريبا 13 14 15 ساعه عم نحكي بالقضيه وبالقضايا اللي قريبه لهي القضيه. بس هاي اول مره بروفيسور ليام بيكون عنده على الانترنت، مش بس على تيك توك، عنده كمان what are the other ones? Are you on what are the other channels that you're
It's currently streaming to TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. I'm going to add Twitter and Facebook back into it, but I didn't for this time. I honestly was only planning on doing one of them, but I decided to send to 3.
So هو عم ينشر هذا البث اللي نحن فيه هلا على تيك توك وانستغرام وتويتر، على كل السوشيال ميديا بنفس الوقت. وهاي أول مرة بيكون عنا حدا من غزة مثل حضرتك لتحكينا. فكتير ناس على الشاشات التانية لبروفيسور ليام عم يبعتوا لك إنه إن شاء الله بتكون سالم، وإنه نحن بنحبك كتير وبنحب كل أهل غزة.
الله يكتب أجركم ويسعدكم جميعا، ومشكورين من قلب غزة، من مدينة الصمود رفح. نقول لكم نحن أقوياء بكم، نحن أقوياء بدعائكم، نحن أقوياء بصلاتكم. بارك الله فيكم، الله يكتب أجركم جميعا. وإذا حابين يعني تساعدوا أهل غزة وتطعموا أهل غزة وتطلعوهم من الجوع، فيكم يعني أنا ما بحب نظام أشهد أو العياذ بالله، ولكن نحن الآن بحاجة. اللي حابب يساعد أنا موجود معاكم وبين إيديكم، وراح أوثق لكم كل إشي، كل شيكل، كل دولار بتبعتوه راح يتصور، والناس بتاخده وبتشرب وبتاكل منه، وإن شاء الله هذا ميزان حسناتكم.
والله كل يعني
هذا رقم حسابي أبو إسلام. وفي
yeah, and there's
الله يكتب أجركم. وفي البايبل تبعي إذا حابين تساعدوا فيه كمان.
Okay, so he is saying that he's very happy to be on here, and that he wants us all to know that they are strong, and that they are strong because of us. And if anybody would like to donate or help, he doesn't like to ask for monetary help. It makes him uncomfortable, but that he is on here. I'm like, join the club. You're in the right life. And I let him know that a lot of people are helping in a lot of ways that they can. And he's saying that the help will go towards feeding people, obviously.
And Maria on YouTube says all love to Abu Islam.
في واحدة اسمها ماريا على يوتيوب بتحب تقول لك إنه كل الحب لأبو إسلام.
كل الحب لكم جميعا. I love you من غزة.
We love you too, Abu Islam.
I hope you heard that, Maria.
Yeah, so much love and care. So I wanted to say, one, it's okay to feel, and just I want to acknowledge not only what they're going through, but even just listening and what it does to the brain and grief and trauma. And so I just want to thank you for translating. And Liam, maybe this might be a good segue into a question from the chat of, do you believe that Palestinian will be a state?
Thanks for reminding that. I saw that a long time back and totally forgot. There's one quick comment that I want to make because it's like time sensitive. And then I want to grab another drink, and then I don't know, like like let a little out, because this is but Lindsay had asked or noted that it's this is going to Instagram. True, but the one problem with streaming to Instagram is that they have it times it out after an hour, and I think people can then come back into it, but I don't know. But I think it's supposed to I think it disappears. Where Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, they'll just go forever streaming through the restreamer, but Instagram won't. So if you're going to recommend people to watch this each week now on Instagram, let them know it'll die after an hour, and they'll have to either go to a different platform or try to refresh it somehow, because it's apparently a glitch that Instagram hasn't fixed. But okay, yep. Then I'm gonna go grab a drink and breathe for a second. I'll be right back if that's cool.
Of course. That's all today.
Be right back, y'all.
It's Friday, y'all. Welcome, Cheddar and Soul and Kami.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Looks like I joined right after a pretty meaningful discussion.
Yeah, we were just listening to. I'm sorry. So can you say his name?
Yeah, so his name is Abu Islam. He's right there below Kami, and he just hopped on from Rafah in Gaza, and we were just chatting with him and kind of getting a real live glimpse of day to day and big picture stuff from him.
Oh, yeah, I've been seeing more and more of that unfortunate discussions going on, and unfortunately it doesn't seem to be getting any better. I did catch where he's listening in at the moment and trying to pass it out as much as possible. If you could have him check out my first 3-pin videos. It gives instructions on how to make a cheap and effective water still, so they can get plenty of water even with seawater, as well as how to make fire with just a tin can and some cardboard with a little bit of like motor oil, olive oil, as well as like in addition, you can also use it with a ceramic flower pot as a heater. So I'm trying to get that out as much as possible, because I know water and heat are two big things right now. And you can save the video, share it with everybody. These are very, very easy things to make with things that are essentially just lying around. And they can
excellent.
Water and fire as they need.
Excellent, thank you, Cheddar. These are the first, you said 3 videos on your page?
Yeah, the first 3-pin videos, or
okay.
Videos, I should say.
Okay, sure. Abu Islam.
They're in English, so he'll have to have somebody translate. But
sure.
If he's good with the visuals, they're super easy to make, so he can get a good idea of how to do it with just the visuals.
Okay, sure. أبو إسلام الشخص اللي بالبوكس فوق تشيدر بيحب يقول لك إنه على الصفحة تبعه على تيك توك إذا بتحافظ على اسمه بتروح على الصفحة تبعه عنده 3 فيديوهات عليهم بن ممكن تشوفهم هن باللغة الإنجليزية طبعا، بس بحس إنه ممكن تفهم عليه where هو بيشرح كيف ممكن تستعملوا أدوات اللي حواليكم كرمال تعملوا مي نظيفة، تكرروا مي نظيفة، وكرمال تعملوا حرارة نار وحرارة من أشياء بسيطة، يعني كيف ممكن تركبوها للاستعمال.
صحيح، هذا جيد جدا وسيتم الأخذ بعين الاعتبار إن شاء الله.
Okay, wonderful. He's saying this is great cheddar, and that he will definitely look into it and spread it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good thing to share.
I was really into survival stuff for a number of years. Still kind of am, but I picked up a lot of these tricks that you can do. For instance, another really easy one, you can even do it with a description. You just get a 5-gallon pail, some plastic sheeting, and anything liquid. You can even, it sounds gross, but you can even use urine. You just put a cup or a receptacle of some kind in the center of this 5-gallon pail in the bottom, put enough liquid in the bottom, cover the bucket with the plastic sheeting, and then a rock or something to weight down the middle, and the heat of the sun will evaporate whatever liquid is in the bucket, and the condensation will collect on the sheet and then drip down into the cup in the middle. It takes longer, but that's just another way that you can get water that's super easy. And I do have a video on my page, but that one's more further down. It's not one of the pinned videos, but
This is I mean, not it's not really about everybody else, but that the bit about the place in paradise is still sitting with me. You know, it's not even a part of my faith directly, and it really it's very meaningful.
I know, but it's still, so touching. I saw like how that affected you.
Yeah, that's still.
I think everybody needs a collective group hug. Abu Islam, sorry guys, I'm going back into the chat. There are some people that are asking Abu Islam specific questions. So Hannah was asking about his PayPal, if it's in Gaza, and if he is managing to access the funds. So I'm just going to ask him real quick. Abu Islam, هانا في الشات عم تسأل إنه الباي بال تبعك هل هو موجود في غزة، وإذا موجود في غزة كيف عم تقدر تسحب المصاري المساعدات؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بالنسبة للبايبال موجود مع صديق لي في اليونان، ويتم سحب الأموال عن طريق مكتب هنا في غزة.
اوكي.
الايميل الحساب باسم واحد صديق لنا في اليونان.
اوكي. وبيكون في عمولة على يعني بياخذوا عمولة على المصاري؟
في عمولة هنا بتقدر نسحب. البايبال افضل، يعني اللي بياخذ عمولة بياخذ 7% او 5%، مش كتير، يعني احسن من عملات التوك توك.
Okay. So Hannah, to answer your question, he's saying that his PayPal is actually through a friend of his in Greece, and that they prefer money going through PayPal because it only costs 5 to 7% fees, whereas obviously TikTok takes a much bigger chunk out of it. So they prefer PayPal, and yeah, so it goes through Greece before it gets to him specifically.
Yeah, I thought it was cute. I'm holding my fat Greek cat right as he was saying that.
أبو إسلام القط تبع دكتور ليام هو بيعتبره من اليونان كمان، أعطيه اسم يوناني.
ما سمعت خيته؟
يعني هو بس كان عم عم بيقول إنه القط يلي معه كمان يوناني، لأن كنت عم تقول أنت الباي بال تبعك في يونان، فالقط تبعه بيعتبره هو يوناني وعطيه اسم يوناني كمان، مسميه سقراط.
إن شاء الله خير يا رب. وأنا صديقي اللي مسميه كركز.
كركز. أنت عندك كمان قط؟
بدي أضيف على التعليقات، هي موجودة.
Okay. So Liam, he's saying,
التعليقات
Abu Islam is
كركز
saying he has
2040.
he's saying his cat, Abu Islam's cat's name is Kirkiz.
Oh, that's adorable. So did you tell me, I didn't catch it. Did you say this is Socrates?
Yes.
Okay.
I told him that you see him as a Greek and that he has a Greek name, and I told him what the name was.
Yeah, he's my fat Greek philosopher.
You're a Greek philosopher.
So is he able to buy stuff with these funds in Gaza right now?
Okay. أبو إسلام كامي بيحب يسألك إنه هل عم تقدروا تشتروا محتاجاتكم، يعني بس يتأمن المصاري، هل عم تقدروا تشتروا محتاجاتكم في غزة من رفح؟
صحيح، ولكن الأسعار غالية، يعني ما يعدل مصروف العائلة اليومي من 50 ل 60 دولار يوميا. الأسعار غالية والله كتير جدا جدا جدا.
اللي هو شو كان قبل، بس لحتى للمقارنة، شو كان مصروف العائلة قبل الحرب، قبل الأحداث؟ شو بتعتقد كان مصروف العائلة؟
يعني بال50 دولار بنعيش أسبوع كنا. الحين ما بتعيشك يوم لأنه الأسعار غالية جدا.
Wow. Okay. So Kami, he's saying that the cost of living, that yes, they can purchase items in Rafah from the markets, but the cost of living is way higher. And he had mentioned that a family would require, I can't even imagine, would require $50 a day. And I said to him, just for comparison, what would $50 get a family before the conflict? And he said they could live on $50 for a week. Can you imagine? Mm-hmm. Not per person, but per family. And now they can't afford, like $50 could possibly get a family by for one day.
Yeah. It's a good part of the reason that, more than half the population is at the highest level of risk for starvation. I mean, the statistics on this are getting phenomenal. I mean, that needs to be noticed more. I mean, we need to be talking more about this shit.
Right. How do we not talk about that? Yeah. I mean, that's 7 times more.
I'm glad at least the European press is starting to talk a bit more about it and make it much clearer that, I mean, there was, like BBC is actually fairly conservative in a lot of its, the way it will report things, the language it'll use. And even BBC said that it is highly likely that Israel is using starvation as a weapon. Right, in a headline, not in the article.
Right.
So the European press is getting better at pointing the finger in the right place. The American press is still a little bit behind, but we're better than we have been before. But a lot of the major papers in the U.S. are still trash on this issue. But it's at least getting more attention, and I hope that needs to keep picking back up, because the fact that more than half are now at the very top level they will list before you're literally saying they are starving, they're about to die unalive, So it's this is very serious. So it's not surprising the costs are so high when there's so little available.
يا أبو إسلام كنا عم نحكي إنه كتير غريب إنه نحن مش عم نحكي بهذا الموضوع كفاية قديش المعيشة غالية. يعني نعرف نحن بأوقات الحرب المعيشة بتكون كتير غالية، بس كانت صعبة عليكم حتى قبل هذه الأحداث. بس عم نقرأ مقالات بالإعلام الأوروبي اللي هو عم يحكي هلا على المجاعة يلي إسرائيل عم تدفشها على الشعب الفلسطيني في غزة. بقى هذا الموضوع يعني ما كان ينحكى فيه أبدا، وهلأ عم بيكون بالبنود العريضة عم ينحكى فيها بالإعلام الأوروبي. فهذا الشيء إن شاء الله يعني بيرفع صوتكم والمشاكل العالم أكثر تسمعها.
قبل رمضان كنا عايشين عيشة حلوة. قبل الحرب طبعا كنا عايشين عيشة حلوة، يعني تقدر تعيش مصروف قليل. ولكن الآن الأسعار غالية والعيشة غالية، يعني حفاضات للبيبي ما بتقدر تجيبها إلا يكون معك فلوس. للأسف المساعدات التي تدخل على غزة ضئيلة جدا جدا. يعني أنت إذا كان معك فلوس بتقدر تشتريها، ما معك فلوس للأسف ما بتشتريها. وحل كل غزة هيك، المجاعة في كل بيت، المجاعة في كل شارع في غزة، الجوع والفقر والأمراض كلها في غزة للأسف الشديد.
Yeah. He said before this conflict, they felt like they were living a good life. It was a humble life, but at least they could afford, their basic needs. But right now, things are very expensive, and if you don't have the money, you can't even buy diapers for your babies. And that he feels that every home, every family in Gaza has been touched by this famine and and by disease and by lack of resources, because what is going in is very, 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 very minimal.
One thing that to help in that, I've been asked in the YouTube chats for the PayPal address, and I can't see it because I'm hosting the thingy here. So if somebody could type that in, and then I can try and like retype it into the other computer.
Did he share it with us, or did you want me to ask him to share it with us?
I think people were talking about it in the chat, but I don't know if anybody ever shared it. But if somebody could have. Actually, you can't put links directly in there, but if they can, I don't know, put like dot or whatever, like find a way to write it out, and then I'll type it into here if we can.
أبو إسلام عم يسألوا الناس على الباي بال تبعك، فإذا هن بدهم يساعدوا أو يبعتوا، لوين ممكن يبعتوا؟ هل أنت ممكن تكتبها في الكومنتس أو بتحبني أنا أكتبها؟
موجود في الكومنت الباي بال كركز 2040. بتوصل المساعدة عن طريق الباي بال عن طريق صديق في اليونان، وأنا بستلمها من أهله هنا أو
اوكي. لو سمحت أبو إسلام ممكن ترجع تكتبها لأن بعدهم عم يسألوا، فبتوقع إنه ما شافوها. He said he did put it in the comments, but I've asked him to put it in the comments again. I thought he was giving me the name of the cat. He did give it to us. It didn't show up. Okay. أبو إسلام ممكن ترجع تكتبها في الكومنتس لأنه عم بيقولوا ما حدا شافها. أنا كنت مشغولة عم بحكي معك صراحة، ما كنت عم شوف.
Yeah, if it was a link, it might not show up because links just disappear.
هاي كتبتها كركز 2040.
He's saying Kirkis 2040. Yeah, it's not showing up. طيب ممكن تعطيني إياه حرف بحرف وأنا رح أكتبها لأن ما عم تبين عنا، يمكن لأنها لينك. يمكن تكون ممنوعة على تيك توك.
Maybe he can DM it to you and I don't know.
إيه، أو ممكن تبعت لي إياها أبو إسلام، ممكن تبعت لي إياها على المسج، على التكست مسج.
Tony says it's in the bio. I can't see the bio because I'm hosting the thing, so I can't pull it up.
Oh, there it is.
But there
it is.
If somebody could
put
KRKZ.
You got it? I got it.
KERKZ 2040.
Yeah.
Okay, so KERKZ 2040.
Okay, شكرا أبو إسلام، أخذناها.
Okay. Okay, so I send it off to YouTube and Twitch.
And then he has the same email of his friend. It's the same KERKZ2040 @gmail.com. So this is his connection in Greece.
All right, sounds good. Carmen,
Okay,
I'm assuming you heard that
Muslim.
the email.
Tell him if he follows me back tomorrow when I get paid, I will send him some money.
Follows you back, sure. أبو إسلام شايف الشخص اللي فوقك كامي؟
مين؟
الشخص
كامي؟
اللي فوقك في البوكس كامي؟
ايه
اوكي بده اياك تعمل له فولو، وهو بيحب يقول لك انه بكره هو لما بيقبض بيحب يساعدك ماديا، بس بدك تبعت له فولو وتبعت له
ان
مسج
شاء
بكره.
الله. انا عملت له فولو.
Okay, he went ahead and followed you, Kami. Thank you.
ايه عملت له.
Okay.
I'll send that soon. Thank you.
شكرا كمان. على الرحب والسعة.
Thanks, Carmen.
اللي حابب يساعد على الباي بال يتابعني، يعمل لي فولو ويكتب لي في الرسالة وببعت له الباي بال. بكون أفضل أحسن.
He's saying also, if anybody wants to help him, feel free to follow him, and he will connect with you privately. It might be safer that way for all parties involved.
With the internet so bad, I wonder if they still have access to a lot of the proxies to bounce around things, because to get around the Israelis and interfering with things, people used to be really good at bouncing things through proxies. I wonder if they still have secure ways to get calls and stuff out.
All right, let me ask him. أبو إسلام أيام قبل كان يكون في أشخاص يعني بين اللي عم يبعت الأموال وبين اللي عم يقبض الأموال. يعني على سبيل المثال نحن هلا إذا بنبعت لك مصاري through PayPal عن صديقك باليونان، قديش يعني غير 5 أو 7% على اللي بياخدوها من المصاري، كان يكون في ناس بينكم وبين باي بال كمان كانوا يقبضوا من هاي المصاري. يعني إذا حدا بعت لك $100 كانت توصلك يمكن $70 أو $60. هلا عم تقدروا تقبضوا المصاري دغري، يعني بدون ما يكون في عملاء بينكم وبين باي بال؟
بالنسبة ده على الباي بال ده حد ببعت لي $100 بس لما أنا هنا $95.
Okay, not bad. So ما في عملاء بينكم وبين باي بال؟ Okay. So he's saying, okay. So he's saying that currently they are able to receive the money directly through PayPal. So say, for example, if I were to send him $100 today through PayPal, he will receive it as $95. So about a 5% fee.
Yeah,
which is not bad at all.
The thing I'm worried about is not them interfering with things like that, but whether or not. Okay, so for people trying to get in contact directly, emails, telephone calls, things like that, the Israelis are really good at spying on that stuff, which is why people run through proxies and VPNs to bounce out to make it look like you're somewhere else in order to avoid that. They used to have some fairly sophisticated ways to do that. I'm not sure if the way the infrastructure has been limited, if that's affecting, because if people are going to then be in contact, I don't want it to, then flag anything for the Israelis to let them know that somebody's talking to somebody outside and things like that. Just in terms of safety, that's all I'm worried about for people.
Right.
I don't know how much that's affected them.
His friend in Greece. أبو إسلام اليوم عم يسأل إنه إذا هاي المصاري وصلتك، هل ممكن هذا شكل خطر عليك بالنسبة للمراقبة من الجيش الإسرائيلي؟
لا يوجد أي مشاكل. لأن الأمور بالنسبة للأمور المساعدات لا يوجد بها أي مشاكل. هناك اتفاقية بين شركات باي بال وبين المكاتب، فيش مشاكل يعني. وبالنسبة للفلوس اللي بتوصلني ما بحطها أنا في جيب بيتي أو في بيتي. إن شاء الله حتذهب للناس المستحقة، الناس النازحين والمرضى. ونسأل الله أن يكون هذا كله خالص لوجه الله، وإن شاء الله هذا الإشي بيكون أنتم في ميزان حسناتكم في الشهر الكريم.
أكيد. So he's saying no, there are no issues with proxies, that it's actually not, even if it's monitored, he's saying it's completely allowed and they've not had any negative repercussions. He feels that there may be some agreements with PayPal and the Israeli government, that it's not problematic for people to send cash.
Right. Yeah, I just want for contact in general. I just want to make sure that he's not going to get onto a list for somebody for them to watch, or it's not going to affect other people who are in contact with him, to put them on a list.
Right.
Because they do keep lists. I mean, the only time that I have not been detained and strip searched is the very first time I arrived in the country. I got on a list and I've stayed on a list ever since. They're good at tracking statistics.
Yeah, it seems he's also saying that what happens is when he does receive that money, he's saying, we spend it on much needed goods anyway. So it's not like it's going into a bank or, like it's accumulating or they're sleeping on it. They're actually
for sure.
using it. So.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to keep it's not the PayPal I'm worried about. It's just the contact and being on lists. That's the only concern. I'm because I want please, if you can, like, anybody send cash, like, help out like that. I know they're not gonna stop. It's the tracking of names and who they're talking to. That's for his safety, because he has to live with them. So
right. I'll tell him one more time. أبو إسلام ليا بس عم بيجرب إنه يكون حذر على سلامتك، يعني ما بده يكون في ترابط بين يعني انت عم تقبض المصاري ومين عم يبعت لك المصاري وليش عم يبعت لك المصاري. يعني ما بده يكون انت عليك هذا الشيء شكل عليك خطر، لان انت اللي عايش هونيك على الارجح.
فاهم عليك. لا يوجد مشاكل، لانه الباي بال مش موجود في غزة، الباي بال موجود في اليونان عند صديق لي. والفلوس أنا بستلمها هنا نقدي يدوي، وليس عن طريق حساب يعني. أما الحساب حيكون موجود مع صديق في اليونان. لا يوجد أي خوف، لأنه مش مربوط في غزة أو فلسطين هو الحساب.
I got you. So he's saying that they've actually found ways around it, where his friend in Greece is basically the end point for these funds, and he receives them cash in his hand. So there's no way to connect to Gaza. So it's as if we're donating to somebody in Greece.
Yeah, again, the donation isn't the part of it's because you had said before that he was open to being contacted directly and interacting with people. So I was just worried about him, so it's fine. Don't worry about it at this point. It's, no big deal. And again, I want people to donate. So please, please do so. And either way, for anybody outside, you have nothing to worry about at all. It's whether or not it starts adding check marks in a list for him on the ground, that he has contacts with people outside, if he's getting calls or emails or something. That's all I was worried about.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much. That was all great. And yeah, the PayPal information went off to the other sites as well. So hopefully some of that comes in to help.
It would be like the U.S. government to put us on the list for helping people out in Gaza too.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's not like they don't pay attention to us too.
Yes, Hannah, they don't, it doesn't seem like they draw it from a bank account. So it technically will go to whatever their connections are outside of Gaza. And then they receive it as cash minus the fees, obviously. I mean, 5% is not bad at all. I was very surprised by that.
Yeah, in perspective to TikTok.
يا أختي أنا شايف إنه معظم التعليقات إنه خايفة من التحويل، ولكن التحويل مش موجود، مش هتقدر تحول أنت على غزة، لأنه ممنوع تحول على غزة. التحويل خارج غزة، وأنا بستلم هنا يدوي من شخص هنا، مش عن طريق لا بنك ولا عن طريق باي بال. أنا بستلم شخصي وبقول بقول له الحساب وصلك كذا من كذا، هيقول صحيح، هروح استلمهن من أخوه أو مكتب إلهم هنا يدوي.
مزبوط شرحت لهم هيك ابو اسلام. يعني ايه مزبوط، كانوا هن صراحه مش خايفين على انفسهم، خايفين عليك لانه انت عايش هناك تحت الكيان الصهيوني، فخايفين عليك اكثر من انه عم بيفكروا بانفسهم. بس شرحت لهم انه ما في كونكشن، ما في اتصال مع غزه دايركت مع البنوك في غزه، وانه انت بتقبضهم كاش من مكتب.
صحيح.
اوكي ولا يهمك. وهو وزع الباي بال اكونت تبعك على الشاشات الثانيه يلي فتحها هلا.
ان شاء الله خير يا رب، ان شاء الله نقدر نسعد اكثر كم هائل من الناس، ان شاء الله نسعد الجميع ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. He's hopeful that he can help a lot of people and he's thankful for everyone's help.
There was some troll type person earlier that got that Erica muted, that then started requesting to try and come up. I don't think that they're anymore. I was just looking. I think they finally left, which is great, because here we are trying to actually help people, and he just wanted to come up and fight and badmouth Palestinians. So screw him.
Yeah, and I think especially when we have someone on here who's, live from there. I mean, it can be easy for them to hop on these lives with us and concentrate and have the back and forth. Oh,
I was never going to let someone like that up anyway. There's just no way in this. But I think they got tired of waiting and finally fucked off to some other live to harass somebody else, because trolls be trolls,
Yeah. I'm sitting there waiting. It gave me a slight enjoyment, I must admit.
Ignoring it. Yeah, exactly. I looked every now and then to see if it was still there and see, hey, you still waiting? Cool. I'm not going to say anything to you. I'm just going to let you wait until you get bored and leave.
Yeah, be patient. Until they have the patience of these Palestinians in Gaza, we're not going to.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Oh,
build patience.
Jamal wants to come up. If somebody else can pop up, maybe wants to say hello.
I can drop. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, if you want to come back and chat about something else later too, if you're still around, please do. But thanks.
Yeah, please do request.
How do you drop?
Erica, can you do? Oh, too late. Okay. So, and then are you letting Jamal up, or should I?
I have one more resource too for him. It's called, the name of the booklet is Palestinian Wild Food Plants. You can download the PDF for free by going to handmadepalestine.com. There you can also shop for Palestinian-made items. Obviously, there isn't as much right now, but you can support Palestinians there. But to find this book, you go to that handmadepalestine.com, go to the blog in the menu, and then educational resources, and it'll be the first thing that pops up. In addition to our first step to saving Palestine's natural heritage, but that's not here nor there right now. But yeah, you can download this Palestinian Wild Food Plans, and it is in English in the title, but the book is in Arabic. So it is a free PDF that they can download and do some foraging. It also comes with pictures of what each plant looks like, rather than just drawings. It's actual pictures, so they can do that as well. I know there's not a lot of plants probably this time of year.
Yeah,
but
well, I think with the amount of bulldozing and boom booms and the fact that they're down to grass already, if people are eating grass, there's nothing left. But normally it's a great idea.
Gaza is essentially, like on the beach, right? So I don't know how much foraging they do there. But Cheddar, you're just a wealth of information here tonight. How have we not translated us Arab Americans, how have we not translated your videos that you had penned? I mean, those are fantastic, man.
Good idea.
I don't know.
That's a good idea.
If somebody wants to download and translate, I'm happy to repost them.
I got
or if somebody knows, you can download it and then just translate it and then share it yourself. That way, I mean, they are subtitled on my own as well as through TikTok. So that, there is English subtitles, but I'm afraid of using Google Translate to translate anything. So otherwise I would have probably done it that way. But yeah, feel free to do a voiceover for them and repost if you like.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Cheddar. I mean, the how-to stuff is going to be very helpful to them.
Yeah, anything to help, especially getting water and heat. And like I said, I mean, the heat is, like I said, it's so easy. It's just a tin can. You pop some holes in. You get a soda can. You roll up some cardboard that's been soaked in oil of any kind whatsoever, and you've got yourself a burner that lasts for at least an hour, and then you just add a little bit of oil here and there to keep it going, and it works awesome. If you see the videos, you'll see what I mean. But I mean, these things are just laying around, and if there's cars that are busted up, you could just use the used motor oil. You can even use oil that's mixed with sand, and then like put a little, like a piece of cloth or whatever, or just by itself. You can get heat flame that way if you don't have any cardboard. If you have oil, there's a lot of things that you can do so they can get heat. And like I said, with the still, it's just two things. It's just one thing that you can cover and stick a tube into, and that tube just goes into a receptacle that collects the condensation, and boom, you've got, as long as you can keep a fire going and keep water going into it, and being next to the ocean, it's perfect. You can get as much drinking water as you want, and if you need to, once that water boils out, you can scrape the salt off the bottom, and you have salt, because we all need salt. So there's more than just water out of that. So
I mean, look at Cheddar. He's like the modern day MacGyver. I'm going to show my age when I said, does anyone know who MacGyver is?
Of course I do. Are you kidding?
The core.
Wait, let me get a perfect gum wrap to connect things together. Hey, can you all move Liam's that thing so I can follow? Cheddar, I don't know if I follow you, dude. Can you move his, that little label real quick?
Done.
There we go.
And everybody, can we please go ahead and tap the screen to at least 50,000? I heard that he's been on for over an hour now, and he should have been at 50,000 likes a while ago. There's definitely enough people in here to make that happen. So if you guys could at least just fill the power bar once, if you rapid tap, it'll fill it up pretty quickly, and see, there it goes. It rises so quick. Do y'all just need somebody to yell at you every once in a while? Is that what this is?
No, Hiba, they just need someone to encourage them.
Yeah, you're good at that. I hear you mentioning it all the time. I have, it has never occurred to me to say that once. But
I think part of it is that we're as a host, you're so preoccupied with delivering content, but to protect your live, and you saw yesterday, we got to 70,000 with just about 30 people, 40 people on average.
Right, yeah.
So easy to get there. The other thing that can help protect the live, you guys, is that little orange heart that you see at the top next to Liam's name. So if you guys just tap that, it's a penny. Just like hit send, and what it does is just joins you on his team, and it just shows TikTok that his audience is interactive. So that helps quite a bit as well. We appreciate you guys, and I'm sorry if I cut anybody off. I know I came in here kind of and just took over.
You came in here like a bullhead, but what's up with that?
I know, always, man. I'm always ready to step up. You want to go?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'll stand back on that one. I just came up to say hi to Liam and everybody, and I hear Cheddar with the survival skills, the MacGyver of 2024. I love it. How y'all doing?
We're all good. I stayed off yesterday, but the couple of days before that, I was talking to press in Gaza, and it's just, I don't know, translating for press gets me a lot, just because it's very emotional for me. I don't know how other people feel when they're translating, but honestly, like they're incredible human beings.
You can't suppress your emotions, but you can control how you react to them. And I think what you're doing on these panels and other platforms is how you control your emotions, because suppressing them isn't healthy. And can you imagine what they're going through at a time like this? And so you're doing a really good service for everyone.
No, thank you. It's just, it's like, it's interesting. JBS, you served, right?
I did.
Okay. I always tell people, because I lived in Syria for a year during the war, right? And I felt the boom booms, and I felt the missiles hit the ground, and I've heard the ARs go off and all of these things. But I always tell people that watching it is very different than experiencing it, and sometimes watching it in a strange way is even harder, just because you feel completely helpless. You have no control. You don't know what to do. And when you're in it, you're just kind of in that like survival mode. So it's not that you almost go numb, but not numb in the sense where you don't feel pain or anything like that. It's just that, like, okay, this is where we are, and I'm just going to deal with it.
Place for go through PTSD or what you're talking about, Heba, and the long-term effects are just incomparable. And so for children, especially for the children that are experiencing that today, and if anyone thinks that's an easy path for them from now until God knows when, it's so difficult. Even if you hear about the journalists that have come out of Gaza and how they can't function properly in normal society right now because of what they've gone through.
It's everything just becomes, your senses are heightened in a different way. I think after the fact, more so than during. My kids only came from Syria a year ago, and like when we live in an area where people just have a tendency to set off fireworks, like the big ones. And even that triggered them at the beginning. It took them a while to get used to it.
No, I hear you. I have a brother who served for 25 years and did several tours. And not comparing it to what the children are going through Gaza, but he suffers from PTSD. His last mission, he got ambushed, and he was hit with shrapnel. So, and so I can imagine what those children are going through. I see we have someone from Gaza today. Is that what it is?
We do, yes. Abu Islam hopped on
early on,
actually.
Abu Islam.
You know him, okay.
Yeah, كيفك أبو إسلام? أبو إسلام سامعني؟
JVS, he was saying that there he is. Never mind.
السلام عليكم. سامعك أخوي جباس حبيب قلبي. الله يسعدك.
الله يسعدك.
حبيب أخوي، شو أخبارك؟ كيف أمورك؟ رمضان كريم إن شاء الله عليك أخوي.
الحمد لله، هينا عايشين كل يوم بيوم.
الله يكرمك.
الله يخليك.
الحمد لله.
وشو أحوالك؟
الله يقويك، ما شاء الله عليك، الله يحفظك.
الله يقوي الكل.
والله الحمد لله رب العالمين يعني. يا رب نسأل الله العفو والعافية وربنا يزيح الغم عنا إن شاء الله وعن المسلمين جميعا يا رب.
inshallah حبيبي inshallah. You're in good hands today أبو إسلام. عندك عندك هبة، عندك ليام، كلهم بدعموك أكتر ما أنت بتفكر وأكتر من الكل.
الله يكتب أجرهم إن شاء الله، إن شاء الله في ميزان حسناتهم في الشهر الكريم إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله حبيبي إن شاء الله. So Liam, I wanted to come up and say hi to you, man. So you guys, Liam has been, I got to give you a shout out too, bro. So you know me, man, I'm always full of gratitude for people that help support. Liam, you guys, if you don't know, Liam does this for you all for like 9 hours, sometimes 10. Then he's been joining our book club on Tuesdays and Thursdays as we're reading the book. And you gotta look at it this way. It's like having a freaking library of encyclopedias, just giving you information. Like I'll read a section, and Liam, you know how you all know Liam. He's either I agree with this, or let me give you the real answer to this stuff. And it's such a refreshing perspective to have him on the panel. And so I just wanted to come up and give him some love. And Verena, it's a book club that I host every Tuesday and Thursday at 7:40 Pacific Standard Time. And Liam joins. We're on our third book, and Liam joins as I read, give context. Liam gives greater context. And so think of it as a class in a university, but it's free to our listeners. And he and I are doing a podcast together. I've always got to plug that, Liam. I'm sorry, man. That's kicking off in May. So you all need to join our podcast. We're kicking it off in May. Things are coming together, and so stand by for that. As we used to say in the military, stand by to stand by, or hurry up and wait. That was the other saying: hurry up and wait. And the last saying we used to say was "eat it now, taste it later." When we eat it now, taste it later. But so you guys, please make sure you follow Liam, you follow me, you follow Cheddar for his survival skills, and everyone else on this panel is giving you perspective and giving you insight. It's great to be able to build community this way. So I just want to come up and say hi to Liam and everyone, and please ask him questions. I think you love doing this, man, don't you?
It's actually pretty relaxing. When, especially on the Fridays, the drive is so awful that I would just come home and just sit there and watch some trash TV to relax and go to sleep. And this does the same thing, and it's actually beneficial. So I'm glad somebody sucked me into TikTok so I can actually do something productive with those times when I'm trying to relax after all the driving.
Yeah, it's your audiobook. I'm your audiobook.
Yeah, this is nice. And for the drive times too, it's nice that your book club just lined up perfectly from when I'm leaving LA. So during the, I can pop in during those 2-hour drives and just chat in the car.
That is crazy. You have an hour and 40-minute drive.
That's it's an hour and 40 if there's no traffic. If I wait, but yeah, it's a good bit longer. And on Fridays, depending on what time I leave, it'll be anywhere from 3 to 5 hours.
Oh my God.
Fridays are bad.
Right? I mean, and what's interesting about that is sometimes 5 minutes can make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
I used to drive out to the valley, and that's not a long drive. Typically, it's like 30 minutes. Yeah. But if I left at 6:35 or 6:40 versus 6:30,
right,
it took me 20-30 minutes later.
Yep, I see that every morning. If I'm just a hair off in my time when I leave the house in the morning, it's a huge impact on the drive. And the longer they are, I mean, I felt it all the way up today. Like once I'm in there for a while, I get my leg is in pain. Like it hurts sitting in those chairs that long. So
well, you need to connect with me offline. I know you've got some questions in the chat. Let's do some stretching stuff that can help.
Right. Yeah.
Let me know, man. Just call me anytime or just text me.
I was already going to say, we've got so many other things that we need to talk about too. So setting up the Discords, talking about a lot more. I want to start planning like what'll be the topics, for, the first weeks. We can start building a calendar out. But cool. I was talking to somebody else recently about trying to find, adding some things in terms of an exercise regimen anyway, because like some kind of yoga, some kind of stretching, things like that. So maybe you can help me to like figure things out. Because the hardest thing about yoga or stretching exercises for me and for my brain is that I can't easily look at the picture and know what to do. Like, because there's it's like it's similar to like my language processing issue. There's a part of my brain understands it, but it can't translate it into the physical action. So when I try to be in like classes, like you see people like dancing or something, I can't look at what they're doing or the exercise and then flip it around and do it myself.
How far are you from the South Bay, by the way?
That LA camp. I mean, I teach in South LA. I'm that class that's in Carson, that campus.
Dude,
so I'm on Tuesday on Tuesday and Thursday. I'm in your neighborhood.
Dude, bro, you're like a hop, skip, and a jump away.
Yeah.
I'll text you offline.
I grew up in that area too.
You're off next week for spring break, right?
For that campus, yeah. So that those Tuesdays and Thursdays I would have been at home, yeah. But
let's
the week after,
so we can talk about the stuff you just mentioned prior to this, so that we get the calendar up and running. I've got an open schedule until something else comes up.
Yeah, for sure. We can talk on the Tuesday or Thursday before your book club or something. We'll figure a time to chat about it, and then maybe for some day like on a Tuesday or Thursday, around the time of your book club, instead of hitting the road to home, I can meet up you and we can like sit together and do something.
Let's do that.
And then we can chat about some of the exercise stuff and then head up.
Let's do that this week. You want to do that this Tuesday or Thursday?
This week I'm not going down the hill.
Oh, that's right.
On Tuesday and Thursday I'm not leaving the house. but the next week, week after that for sure.
I'll be out of well, we can talk offline, but I'll be out of town.
Yeah, we'll pick a time. We'll pick a time. Just the coming week, Tuesday and Thursday, I'm not leaving the house. But normally.
Awesome. I will with a strawberry, Emily. I will. And by the way, if you guys want to learn how to make atayef, I'm going to do a live on atayef on Sunday for Easter. And so that way I'm trying to bring language, culture, tradition, customs to my platform as well. So feel free to join. You guys have a great night. I'm going to start working out, get my mind right. And then and then for those that are interested, just one last thing, if you don't mind, Liam, I'm going to do a public speaking video, a full video here, and I'm going to post it to the podcast. And so I created a deck for it. So for those of you that are interested in learning how to public speak, fundamentals, really basic, I'll post it to the podcast and post clips of it. And then we'll continue to do more of that as time comes up. Hey, Rima, how are you? So Liam,
Earlier today, Eric was actually asking about that. I think she was on like how do people get comfortable talking on TikTok, and coming up on lives. So that actually might be very beneficial.
Yeah. I can't wait. I was thinking about it last night. I actually didn't sleep last night till 4 a.m. And I got up early because I had a cup of coffee while I was doing the book club. And some nights I'm good, some nights I'm not. And so 4 o'clock in the morning is when I went to bed. And I woke up this morning at like 8:30. I was up and I had to eat breakfast. I was so hungry. But bye, kitty. All right, guys. All right, Liam, bro. I'll chat with you later. I'll text you and then we'll find some time to connect, okay? Take care, y'all.
What is a dinosaur?
Yeah, JB. Yes, thank you.
I think it's a brachiosaur. Okay.
Funny, he mentioned a gum wrapper talking about MacGyver. What's funny is you can start a fire with a gum wrapper and a battery.
Yep, that's great.
Only you know that, Cheddar. That's not common knowledge for the layperson like myself.
Wait, I was actually in the Scouts when that stuff was still on TV, so that we used to try and come up with stuff like that.
Yes, hi everyone, and hi Liam. My name is Joseph Habasar. I think I got the impression that you live in LA.
Yeah. Well, I don't live in LA, but I'm in Southern California.
Oh, okay. I do live in LA. And I see that you're speaking about Israel-Palestine. And I would like to introduce myself. My name is Joseph Habasar, and I am the founder of an organization called the Israeli-Palestinian Confederation, where we are proposing the creation of a federal government for the people of Israel and Palestine. Yep. And I wanted to invite you to come to the simulation. We simulate that every second Sunday of the month. So our next simulation is this coming Sunday. Today is Friday, so the day after tomorrow, it's at 9 o'clock Los Angeles time. But we have people from all over the world, and we simulate how a common federal government could be created and make peace, because peace is the ultimate destiny for Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, we talk about options like that all the time, and I've talked about the kind of democratic confederationalism, coming up with some kind of like shared system like that, or some kind of binational structure. How could you do it as a unitary state but locking things in constitutionally? If people are better aware that there are solutions that take into account the realities on the ground, we might really get somewhere. So that they're all great conversations to have. So that's great. Yeah, if there's some kind of discussion or something like that, I'm fine. If I'm free, invite me to something.
Yeah, so you can sign up. We actually have a constitution. We ask the audience to participate and take part as either Israeli or Palestinian parliament members in the common federal government. And we actually vote on the Constitution. We vote on legislation to show that it's feasible to have a federal government. And I think it's the ultimate solution.
Yep, that sounds great. I'm glad you announced it. Yeah, if there's a place where you post the schedule for things like that, then
yeah, sure. It's on our website, ipconfederation.org.
Is that listed on your profile?
I don't know, but you can also email me and I'll send you a.
Okay. I did a follow back. I'll try to remember to send a DM later.
Yeah. Yeah. So
if I forget, just send me a direct message anytime.
Yeah, I see you have a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
So we are looking for people like you that would be able to engage in a discussion.
I'm a historian and specifically of this conflict too.
Really?
Yeah, my doctorates are my areas are Middle East and Europe, and so I focus on the Mediterranean basin overall. And all my early research was on the Israel-Palestine conflict. So my
very interesting, because
my dissertation
we invite historians. We had Noam Chomsky twice. We had many people of both sides of the aisle. We've been doing this now for several years. So maybe I'll invite you to speak in one of our simulations.
Yeah, I did. I did the copy editing and contributed a chapter to this that was done out of the University of Lund, trying to find solutions to bring people together into some kind of confederation. This was basically setting up two parallel governments. Yeah, the parallel states model, which I don't think is the best model for it, but I was still interested in anything that's better than the whole bullshit two-state idea people have been talking about forever.
Yeah. Well, I actually invited them, and they came to and we had a debate. If it's the same people, because they, bottom line, they believe in two states.
Well, two governments, but sharing exactly the same territory.
Yeah, so we think that I think that the two governments are failed governments. They are not.
Yeah.
They're not.
No, I agree. It's all a matter of like trying to find a way to think outside the box. I've always been for a unitary democratic state. So yeah. That's my idea. But yeah, anything that's better than the way people have been talking about it is worth discussing. And what a lot of them were after is there's two governments, but they cover the same territory. And to do that, they would have to be in some kind of confederation. So they are separate governments, but they're linked together. In some ways, what they're talking about is a little bit like, I don't know, Belgium in a sense, where there's two distinct, federated areas and then shared framework between them. I think we can do better than that. but it was a step to get more people talking about something better than like the Oslo crap.
Yeah, I agree, but the question, the real question is who will create this government, and I am very much against the idea that it would be the existing governments because they have no vision for peace.
Agreed. Yeah, all three of those governments have to go. They're not helpful.
But it's hard to make them go. They don't want to go.
Yeah, but there are ways to do it. In fact, the short for what I would envision as the easiest way to topple it is for the Palestinians to abandon the pretense of separate institutions, force the Israelis to annex the territory, and then engage in massive nonviolent civil disobedience, South Africa style, until it topples the government and you start over and you can write something new. That would be the easiest way to do it. But if you force direct seizure of the land, then that opens up the possibility of citizenship. Then citizenship opens up the possibility of civil rights and trying to then it becomes a civil rights struggle. And the more you bring up the civil rights at that point, then at some point you're talking about a kind of binationalism, but it has to start somewhere. But it's a way of they're never going to change on their own, but if you can exploit the circumstances and put them in a situation where it will fall apart, in terms of that pressure.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. That is a realistic scenario. It's basically causing them to collapse on their own weight.
Right, which they're going to do inevitably the way it's going on, but it'll take a lot longer if we allow them to maintain the status quo of occupation. This could stretch on for another century. But if we force them to take direct responsibility for it and turn it into a civil rights struggle, it could happen a lot faster. The PA was created consciously to prevent the possibility of a solution.
Exactly.
So dismantling the PA and forcing them to take full responsibility and then shifting to a civil rights struggle, that will put much more direct pressure, and that will topple the existing system much faster.
And Yusuf, hi, welcome to the panel. Liam, this might be a really great segue because you're talking all about it, to go back to that beginning question.
Oh yeah, you had a question much earlier.
Will Palestine be a state in your opinion?
Yeah, the short of that is twofold. A, it literally already is a state, so the language we use is dishonest. It's been a state since 1985. It's just not a country because it has no sovereign control of land. Will it be a country? No. There's literally no possibility of two sovereign states between the Jordan and the Mediterranean. Nothing about the existing Israeli system would ever tolerate that. It would have to go away. And if that government is already going to collapse, why not do something better? So it's pointless. It's the discussion of two sovereign states is intended to perpetuate the status quo and keep this occupation going forever. That's its sole reason for existing. So yes, but no.
So Liam, what is your email address? Because I just try to direct, and I don't know how to do that.
I try to avoid saying things like that over things.
Okay.
The easiest thing to do is
I can give you my email.
Well, it's easier just so we're not passing emails over TikTok. The easiest thing is I've already done a follow back. Send me a direct message, and we'll do it that way. And if you don't want to send a direct message through TikTok, all of my social media has the same name, that Liam O'Mara IV. So you could send me a DM on Twitter or whatever else. I'll always get it. So direct messages, and then we can exchange emails that way, and then go from there.
Okay. Yeah, because I would like to invite you to speak in one of our. You can come this Sunday. You'll find it. We have Professor from Amherst University, a historian, coming this Sunday.
You do these how often? Because I'm already backed up this Sunday with work.
No, yeah, we do it every 2 weeks on a Sunday. We are backed up until June, so I'll have to invite you for June.
Yeah. So, well, okay, cool. Then we'll pick one that works. June is actually perfect because it's in summer. My workload is a whole lot lighter.
Oh, terrific!
So great.
Terrific. Yeah. Okay, so I'll find a way to connect with you, and I think that you do terrific.
Sounds great.
All right.
I'll be there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yep. No worries.
Yeah. Go ahead and let me know. Thank you.
Oh, and I know there were several people asking about the red heifer stuff, but
Yeah, that was my next question.
Okay,
Perfect.
cool. Well, as long as we've for the person who asked about the will Palestine be a state, as long as that clarifies it for them, because it is like it technically is, but the way people talk in the media about a second state, no, that'll never happen.
Yeah, I think that was a great response. We'll see if there's follow up.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, Hannah was asking about the update with the red heifer.
Yeah, as far as update, yeah, this is one of the Shabbats where it could happen. If they go ahead and do it, honestly, a lot of the breathless reporting on this is kind of all smoke and no fire, in the sense that it won't actually lead to anything. But it is a bad sign of the direction this conflict is going. The key to it, if people don't understand the purpose of this, is to start the creation of a temple, you need a few specific ingredients, and this is one of those. And so it would allow them to begin the process of building something, but to do that, they have to destroy Al-Aqsa and the Dome of the Rock, which the Israeli government has been foiling plots to do that for decades. They pay close attention to the extremists who are trying to do it, and they're constantly stopping them from it, because they do understand just how problematic that'll be for it. If this goes on for more decades, and the fundamentalist population goes up, because if people are really interested, I've got a bunch of books on Jewish fundamentalism to talk about these issues. Jewish fundamentalism is a growing threat as far as T-ism inside Israel and all kinds of problems like that, but it's the population of the people doing that is still relatively small, and the government is explicitly opposing their positions. If this kind of thing drags on longer and longer, and the government becomes more and more radical, then it becomes more of a threat. And but at that point, all they've set aside like the ashes, and they'll be able to do something like that. But right now, all they're doing is they're stockpiling the materials they need for purification to start the process of building a temple. But they can't build a temple. So it's worth knowing that this is a threat, which is why I've been talking about it for so long, but it's not an immediate threat. So if anybody's worried about what they're going to do when this actually happens, don't worry about it. It's not anything that's going to threaten anybody anytime soon.
And it's crazy to think about that Netanyahu isn't even the worst one that it can be.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
not even the worst that it can actually be.
No, he's not even close, honestly. He is honestly, the fact that he has been the one steering a cabinet this bad has honestly been the best we could have hoped for, given the kind of people that he's put in it. I mean, there are some really far-right awful people. And if those parties keep growing, and again, given the structural dynamics of the conflict, if this carries on for more decades, those numbers will keep going up. So they will become a significant threat. And obviously that would really make a lot of the evangelicals in this country happy, unfortunately, which just gives us more of an onus to do something about it. So people are paying attention to the red heifer stuff. If that is worrying you, what that should do is keep us active on this, regardless of when this thing winds down in Gaza, because we need to stay on the ball. And every time this has calmed back down, I begged people to stay involved and keep working at this to try and increase the numbers and change the dynamics. And people always drift off to different causes. We have to change the dynamics. We have to solve the conflict. If we can't find some kind of solution, then in the long run, what they are doing now is going to make this so much worse. But it's not an immediate threat. That's all I want to say. It's a long-term threat that we need to pay attention to and organize around, but it's not going to immediately lead to an apocalyptic war. And I've seen some people worrying about it that way.
And forgive me if this isn't connected or we need to come back to it, but what I sent you with Russia moving into the Red Sea, some of your
oh yeah, I was going to ask you
thoughts
why there, because that's also that I didn't know why you'd sent it, because the fact that they're also patrolling in the area it doesn't hurt anything. You know, it's not they I don't think that there's any immediate danger from that.
It's not showing kind of like an escalation there, and your feeling?
No, not really. No, I don't think that they're going to engage in any military actions there, and I don't think any European countries are going to engage in fights with them. It's more about trying to show the flag there around the Houthi issue and being present while other countries are also patrolling in that area. Because a whole bunch of other countries are doing it, but they couldn't join that whole coalition-y type thing because it's being led by the U.S. But they want also to be seen as the Russians under Putin since '99 have been obsessed with recovering some of the prestige they had as the Soviet Union, and they want to fly the flag wherever they can and be considered relevant. They want to be seen as a player in the world. So this is just trying to insert themselves into something like that.
Got it. That's why, like, you bring so much hope. Like, Liam, you are such a gift.
That's hopeful.
I think so. I mean, I go into like nihilism's like spiral.
I guess if you're going straight to like the most apocalyptic scenarios, then yeah, I can.
Yeah, I mean,
because there's a lot of this is a lot of depressing stuff still. but yeah, okay, yeah, okay, I get you.
Totally.
Yeah, this is when people are always like screaming, "It'll be World War III," and like, no, it's not. I mean, when the fight broke out in Ukraine, they're like, "Oh, it's World War III." It's absolutely not going to calm the hell down, people. It's not. I mean, throughout the entire Cold War, when the Soviet Union was at its height, they had an economy 1/10 the size of the American. It was the size of Britain's. They were never a comparable power, and they never wanted war. It never would have really come to it. It would have had to been triggered by an accident, not a deliberate escalation. So while they will talk a big talk and they'll beat their chests and they'll put troops and ships in places where we don't want them to be, it's just brinksmanship. It's or it's showing the flag, or it's some way to kind of like puff yourself up, but they're always going to stop before a certain point. The only danger is the miscalculations. So that's where we have to be careful when people are all in the right spot and the circumstances could tip you over. So there were 4 times during the Cold War where we got close to an accident, but we were never close to any intentional conflict on either side. And the Soviets were always absolutely determined to prevent it. And the Russians are a shitload weaker than the Soviets ever were. They know they can't handle, a big war. So this was never going to turn into a much bigger thing. But it is important that people care about it, just not get super depressed and nihilistic and worried about, nukes or something.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. I want to make sure before we welcome Abdul. How
are you doing, guys?
Hi, if there's any lingering questions. So I don't know, you came up and translating, which I appreciate so much if we got to your question.
Yeah, of course. Actually, it's, I have...
Hold on for just a second. Abdul, hold on, we'll be right with you. Thank you.
Yeah, Erica, I just came up to translate. Actually, if you need my spot, feel free to, because Abdul's here and I'm sure he can translate for Abu Islam if he needs to hop in. Hi, Abdul.
Oh, you're great. You're great. You're free to hang out. I just wanted to make sure, and then Stephen, see if there were any lingering. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're welcome to hang. You're such a gift. Everybody here is, this panel's fire. So, and welcome, Stephen, to the panel.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, long time no see.
2 things. Hey, Liam, how are you? Dr. Liam, excuse me. Thank you.
You at what point did I look very formal to you?
Since I met you. Anyway, two things. One, I just want to go back to what was being discussed while I was driving home from work, and this goal of being able to provide help to folks. We went through this quite a bit with people. It was probably about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, where folks were coming on and asking for help. And, they were saying they were journalists, this and that, and everybody wanted to, like, how can we vet these people? And it finally came down to a situation where it was kind of like, hey guys, there's a person here, they're asking for help. By all means, help them if you want. Run it through TikTok, do whatever you need to do to send them coins. Mm-hmm. But do it on it's your decision. We don't know who these people are, just have at it, And I found that was like just an amazing response to how to help people. If somebody's asking for help, you feel like you want to help them, by all means help them. Try. Yeah. And that's kind of where that fell out, because there was a lot of conversation and there were some folks within the Palestinian community that really were truly vetting all these things. And I think that's kind of just where it ended.
That's fascinating. Yeah, it's not like we should be expecting Nigerian prince scams here. This is it doesn't make sense. I mean, if somebody is saying, please send me $5,000 and I will blah, 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 give you back. I mean, if you got something like that, turn that down. But if somebody's saying, here's my PayPal if you want to contribute a little bit to feed my family, I don't. Yeah, the idea of vetting that doesn't make sense to me.
Here's another thing too. Sorry guys, if I just could interject really quick. So this gentleman we have on here, Abu Islam's been on with us since like maybe the first 5 or 10 minutes. And it took him a while before he mentioned the help, the monetary help. These people are very, very proud. And I understand there are people that are using the situation for their own benefit. But the Palestinian people are super proud. It is very hard for them to ask. And you can kind of sort of tell, you can vet them that way, I guess is my take on it. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Yeah, it took him forever to mention that.
The context should really matter a lot here. Oh, and yeah, sure. and he was asked, Hannah saying, so.
But I have one more big thing that I need to ask you, Doc. Something that I've been seeing on the rise in a big way. And it's ageism. And it is just this sort of, from the younger generation that we're counting on to actually make the changes, being resentful and just not taking into account, what age, experience, maybe some level of wisdom brings to the table, and that it's discounted. Maybe I don't know if they blame us for stuff, but however.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, there's a sense of frustration that why are we letting people inherit so many problems that we screwed up on, So I get that, but I think the easiest way to address things like that, if they come up, is to suggest that, we want to take into account different people's positions. It should be more collaborative rather than older people telling younger people to shut up or vice versa. It shouldn't happen in either direction.
And either way is ageism.
Exactly. It's the same thing. Exactly. And more often, they're used to it being the other way around. They're used to people like Nancy Pelosi telling them to like piss off, right? So it's understandable. A lot of them would feel like, well, no one's ever listened to us, so we'll do this ourselves. But you can let them know, I'm not shutting you out. I want to help. I want to join you and contribute. How can we help each other? Right. And I found that's helped with me.
I know, but I had some extreme situations this week. Some of them sucks. Some of them, maybe self-inflicted for whatever reason. Having bad days, not communicating well, that's fine. I can deal with that. However, they were extreme. I was called an old man and that my words mean nothing. And this was by a brilliant young woman.
Yeah, it's a shame.
But I do actually question her at this point, because it was cringeworthy to the level of Chip when you think about it. What she said to me and continued to say to me. And I saw it a couple of weeks ago, softer, with just some people ridiculing me. And here's where I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to land the plane and just give you something to answer to me. Please, excuse me. I'm sorry. Just to let me finish. And it came along, but it just came along a little softer from some, people that are, okay, but they just were like, we're going to change the world. We're going to shut this all down. And what I wanted to say, and this is where I'll need your help, Doc, because I haven't said it yet, but I'm, would like to be able to pull the hammer back and have it in my belt. What did my generation do? And not really me, probably people a little older than me. I was born in 1962, so, but what did we do? Let's see. We brought around, not perfect, but an amazing amount of civil rights evolution. Okay? We stopped a war. We took down a president.
Yeah, those aren't
accurate.
No, but those arguments will lose you people in these kind of discussions, because what they're resentful about is not stuff that happened, in the 60s and 70s. They're resentful of what happened in the 80s and 90s, because as boomers and Gen X got older, they tended to vote more and more conservative and gave us
what we are
Reagan
today,
and neoliberalism and everything else. They basically destroyed what little was left of the American dream. Ended the Great Society and New Deal. So I mean, and it's not fair to blame all of us for it. I mean, it's not like I was ever voting for them, but the resentment is there. And looking back at a lot of the past accomplishments doesn't really, it doesn't help, because it's not their concern. Those are things that are too far beyond before their time. They're concerned with what's happened since the 90s.
I get that. And I watched it happen. I mean, just from watching TV and watching, Alex P. Keaton, or whatever. I don't know if that makes.
Yeah, no, exactly. There was, I mean, a lot of the Alex P. Keaton stuff was definitely, the Gen Xers. Yeah. But even the late boomers and the early Gen Xers, they often turned pretty heavily right, because one of the key things is that the economy was still good enough as they were growing up that they achieved a privileged position earlier on, and then turned to kick the ladder out from other people. And everyone who's come up after that has struggled far, far more because of that. And that's the resentment that has a lot of people lashing out at older people. The key, I think, in all of that is, instead of where you might get people to set their jaws or like get them like on edge, is if you start bringing up all these things that happened before that were good. Instead, acknowledge, yes, we screwed the pooch on this. We made things worse. And I didn't want to do that. I was opposed to that. And I want to make things better. And I want to do that by working with you and collaborating with you and, working together to improve the situation. And I found anytime somebody is immediately a little bit disturbed by that, it immediately shuts it down. If you come at it like, mea culpa. Okay, yes, previous generations screwed up. How can we fix it together?
Right, and that comes back to, what I've been saying, since October. Can't change the past, we can change the future, and we need to understand that.
Exactly.
And so that's all well and good. However, I don't know. There's still a little piece of me that just wants to.
I feel you. I feel you. But all I will caution is the more that you let it bother you, the more that will come up, and that will make it harder to actually make them put them at ease. And
I'll spin it another way, and I'll make it work.
Yeah, I'd say
the biggest question I had was, am I inaccurate in that assessment?
Just one last thing there. The key, and what I think might be helpful, especially since you're talking about the wisdom that can come with age. The thing we best should do is to, I don't know, put it however you want. Take that high road, take responsibility. Don't get defensive about it at all. Like, let them say their piece and then say, okay, cool, but I want to help you to make things better, and let's do that. Rather than pushing back at all, because and I get that it can be painful. It can be hard to hear ageist rhetoric. It can be hard to have anything turned against us. But the more, if you respond to that, given how much they have been screwed, in their entire lives, it's just going to make them more angry, and it's going to make it harder to get by. We have to kind of like bite the bullet on that one and just go with it. And I think that, to me, that's a path of wisdom for this. Because, and yeah, as Eric was saying, yeah, they have a right to be angry, not necessarily at us personally, but if we take it personally, then it becomes about us. So don't take it personally that people screw things up.
I only take it personally when it's really and truly directed at me as a weapon.
Yeah.
And at that point, I mean, this person the people who are just kind of hanging out with each other and laughing amongst themselves, that part's okay. And I can obviously deal with that softly, as you are recommending. This other person absolutely should be questioned by the entire community. And it's frustrating.
Thank you for coming up, Stephen. I think we're gonna move on.
Was it Abdul had a point?
Yeah, we're gonna welcome Abdul up, and I'll just say one quick comment. Just 2 seconds, Abdul. I know you've been so patient.
No, take your time. Take your. Don't worry. I am very patient. I have discussed with the Zayos day and night, so I know I am very patient with them.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Just one sentence of I think, especially looking at it from a younger generation, like, they have every right to be enraged, and I think that when we take it personally, that's an us work, so but yeah, I think really focusing on the goals, and that's all I wanted to say on that. And Abdul, welcome.
Thank you very much. And by the way, just so you know, guys, especially regarding Stephen, I have discussed with him a few times, and unfortunately he was like trolling and deflecting all the time. But I have like a few questions to Liam. I don't like excuse me, I live in Europe, so English is not my first language or even my second language at all. My second language is Swedish because I live in Sweden. So maybe my English is not that really good. You need to tolerate me, kind of. Anyway.
Your English is better than my Swedish.
I hope that all of this laugh remains all the time upon us all. First of all, when I discussed like with these Zayas, Habibi, DJK, they always comes with the term anti-Semitism. Mm-hmm. When you hear it, what do you think of it?
When anti-Semitism comes up, there's a few things to be aware of. One, I see a lot on our side of this is an attempt to appropriate in a way that says, well, Palestinians are actually Semites, so therefore you're being anti-Semitic by talking about us. But the problem is that anti-Semitism was never about the Semitic languages or Semitic peoples. It was a pseudoscience term from the 19th century directed only at Jews. So it doesn't make sense to adopt a racist term now. Like, we should just let it die. There's no sense to spread it to more people is the problem, because it's literally just 19th century race science. The other parts about it, though, the key there is to remind people that Zionism is a political philosophy. So it's a set of ideas, not a set of people. And Israel is a country, not a people or a race or an ethnicity. Anti-Semitism is a racist hatred of Jews. So if you dislike Jews for being Jews, you're an anti-Semite. If you don't like the Israeli government or you don't like Zionism, it's impossible for that to be anti-Semitic. It's just nonsensical. The flip side of that, and where there is work we have to do on our side, is a lot of actual anti-Semitic tropes have slipped into some pro-Palestinian spaces where people are taking on questions of like Jews controlling the media, controlling banks, controlling governments. You know, like it's there are places where it can slip in because it fits people's lived experience. But if we are not very careful about preventing that, we do a lot of damage to our standing in the world. H Group actually did a tremendous harm to the Palestinian cause by including direct references to anti-Semitic discourses in their first covenant. And people are still talking about that all the frickin' time and ignoring the fact that they corrected it in 2017, because that damage is going to be there for a long time. We don't want to add to that. So when people are harping constantly on AIPAC and calling it foreign money, that's literally an anti-Semitic conspiracy, because it's American money. It's literally American Jews and Christians that feed AIPAC. Actually, a lot of Christians feed that, but it's American money. When you talk about it as foreign governments control the U.S., or I see people saying that, well, Israel is given citizenship. You know, it's given passports to most of Congress. They're dual citizens now. That's literally no one in Congress is a dual citizen. But I've seen people passing around statistics saying 89% of people in Congress are dual citizens. That's literally a neo-Nazi conspiracy from 4chan. There are places that are slipping in. Those are things we have to care about. Those anti-Semitic things have to be pushed out. But criticism of Zionism, criticism of Israel, criticism of the government there, none of that can be anti-Semitic. And we should call bullshit on that.
When you mentioned about the 1900, by the way, I have read about it, like the word anti-Semitism came out as a term by Wilmer Marr, like that, his name,
Wilhelm
in
Marx?
1879, exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
And he changed because, like, he was a famous influencer at that time in Germany, and he led a fight there in that time.
Yep.
And he changed from hatred towards Jewish people
Judenhass to
anti-Semitism.
Antisemitismus. Yep.
Exactly.
It was Judenhass.
So
yep.
Actually, people shall start to have more empathy for the Jews, because in general, as we know, for not only like decades, but more like centuries, even before the creation of the US 1776, or even before the creation of the UK 1707, their example, they were so much persecuted, as we know, in the Western world in general, so that they started to make this term only about Jews, even though we know over 80% of Jews are not even Semite. They are more Western.
Well, that's the thing. It was never about being Semitic. It never was. Zero European Jews spoke Semitic languages at the time.
For me, I see it, Zionism entity, or so-called Israel. I always say so-called Israel because I don't believe in that at all. I always see it, Zionism entity, I see it more anti-Judaism instead of anti-Semitism, because unfortunately the Mossad, the US, the UK, they have used Judaism as an opportunity for them to make great their own investment in the cost of the Jewish people, to divide them from their own countries, to simply just try to fool them as it is established for them. After Theodor Herzl, he made the Zionism entity, so he can just kick them out of their countries. Because I don't know if you have heard about it. It was like it came to for Theodor Herzl, the level for him. Actually, he wanted for the Jewish people to convert to Christianity because of their behavior at that time.
Yeah, and the Pope laughed at him.
Exactly. Sorry. My the Queen of the Galaxy, she's calling me. 1 second.
Hello again.
Hey.
Hi. I have a question, Professor, because you mentioned AIPAC.
Well, can we come back to it, because there's something right on his point there. Like the one thing that is useful when we're talking about this issue and trying to push back against it, if more people understood that the reason that so many European countries and the US and other settler colonies have endorsed Israel and supported it is their own anti-Semitism, because it's a way of getting rid of the Jews, putting them all somewhere else, making them someone else's problem. And what it's done is it's allowed countries never to examine their own cultural flaws, never to examine the anti-Jewish parts of Christianity, never examine their own cultural history of Judenhass, all the hatreds that existed there, the Judeophobia. Instead, they can say, well, we support Israel, so we're not anti-Semitic. But it's literally their anti-Semitism that causes them to support it. You know, it's actually very toxic, but they like to pretend. They're basically they're putting themselves in a good light. Hey, look, we solved our problem. We're not racist anymore. No, bro, you are absolutely racist. You know, European countries are full of this still.
Have this question that's really confusing me. I have read about it, but I want to make sure. I'm trying my best to make sure, but unfortunately, so much I have read until now I haven't found the answer. I heard and I have read. I mean, what? It's not about what you say; it's about how you say. I have read that. Because we know already over 80% of whole entire Judaism are actually Ashkenazis. They came from Khazaris. But
no,
what I have read
that part is there's no Khazars. That's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Oh my God! Also,
yeah, no, it's literally a lie. It has no basis in reality. Ashkenazim come from Western Germany. They're from the Rhine Valley, and they moved gradually eastward. The Khazars are a Turkic people that used to be around the in between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Exactly. The ruling class converted at some point, but the culture died out. It didn't pass on. It didn't stay there. It didn't move westward at any point. It's got nothing to do with anything. Oops.
And I think that even Ashkenazis are actually convert Jews. They are not real Jews, or am I wrong?
No, they're not converts. Well, okay. There's two parts to that. First off, anybody who converts is a real Jew, because Judaism has never been biological. It's an ethnicity in the same way that tribal identities work. You know, you can always adopt a tribal identity. You can always marry in. So it's sort of like saying, if somebody moved from Egypt to Palestine at some point and married into a Palestinian family, are their kids not they not Palestinian? That's the kind of argument you're making, because you can adopt a new identity.
I understand of your thoughts that if the whole entire world they convert to Judaism, then they are
Jews.
Like they are their religion is ethnicity.
They are ethnically Jewish, because ethnicity isn't biological. Ethnicity is a cultural and tribal identity. It's never been in the genes or the blood. Humans have always been able to adopt new identities. I mean, just look at the Arab world today. Nearly all Arabs don't descend from Arabs. They descend from other peoples who adopted a new identity at some point. So things change over time. But there's that part there. Sorry. But the other half of this is that the Ashkenazim literally are still originally Jews. They were Jews from the Levant who scattered across the Roman world, settled in the upper part of the Roman Empire and in the Rhine Valley, and then migrated from there. They've always intermarried with other peoples. So somebody else will convert, join the family, and become Jewish with them. But the beginning of it is still in the Levant, which is why all Ashkenazi populations still have Levantine DNA. You know, it's still part of their history. So it's kind of wrong. It's kind of wrong in two different ways. You know, they do descend.
I have seen a lady actually. She visited, like, she joined my live once, and she showed like her DNA was around 48% Western Asia, and the rest are mostly Western Asia, and the rest are only Western countries, Europeans.
Yeah, exactly.
And when she showed me her DNA, it was maximum 26.5%. She lied about that, and she debunked herself. But at the same time, like, if we're talking about this, we know, like, example,
it could be zero. Judea, it could literally be zero, and it wouldn't matter at all.
What I'm trying to understand, we know very well, Judea, he is the grandson of the Prophet Abraham, peace be upon him. And he came from Ur, Iraq. So, like, what I understand, all of the Jews who lives in Canaan land, They are actually only a foreigner from the land of the Babylonian.
Yeah. So
or am I wrong?
In several ways on that one, because again, first off, according to the way Jewish religious law works, as well as the way the basic concept of ethnicity works, it wouldn't matter. You'd still be Jewish no matter what. But the other part is in just historical terms, and this is where religion and history don't mix very well, because there's the Abraham story was written down 1,000 years after it was supposed to have happened, and the reason it was done that way was to explain the cultural features of the Levant that are like the Mesopotamians. They didn't actually come from that. We actually can trace through the archaeology the evolution of the peoples that would become Yisrael and Judah, the two states in the hill country, as well as all the other Canaanite states. Edom, Moab, Ammon, Israel, and Judah, as well as the Phoenicians along the coast, and biologically the Philistine populations. All 7 are literally just Canaanite Levantine peoples that have been there since the Stone Age. They just developed different cultural identities at some point. So there's no migration. You don't have a migration in with Abraham. You don't have a mass migration in with Moses either. It's literally an indigenous culture that developed a distinct identity and then came up with stories to explain why it is the way it is and why it's different from its neighbors. You know, they're because all ancient peoples made up stories. We tell stories. So that part there, it's interesting that religiously they're going to argue that they came from the outside, but we know that historically they didn't.
Actually, here religiously at all.
Yeah,
I'm just like talking more like historically.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. They
understand this. If the Prophet Abraham, he didn't move from from Macedonia in Iraq at all.
Right.
Then, if he's like just like a great grandson, which is Judea, he was born also in Iraq. Then it will never be like Canaan, the land example, because at last, Judea, his like a grandfather or great grandfather is actually from Ur. So that doesn't make sense.
But
my point.
Not really, because again, the patriarchal narratives, those 3 figures.
I was born in Iraq.
Yeah.
I was born in 50% of my life in Iraq. Yeah. My father too, but my grandfather, he was born in Haifa. My grandmother, she was born in Jaffa, which means that I am originally Palestinian. I can never be Iraqi just because my grandfather, he moved to Iraq. And after the 1948, I am from the Palestinian 48. I don't like to call myself so-called Arab Israeli, which means that the Prophet Abraham, if he didn't move to Canaan land, there will never be Israelites at that time at all. Which means it's not ethnicity; it's only like a religion, a tribe.
No, it
doesn't make sense.
It's an ethnicity in the way that ethnicity, again, it's not descent. Ethnicity is not biological. Ethnicity is a political cultural identity. It's how people understand themselves. It's a tribal identity. That's literally all ethnicities ever meant. So if somebody like,
I am very sorry to interrupt this, but my mother, she really needs my help. She's trying to spend about that.
Yeah, okay.
So my queen, yes.
Come back another time, because it's
very nice to talk to you.
It's an important topic. Come back sometime.
Later, even to talk. Absolutely. Sorry to interrupt you. Nice to talk to you. Please, guys.
And then what was it? Hiba, you had a point about AIPAC?
No, well, it was more of a question as far as like who controls it and where the money is coming from and who is controlling it, I think is less of an issue for me as like what the objective of it is. So I guess I didn't understand the point that you were trying to make earlier about AIPAC.
Okay, yeah. So there's 2 parts to this. One is to note that this country has a ton of ethnic lobbies that actually support other countries. I mean, there was a Greek American lobby that gained a lot of significant favors in the 60s and 70s. There's been tons of lobbies like that have acted to try and help the home countries or other territories like that. So when it gets singled out and others are not discussed, what it does is it reminds Jews of a very long-standing anti-Semitic trope, the dual loyalty. charge. So it's what it does is it seems to say that Jews can't actually be loyal to their country and love where they're from. So if you think about Palestinians helping each other out and sending money back to help other Palestinians, it's the same kind of thing. It's helping people somewhere else. The fact that they are a pernicious, right-wing, racist as hell group that's helping a terrible government is sort of a separate point, though, because AIPAC is trash. Like, I don't want them to exist. But the way to go about it, I think, is to target lobbying, because when we talk specifically about it, what it does is Jews hear the dual loyalty anti-Semitic trope. So it puts them on the defensive, and that it hurts us from actually trying to reach people and win this argument.
Okay, so I have a question then. Does the manner in which it was set up change the perspective of how it should be seen?
Set up?
Yeah, so like originally it was called the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs.
Okay.
That was the original name for AIPAC. It was set up in 1951, and the whole point of it was to funnel money through that to target newspapers and manage the propaganda surrounding Israel in the United States. And John F. Kennedy had ordered them to register as a foreign agent. And so in 1963, they then changed it to AIPAC and registered it as a tax-exempt social welfare group. So I guess for me, it's different because its original intention as a group is different. Does that make sense?
No, because it has exactly the same intention. Supporting Israel and supporting Zionism are the same thing. It still is about supporting the Israeli narrative. That's all, that they've done the same thing the entire time. The only changes there are as we began changing the laws around how lobbying works, because a lot of what we have today as lobbyists in Washington, that shit used to be illegal. A lot of what they do in terms of funneling money into political campaigns has gotten looser and looser and looser over time. But a lot of stuff that they're doing today couldn't be done before legally. So that's there are structural changes in the background, but their mission has never really changed.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I agree with you as far as lobbies go. I don't think lobbies should exist, whether we're talking about the NRA or anything else for that matter. Like they're all trash as far as I'm concerned. But like, I guess it's just for me that when we're talking specifically about AIPAC, and I get what you're saying, but I think it's also, you know, on one hand, we're saying we need to make a separation between Israel and Jews. And then on the other hand, we're saying that Jews feel targeted when we target AIPAC specifically. So,
well, in a way,
I'm not understanding the.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at here is not in any way that what AIPAC is doing is okay, because I think they're one of the worst lobbies in this country. They're a horrifying organization as far as what they do and the pernicious influence that they have. There are two basic problems with the way it's raised on our side. One is when people make the argument that AIPAC money is what buys support for Israel, because that's literally false. The people who are taking that money were already going to support Israel. That's why they're taking the money. And when when we note that the money is buying it, what that does is it reminds people of the old anti-Semitic trope that Jewish money controls governments, that Jewish banks control the world. So it sounds like Jewish money, not anything else. And the other part is the dual loyalty trope, where if we're talking about AIPAC, but we're not talking about the Arab American public affairs issues, we're not talking about the Asia Pacific issues, tons of lobbies for countries all over the world, then what it does is it seems to be singling out Jews, and that's something Jews are very sensitive of. The key for this, and the reason to bring it up, regardless of how you feel about it, if you care about the Palestine issue, if you want to help Palestinians, the single best way to do that is to take weapons away from the Christian Zionists and the hardcore Jewish Zionists in this country. And the more we fall into the using things that sound like anti-Semitic tropes, the easier they can say, look, Palestinians are anti-Semites, and that's why they're talking. And what that does is it stops a lot of ordinary Jews who could very well be on our side from coming over. And I'll tell you, from decades of having conversations with Jews, they are nervous as fuck about this stuff. And they have been taught to be fearful of the entire world and that they need Israel and everything else. If we want to make them feel okay, if we want them to be comfortable with living with Palestinians, with interacting with us, with supporting this movement, then not using things that send up immediate mental red flags that play on that generational trauma is to our advantage.
I mean, I can understand. I'll say this: I can understand that as far as when I'm talking to someone who is, sitting on the fence or has nothing to do with anything, is just a basic, person who just wants to live their lives and see everybody live happy and healthy and all of those things. That being said, sometimes I feel like what is expected of us is to tiptoe around people who choose to very intentionally and hostilely interact with us. And that part just, I guess, makes me, and I'm not talking about you here.
No, I get you. And I totally sympathize with why. The only point about that is I'm not saying tiptoe around the actual disingenuous actors, because as far as I'm concerned, and the whole world can see this, fuck the people who run AIPAC. I've got no sympathy for them at all. The people who are taking those positions, they are a problem. What I'm talking about is people who could be swayed, ordinary people. Tons and tons of ordinary Jews could very much come onto our side if we approach them in the right way that's sympathetic, that recognizes where they're coming from. And I think that if we want sympathy, if we want people to care about the plight of Palestinians, it makes some sense to extend the same basic courtesy everywhere. I understand coming from a persecuted people having to be the bigger person and take into account the generational trauma of other people. I understand that it's harmful, but the history of that persecution and that history of anti-Semitism in Europe is what complicates the geopolitics of this. And again, all the European countries, like we were talking about before with Abdul, they're doing this for very disingenuous reasons. But they know what they're doing, and they're consciously exploiting this history of anti-Semitism to maintain their own policies. We give them ammunition. If even in our own circles, if things are being said that people can take out and say, look what they're doing, and people who know nothing about the conflict at all will see it, and they will remember, because Jews everywhere grow up knowing a dozen of these major anti-Semitic tropes. They understand the harm of them. If they see it and it looks like that, it throws up a psychological barrier that will stop them from hearing our arguments. And then if they won't humanize Palestinians, we can't win the fight. Because as long as you leave so many Christian Zionists and Jews in their camp, this will go on forever. Our single best allies in this country are to switch. You're not going to get the evangelical Christians over. They have a theological reason to believe the way they do. But but most American Jews, 3/4 of American Jews, are solidly liberal people that have been fed a line of bullshit about Israel and been fed a bunch of far right lies. But because their overall positions are so much more liberal, they can be swayed. They can be turned into people like me. If you want to see more people like me in this movement, I'm trying to make a strategic argument for you. If you want to make Jews feel comfortable doing what I'm doing, that's the key. Don't make them feel that the world is racist and out to get them, because we put up with 2,000 years of that shit.
Right, and so here's I guess where it becomes, I think, difficult to do is when. Okay, so when I'm having a conversation with a Jewish person, and it's an actual conversation and I'm debating with them, and there's no contention either from their side or my side, it's a basic human conversation, right? There shouldn't be anything like that being said to begin with. My issue sometimes is what happens is, and this is where I think those people who are on the fence, where it's difficult for them to come to the other side is, for example, you've been in, I don't know if you've been in Smitty's lives before, SoCal Smitty.
Briefly, but never very long.
So what happens a lot of times in those types of lives is we get some really just some hardcore Zionists up there, and what's happening is they're intentionally spewing lie after lie after lie after lie, and intentionally trying to get a rise out of the Palestinians on the panel, and it's difficult to speak to people like that with a level of like you can only be calm for so long. After a while, right? You get
I feel you.
Yeah. So the issue is with me with continuing talking to them calmly and quietly is that when there's 500 people coming in and out of a conversation, and they come in at that one moment where a Zionist is saying something and it isn't dealt with immediately, then that is going to sit with them forever. That is all that they know, is what they hear and see here on social media. Unfortunately, the reality of the matter is a lot of people really don't do their own research.
Right.
They take the first thing that they hear as fact, and that's where it is. Or if it's somebody that they're used to seeing and then they trust, they look at them as though, okay, this is the most intelligent person and I trust everything that they say. So if they said this, then it must be true, without ever looking, past it or into it or any of those things. So how do we, in those types of situations, respond to that hostile person while simultaneously being like, look, while simultaneously finding a way to show the Jewish people who are in the chat or coming in to watch, like we're responding with anger because of the words that are being said, not because of how we feel about the entirety of the community. Like, do you see what I'm saying?
I do. There's there's the advice I'm going to give here has like two layers to it. The first part is, on the one hand, if something is hurtful, if it makes you angry, if you want to respond, it never makes sense to respond in a way that feeds into or uses the same kind of hateful or racist rhetoric. And anytime an anti-Semitic trope shows up, whether it's intentional or not, it shows us using racism against racism. And you can't defeat racism by adopting its forms. The other half of that is that if somebody is upset enough by hearing that kind of crap, don't engage with it, because the people who are generally going in to have those debates are not debates at all. They're never going to change their views. They're trying to make you mad. They're trying to make you mad so you say something that they can spin as racist so that they can keep Jews in their camp. So what you're describing is exactly what I'm trying to warn you against. You're playing into their hands. You're literally handing them ammunition to hurt Palestinians by engaging with them at all. I would prefer it if all of those lives who put Zionists on there and engage with them never did so again. They should never be up on a panel. People who genuinely want to try and understand, they should come up and be given a platform. To me, as far as I'm concerned, putting somebody like that in a panel on TikTok is the equivalent of news programs putting, Richard Spencer on and giving him a platform. You don't want to give racists a platform. You just shouldn't. They should never be listened to. But by bringing them on, they're doing it intentionally to make you mad. And if they can make you mad enough to say something racist, then holy shit, they will run with that, and they are going to scare other Jews with things that you said. And that just shoots us in the foot. So you see the two parts of it? If you're going to engage with them at all, you got to be fucking Gandhi. If you can be Gandhi or Jesus or something and engage with them, great. If you'll never lose your cool, cool. If anybody could lose their cool at all, just never do it.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, at the same, like I understand what you're saying, but I think the other side of it is that like we can't control people who set up the lives, but what we can at least do is not let them be overrun by people who are just spewing out hateful rhetoric and having zero response to it.
You
Does
can,
that
but
make sense as
yes,
well?
yeah, you can, but there is a way in which we can. So think of it this way: if if people all tune in to a particular type of live because they like to see a particular type of debate, then the people hosting it will keep doing those debates because there's an audience for it. If we tell the content creator, you know what, I don't want to see these fucking Zios on here spewing their far right bullshit, and then like, okay, cool, but these other people do, and then okay, well, and another person says it, or then people just start drifting away and they don't go to that live and they go somewhere else. The content creators will very quickly realize we shouldn't platform these assholes. And if they don't platform them, then more people won't be put in a position where they will be hurt and offended and traumatized and risk saying something harmful. And honestly, I don't expect, and so and this is hard because I do not expect Palestinians to all be Gandhi-like or whatever and never lose their temper. And I don't expect them to know all of the things that could be problematic, because why would you know all of the anti-Semitic tropes? It's not someone's history, you know? I don't expect them to know that. It's the safest thing to do is not put yourself in a situation where you can accidentally fall into those traps, because they're setting the trap deliberately. It's like, here is my mousetrap, come to me. They're doing it quite intentionally, knowing that we will accidentally walk into it and feed them ammunition. That's the key. So we have to find a way to stop doing that, because we've been doing this shit for a long time and it's only helped Israel.
Well, I think what it also is, Professor, is that, you know, I mean, I myself stay as far away from bringing race or ethnicity or religion specifically into any conversation. Like, even if I'm addressed via those things, I stay as far away from them as possible. This is more, what I'm talking to you about is more of observations than anything else that I've seen of, like, interactions between other people. But there's another side of this that I think that's the part that worries me more, and it's also the part that I think feeds into exactly what you're saying, the continued hatred between everybody, is that sometimes, well, a lot of times on this platform, there are very uneducated people. And when I say uneducated, I don't mean they didn't go to school or get a degree. I mean uneducated on the facts of the history of the Palestinians, the history of the Jewish people, the history of, or even understand Islam or understand Judaism or understand Christianity.
I.e. most people, yeah.
Well, yeah, but then they get up on these platforms and they start trying to to basically teach the other person about, yes, exactly.
I know.
And it's a problem, because then you have all of these people in the audience listening to this stuff. And sometimes what happens is they say it in such a confident way, or they speak very quickly, and it makes them seem as though they know what they're talking about. And so for those who don't know the actual facts, they might believe it. And that causes like a lot of harm. It causes a ton of harm.
It does, but there's a simple way around it. And I get where you're coming from, because I engage constantly in social media initiatives like this, because I have a hard time leaving a false statement unchecked. And I think that we have some responsibility to address those false statements. The problem here is there's two ways to do this. One is the people who are trying to address that need to A, have the patience, and B, really be able to articulate the facts in a way that's helpful to the surrounding audience, because the people making those points, they're not listening anyway. It's only for other people. But the right kind of person should do that, and not everyone does that very well. When people instead just start shouting at each other and using their own positions and whatnot, the problem here is what you're doing is we're amplifying the voices of like 14-year-old boys. We're allowing them to dominate the conversation, because a lot of these guys you're talking about, they're morons, and there's no way around that. They're just terrible people. And what we're doing is we're giving them a platform. A live that is putting up someone that's just going to spout a whole bunch of false statements, and the host doesn't stop that, that's a terrible live to be in. And when we go to that, we're feeding that live, we're encouraging that creator, and they're going to keep doing that. So when somebody is doing that, when you're in a live and you've got somebody spouting off this super confident 14-year-old boy syndrome, like they know everything, tune out, don't go, leave it. Say, hey guys, this guy is full of shit and he's lying to you, and we shouldn't be here because we're just feeding this troll, and then leave that live and go someplace that you're more valued. Because by engaging in there, you risk falling into a trap. Because even if those guys themselves, even if those idiots aren't intentionally the ones doing it, because they're just some dipshit, mental 14-year-old, the fact that you're engaging with them still can lead to those slip-ups that people can use against us. It's just not worth engaging. Those are not the people to debate. And the people who should be debating are few and far between. Most people shouldn't have those kind of conversations because the risk of slip-ups is too great. And honestly, the single biggest problem I pointed out to people for, my God, more years than I want to admit here, is that Palestinians have done a terrible job with public relations. Just terrible. And it's not ordinary people. It's mostly the political leadership, media, whatnot there. Like Yasser Arafat has been trash. Abu Mazen has been trash. They've done so much to harm the movement, to put us off in the wrong directions, to talk to the wrong people, never actually trying to reach. If the Palestinians had from the beginning of this, before the creation of the state, spent their time talking to American Jews, we never would have gotten here, because the United States had a massive anti-Zionist movement in the 1930s. There were a lot of people here who thought what they were talking about was a bad idea. But instead, they checked out and they allowed the Zios to take over and to drive that conversation. And we've been doing it for the last century. Because of that history, every time we stumble a little bit now, it's playing into a much longer history of failures that make it harder for our cause to be taken very seriously. And I'm trying as much as I can to just caution people not to make an existing problem worse, because I want to humanize Palestinians. I want us to take them seriously. And every little stumble feeds into this long history of mistakes that they can keep running with and aiming against us.
No, I definitely agree with that. I've always said the West's strongest, the thing that they have most, that most of the world doesn't have, is marketing. I mean, they have an incredible way of marketing themselves.
They're organized. It's why do you think a tiny new country consistently kicked the ass of every single Arab power? And don't say it's American weapons, because we weren't giving them anything until the 1973 war. And the stuff we gave them in the 73 war was all too little to contribute to that conflict. Their military equipment was much weaker earlier on. They were better organized. They've always been better organized. And that's true for all of this shit around here. And no, it wasn't British. The Soviets were mostly contributing to the Arab powers. And they mostly bought like from France and Germany. But it was mostly like in 1967 war, they used French light tanks, like little suckers, not the big ass tanks they have now, French light tanks. The Egyptians actually had better tanks. The Israelis were better led. Apply the same thing to politics. They know what they're doing in public relations. And every one of these little idiot 14-year-old trolls, intentionally or not, is helping them and playing into something that they're genuinely good at. And we do not have the same experience or skill with public relations. So every little slip up, it's amplified. So take for granted that they're good at it, and we need to find a way to stop falling into their traps.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Erica. No, go ahead, hon.
Yeah, if I could have just a couple thoughts here, because I think that they're really related, and I'll just kind of, well, I don't want to center myself, but this is really related. I'll just vulnerably share that these last 4 years for me, I have now been able to more correctly identify manipulation as it's happening. And a lot of that has to do with, like, I don't know who needs to hear this, but don't have a kid with someone that you don't know, or study something, study religion to realize you're not religious. Both of those mistakes you can just learn from me. But I think with dealing with narcissists and toxic people, and really understanding like that DARVO, that deflect, attack, reverse, victim, and offender, and how they really, like my ex, we're in custody right now, like he will take any information, anything that he learns will be ammunition. And so it's, and he knows exactly what they're doing. And I think that, I mean, we know that. I think that there's the piece that I wanted to add with identifying the manipulation and but also applying that to global systems and propaganda and all of that. That's been helpful. And the other piece is the not having the emotions, very, very valid emotions that come up with the dehumanization and with this cycle that's just very, very clear of like G-side can only happen with a collective agreeing to it, right? And so to really validate and have those emotions be okay, but also and not suppressed. So I think some of that has to do with like where are some of the safe spaces, you know, where that could be, or how these emotions could be processed through. But like Liam's saying, like with any type of manipulator, any information, it doesn't matter if it's positive information, neutral information, anything they will use to, you know, to go into their narrative.
There's a piece to just a little sidebar here, because again, I have this open in two places. There's a comment that just came in through YouTube that seems relevant to this. This is someone I don't know, so I don't know their background or perspectives or anything there. But what I have as a comment is, I appreciate your approach to the Palestinian-Israeli issue. You don't seem to be too aggressive toward the Israeli people. My response there is, I'm not aggressive to people anywhere. I'm critical of ideologies and governments. The key here is the way we come across really matters in these issues. Is if it ever seems like it's turning toward the people themselves, it makes them defensive and it makes it impossible to hear you. I'm literally wearing a shirt in Arabic and I'm clearly pro-Palestinian, despite being Jewish. You know, people know that I'm very pro-Palestinian on this stuff, but I'm not attacking Israelis as people. I'm never trying to alienate them as people, because I know the single best allies, if we want to solve this problem, are American Jews first, because of the impact on American politics, and then Israeli Jews. They're the ones who can most topple these governments and change the narrative. If we can find a way to reach them, we can solve this. If we continue to marginalize them and hand them to the far right on a platter, you know, like, here, you can continue to manipulate them because we're not going to talk to them or engage with them effectively, then we're still screaming in the void. You know, we're out in the wilderness. And I've been at this for a long time. I'm tired of being in the wilderness. I want to be at the table. I want to be in the conversation. I want to solve this frickin' problem so that people don't have to live in this kind of terror for the rest of their lives. That's my concern. So just give comments like that, I mean, are kind of my point. If we don't seem like we are attacking people, they're more likely to listen. And the key here is, because I understand the emotional reaction you were mentioning earlier. If you're in a situation where people are making you angry and they're making all these false statements and they're attacking you, leave. Don't engage with them, because those are probably just trolls or idiots. Trolls are there to intentionally whip things up and cause this problem and create that ammunition they can use against us. And idiots don't serve you to engage with at all. You know, leave it to the occasional Christ-like person to talk to them, and for everybody else, just leave them alone. We'll all be better off.
Their only goal is getting to you. Their only goal.
Yes, exactly. They just want to anger you. To Erica's point, they just want to anger you. Yeah.
It's a typical narcissistic behavior. I mean,
exactly.
That is what it is. The other thing that I guess I wanted to talk to you about and kind of see where your perspective lies in this. And I think you posted a video the other day, somebody talking about not being aggressive enough and basically just they should do more in Gaza and get rid of them, so to speak. When this is all said and done, when everything is over and we begin to actually work towards solutions, how because you probably know this more than many of us. How do I ask these questions? How is the overall view of the Israeli citizens towards Palestinians living side by side with them, because it seems that there is a good majority of them that genuinely have a lot of hatred towards the Palestinian people. So I guess how do we
no, I totally get where you're coming from here, and I talk about this a lot in classes too, giving people examples of people that so for anybody who hasn't heard this, I'll give an example that I actually use in classes. So one of the years living in the region, I was based at the University of Haifa. So I'm in a city that's a quarter Palestinian, and I'm based at the university there, and I got to know the Arabic language instructor. So she teaches the language for a living, and I found out quite accidentally that she doesn't understand the Eastern Arabic. She doesn't understand the way Palestinians speak. She only knows Fusha. And I'm like, well, why don't you just walk down to Wadi Nisnas like I'm doing all the time and just listen to people, talk to people, buy some stuff, like whatever, just engage, because it's not like it's Moroccan Darija or something. It's not that radically different. You could pick it up. And she looked at me and her eyes bugged out and she said, but I'm a Jew. Like how could I ask a question like that? But she is a very liberal-minded person, a proponent of two-state solutions and peace and everything else. A lot of Israelis, they have for their entire lives been propagandized to be afraid, to not engage, to not interact. There's a tremendous amount of segregation inside the 1948 borders, and they actively discourage and frequently make it illegal for them to go into the territories and engage with Palestinians. It's very difficult for them to humanize them because they never engage. And one of the things that I do when you're walking through the history of the conflict is if you help people understand that from the early 20th century, so not at the very beginning of the Zionist migration, but by about the 10s, the 1910s, 1920s, they consciously created parallel societies. They stopped getting people to interact because early Zionist settlers, early Jewish settlers, they went and they rented rooms from Palestinians, they bought supplies from Palestinians, they settled near Palestinians, they interacted constantly. What they did was they separated the economies in order to separate the people so that they just wouldn't talk to each other. And if you don't talk to people, it's very easy to feed people a line of bullshit, to scare them. The most racist parts of the US are often the most homogenous. And it's true in Europe too. You look at the most racist Islamophobic part of Germany, it's like Lower Saxony, where there's like no Muslims, like there's no migrants because it's the poorest state in Germany. Nobody lives there. Nobody's going there. But because it's so homogenous, they'll believe whatever people tell them. Oh yeah, Muslims drink our blood. Oh, they're terrible people. Oh yes, of course I should be scared, because you've never met one. You can't humanize them. Israelis just don't know Palestinians. I have literally taken Israelis into the West Bank to meet people, and they were scared shitless. Like, what are they going to do to me? What are they going to do to me? And they just offered us coffee, and they were very happy to meet her, like stuff like that. But they're terrified of doing it. That's why you hear those polls. So when you look at the polls and the way people talk about it, yes, of course they say terrible things about Palestinians, because A, they've been lied to their whole lives, and B, they've never actually talked to them. They just don't know them. So and I know this can be difficult, but to some degree, we have to take some responsibility for making that easier for them, for paving the way, for showing them that we don't want to unalive them, that we want to be, we want to get along. And the more we feed into all this stuff I was talking about before, the more we give ammunition to the Zionists, the harder it is to help them get over that fear and to humanize us, because they just don't know. So you're absolutely right about that attitude. I've seen that constantly. I've seen it statistically, and I've seen it in person over and over. But I also know from direct experience that you can overcome it, that there's a way to do it, that you can change those attitudes and transform people's lives. And tons of Israelis, just like American Jews, are generally very liberal people. Yes, there's a lunatic, fundamentalist, hard right, nasty fringe, but there is in the U.S. too. I mean,
well, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, segregation created it, which is essentially the same thing that is happening currently there. My thing is what once the integration does happen, like based on what you know, I don't know how much you know about the psychology of it, but generationally speaking, how long would it take for them to really kind of I wouldn't say get rid of all of the hatred, because hatred just simply exists in human beings, but for the most part, for them to be well integrated in a way where like, would it take several generations? Would it take one generation? What do you?
Simple point. Look at the U.S. today. Is racism still a problem in the U.S.?
Absolutely.
There you go. There you go. I mean, tons of Americans have convinced themselves that we solved all these problems in the 60s and it's no big deal at all. And the black-white wealth gap has doubled since the 1960s. This country is still racist as fuck. It will take a long time to change attitudes, but where attitudes have changed fastest in the U.S. is places where people are more integrated. This is why, for financial reasons, we've actually been resegregating. Since the 1970s, segregation has gone up in the U.S. because if you can keep the population separate, this is why white flight was created. This is why right-wingers created suburbs to drive people out of the cities so that they didn't interact with black people, because it feeds the racism. It allows the lies to continue. If you look in places where I grew up, like in the Long Beach area, like, you know, where I could go a mile in any direction, I'm in completely different ethnic neighborhoods with different food and everything. You know, you don't have the same kind of prejudice. I was never worried about the black people around me, you know, but people further out in the suburbs away from that, they were, because no one lived near them that looked anything like that. You know, so the separation is the problem. If we integrate the societies, if we can manage to get some kind of like resolution in political terms and people are living closer together, it can start to come apart, but it will take generations. And the degree to which it works will depend upon how physically in proximity people are, as well as the way people approach it within those societies, because there's going to be a ton of hate rhetoric, but you have to respond to hate with love. If you respond to hate with more hate, then it just feeds their fear and keeps them in that hate mode. It never ends.
Well, also, I think, and I don't know, this is just, I guess, a personal observation or logic, so to speak. But I think economic integration is probably just as big as anything else, in the sense that Palestinians should own businesses in predominantly Jewish spaces and vice versa, so that they are forced to they are kind of forced to interact with one another on a daily, and to support each other on a daily. I think the economic segregation within the U.S. is probably the biggest proponent to segregation as a whole.
Yes.
So
and there too, it's exactly the same situation. And in their case, just like here, very consciously engineered. If they can separate the societies economically, then these ideas are impossible to get rid of if you never change that. It's one of the reasons that racism has been declining too slowly in the US, is because we're still too economically segregated. You may have removed the laws that supported Jim Crow, but the economic practices of Jim Crow are very much in effect, which is why we have to tackle physical and economic integration directly. It has to be a part of the resolution. As long as, if you removed all the laws in Israel that allowed discrimination against Palestinians, and there's tons of them that allow that, taking away the laws changes nothing if the Jewish neighborhoods stay Jewish and the Palestinian neighborhoods stay Palestinian. Because right now, in 1948 Israel, most Palestinians live in completely Palestinian areas. Get back to my the example of the friend I had in Haifa, right? All the Palestinians in Haifa live in two neighborhoods. They don't live in the rest of the city. Almost everywhere you drive, 90% of the city, you don't interact with them. They're not there unless they're on a trip to go somewhere. You know, you don't interact with them. They're in one little area, and the Jews never go there. You know, they just don't. As long as we allow that to be sustained, if that stays the case, this will take centuries to change. But if you force people together, it comes apart much faster, which is why I make the urban example. Put people in the cities, or like Annie mentioned, military bases. If you put people in close proximity where they have to interact physically and economically, those prejudices come apart faster.
There was a comment in the comment section that said, "But Palestinians work in Israel." I'm gonna let you respond to that.
The work sites are often deeply segregated. They're put into menial positions. They're often treated like trash in the same way that, I mean, yeah, obviously black people worked during Jim Crow, but it didn't matter, did it? It didn't help the problem. Them being present doesn't change anything at all. You're still you're consciously treated like crap and you're economically segregated. It's like look at all of the anti-Hispanic racism in the U.S. and then think about how all those undocumented people here, they work hard, and they have a lower crime rates than Americans, and Americans feed all kinds of lies about them and talk about how they're grapists and everything else, but they literally have a lower crime rate, and they are a significant part of the economy, but they're not working in the same positions. Native-born Americans aren't working in the agricultural fields picking stuff with them, and they're not working in sweatshops with them. They're working, but they're not working with them at the same, like with desks next to each other in the same office. That will change things, putting them close together. Tons of Palestinians have worked in Israel, but never in a way that actually puts them in close proximity to Israelis.
There's no equity in the positions that they hold.
Exactly. They're treated in the same way that undocumented people in the U.S. are. They're heavily exploited in the same way that a lot of the factories and businesses that have been built in the territories and all across the West Bank, they're kind of like the maquiladores in Mexico that we exploit. Like they're built across a border to make it cheaper so you can exploit the labor in kind of colonial ways. Just because there's an Israeli business in the West Bank doesn't mean Israelis and Palestinians are on an even footing or working in the same business. It's very much a colonial relationship.
And then I'm sure even if Palestinians own businesses in Israeli spaces, so to speak, if they wouldn't be given the same rights as Israeli businesses have, they wouldn't be as protected as Israeli businesses are. Oh my goodness.
Somebody just said, like, okay, so I got to say this out loud, like, but they get in, that's a lavender hat. How neat. Somebody said, oh yeah, they're discriminated against, but they get in line to get jobs. Yeah. Is starvation better? Like people are obviously trying to sneak across into this country undocumented, knowing that they will be in terrible circumstances, in constant danger of being deported, being economically exploited, paid below the regular wages. They're treated like crap, but it's still a better life than where you came from. It's still more money. And as Abby says, that's literally what exploitation is. You take advantage of people's circumstances. If somebody needs to make anything to feed their kids, they will do it. I don't want my kids to starve, so I'm going to take this terrible job and put up with all the racism because I'm not going to watch my kids starve to death. If those are my choices, and that's generally the choice. People in the West Bank don't have an option. I mean, the West Bank economy is dependent upon that labor. And one of the reasons it's been in decline for quite a while is that Israel now imports tons of people from the Philippines and whatnot. They take tons of foreign labor in so that they can keep more Palestinians in the territories.
There was a comment that said, why are they coming over the border? I don't know really truly sometimes when people make comments like that.
And she's being sarcastic. That's one of our people.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Saying, why are they coming over the border to look
for
a better life, fleeing violence?
For Ongi asking what prevents them from starting businesses in the West Bank, though, how about money, access to resources, access to markets? The West Bank is a colony. It has no international relations. It cannot trade across borders. It depends entirely upon trade passing through Israel. They have no options. Unless you're going to walk in and sprinkle a few $1 billion into the West Bank, this is their choice. They're penned in entirely under the control of Israel, and Israel controls their economy. They can't just trade with Jordan. It's literally impossible. So yeah, I mean, it's sort of like asking poor people in the U.S. why didn't you buy an apartment building and rent to things? Oh, you don't want to pay rent anymore? Why don't you just go buy a house? I'm like, cool. Give me $500,000 and I'll do it.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just feel like in general, regardless of where you are in the world, there's this, the blaming the victim thing is just so unanimous, and it's mind-boggling that how many people tend to do that in general, regardless of what the situation is, whether we're talking about victims of racism, victims of, an economic situation, victims of abuse, victims of anything. There's this very strange phenomenon of people putting the blame on the victim and not recognizing why.
Well,
Yeah, and you
it's
got that again
always
with somebody
patriarchy
the whole
and
like
capitalism.
the West Bank,
It's
like
patriarchy and the capitalism.
the West Bank doesn't share a border. The West Bank literally does not share a border with Jordan. It doesn't. The entire Jordan Valley is Israeli settlements, and it's all in the area that's completely reserved to Israeli Jews. Palestinians have no access to the Jordan Valley or to the border crossings. They just don't at all. You can look at a map and think, oh, the West Bank, it clearly borders Jordan. It doesn't at all. It's just nonsense.
Well, and if I could say too that, like, when talking about that Darvo, that applies to everyone, including ourselves. So, like, I can say, oh, MAGA or Zionists are the only ones that do the Darvo when coming across cognitive dissonance. Like, it's like, no, we do it to ourselves too. And I did want to say that when I lived in India for a year in my 20s, which was very formative during that time. And I think, like, definitely seeing the classism and, like, you know, the caste system doesn't officially function in India, but it very much does. And I heard the Dalai Lama say once that when someone was asking about, like, how do you have these conversations, and really talking about, like, righteous rage and what to do with that. And the Dalai Lama really was, he said, focus on having a common goal. You know, he's like, garden, tell stories about parenting, do, like, there's a matter of, I think within these conversations, we have to humanize. And we humanize by telling stories, and we humanize by uplifting Palestinian voices, and really just hopefully having the right people, you know, kind of hear that and open to that. And yeah, I hear you. Like, you know, patriarchy and capitalism will keep us in there. I also want to say, Avatar, thank you for being really patient. I want to cycle in. You know that I love you, girl.
I have to run to the loo and bring the dog in and refill my drink. So
Yeah,
so that's okay.
That's not a.
Oh no, stay.
You sure? If you need me to,
I'll be right back.
No. I just wanted to welcome. Yeah, go to the loo, take care of the dog, and welcome Avatar. How are you doing, Avatar? Happy Friday. And Cheddar, are you awake up there? Are you doing okay? Like, how's everyone doing?
Hey, I'm doing well.
Hi everybody, welcome to the panel. I do want to respond to somebody in the chat. I already kind of responded to them that they were asking about what Darvo is. So for everybody else, I don't know if you caught the response. It's an acronym, and it's deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. So I just pulled up the actual definition of it just so that, you know, it's the correct terminology and not just how I explain it. Is a reaction that perpetrators of wrongdoing, such as sexual offenders, may display in response to being held accountable for their behavior. Now, this is talking specifically about sexual offenders, but this is towards any type of offender. So basically, the whole point
to abusive systems.
Right. And so the whole point of why they do this is to say, it's essentially to go back and play the victim themselves. You deny that you did anything wrong. You attack the person for claiming that you did anything wrong. You reverse it and play the victim yourself. And then you seem so like insanely offended by being accused of such insane things. So if you really just look at those, you know, couple of words there, you can see how why we always say, you know, Israel is like a narcissist. It's because they use this Darvo tactic continuously, right? They're always like, well, we're the victim, we're the victim, we're the victim. How dare you? We're the most moral army in the world. How dare you tell us that we don't have the right to take this land? How dare you? Do you see how that offense comes in? So when we refer to this tactic is because it really does apply very, very much so as far as the occupation goes. Sorry.
Totally. And it, oh, no, please. I'm so glad that you said that, because it really is textbook. Like, once you see it, and there's different, you can get into like different nuanced ways because there's lots of different like tactics and manipulation tactics that are used. But once you like start seeing that and then go more into like some of the different nuance, it's just once you see, you can't like not see, you know. But I think also that that like children, when they have an emotion that their brain isn't capable of processing at that time, they just don't have the cognitive ability, they will try to make the adult feel that uncomfortable feeling. And so you can kind of see that, like, and then if the adult, because I wish that I had perfect patience, but I don't. So say the adult kind of, you know, has a reaction, you can see, especially in that younger kind of toddler age, there's a sense of relief because it's a relief from the nervous systems actually connecting in a heightened state. Right? Like, and you don't, you don't want that, but that's what children will do. And some people that never grow out of that, they project what they can't deal with themselves. They will project it out onto others, and they will try to make you feel the way that they can't process. But also they have to have the willingness and the capacity to look at it. And if they are, you know, classic manipulator and doing that textbook, it's just cycle over and over. And yeah, their only truth is getting to you, and don't have children with them. My piece of advice.
Girl, I could write a book.
Oh, I hear you. You and I both.
No, but I do think that it's important to understand like those types of cycles and how they apply not only on the individual scale but the societal scale, and then here in this sense on a political international scale as well. You know, you have the micro and the macro, and that's not only to economics, but that's to everything in life. You know, you can always create parallels between individual societies and like the global parallels between different societies, between different political not just ideologies, but like I can't think of the word right now. My brain's going between Arabic and English the last couple of days, and I don't know why, and I can't translate them instantly, and it's driving me crazy. I don't know, soul speak. I don't know if that happens to you, but it's been happening to me a lot lately.
Yeah, speaking of which, Hiba, I'm like looking all over the internet for the translation for the word kahar, like when you're mahura.
Mm-hmm. It's anger. Well, it's more than anger. It's more like anguish.
But it's like a slow burn, right? Where you're gonna burst, and it's
hold on. Let me pull up anguish. Yeah, anguish. Let me pull up the word anguish. Let me pull up anguish. I have a funny story about like translations. When I was in my first year of college, I took Arabic just because it was an easy A and I needed another language. So I took the one that I already and
that was French for me.
My professor spoke Arabic really well. She was phenomenal with Fusha, but her English was not that great. And so it was difficult.
Sorry, Hiba, sorry, time out. Abu Islam is just, he's just trying to tell us here that that the dawn is starting and they have excessive boom-booing going on right now. I'm sorry, go ahead, Hiba.
انت بخير هلا؟ انت بمنطقه امنه ولا شو وضعك؟
ابو اسلام انت عم تسمعنا؟
Socrates.
Yeah, he was saying earlier he's just going to stay on to listen, but he can't. He might not be able to speak because their internet's very bad.
I just want to make sure he's in a safe place.
Yeah.
Horrific. Does that come close?
So anguish, let me
No, not really.
no, see here it says severe mental or physical pain or suffering, be extremely distressed about something. But it's like something that happens, it continues to kind of burn your soul continuously. Like it's anguish, like extreme.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah, English comes close to, but it just doesn't feel right. I don't know why. It doesn't feel right. It seems so much more deep, a lot deeper than agony or anguish.
I mean, I would, like, to me, despair possibly. I would prefer anguish over despair.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's the closest, because anguish is like that painful feeling that you feel inside of your chest. It feels like it's something is squeezing on your heart and you can't breathe. That's basically what it is, right?
You know what's really sad is if there is no word for it other than in Arabic. You know, when they talk about the Eskimo and how they have 100 plus words for snow or ice, because that's their experience. The fact that I'm just slowly realizing that kahar maybe just exists in Arabic makes me very sad.
You know what? Let me do it this way. I'm gonna do it this way and see, because let's see, Arabic to English translator. I do still think that that's the closest.
No, I agree with you.
So sorry, real quick. The preferred nomenclature is Inuit. Eskimo is offensive.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, just a correction. Everybody's been doing it for decades and decades, so now we gotta work on changing ourselves. I still catch myself doing it every now and then.
No, you're right.
I don't know that I knew that. Thank you, Cheddar. So quick question for you, Liam.
Oh, I was going to say,
Can I?
I'm glad Outcast mentioned it, because not all of the peoples of the North are Inuit. There's quite a few different cultures and languages up there. But yeah, Eskimo as a catch-all term is kind of like gypsy. It's just not great. So, but it's better to ask people their backgrounds or whatever. I'm not sure what would be a good kind of like term overall, other than First Nations or Indigenous. You know, just as a little bit general housekeeping for people, especially for folks who are seeing me for the first time on these other platforms. So quick hello there. This is the first week that I'm doing my live office hours on TikTok, but also this one is currently going to YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram. And then I'll add like the Twitter and Facebook later, and go to more places. But I'm glad a lot of people, I've got rather a lot of comments. It's been nice. People have been throwing things into it, asking different questions and contributing. So the way I've got it set currently, all the voices here are being picked up by my Yeti mic and passing along to them. So it's working pretty darn well. I'm just going to guess by the way that so many comments are coming in and questions, that people are getting something out of the overall conversation, even though they're not on TikTok with all of y'all. But for anybody who's never seen me there, so hi, I'm Liam O'Mara. I'm a history professor. I do these office hours every week, and people can kind of come and ask different questions, and we wind through different topics. And yeah, that was my old dog, Amira. She's my old lady. She can barely walk now, but so I had to go and bring her up the stairs. And then there's the two kitties going around. If people haven't seen them, Minerva is the little orange one, and then Socrates is my fat gray one. But they like to come in and get in our business. But she's old, so I was just giving her some of those little hip and joint things to help out. But yeah, so the little update. It's the first time I've actually been streaming it out to multiple locations. And if this is working well enough, then I'll add the 2 more platforms, and this will show up in more places. and maybe more people can join our conversations and contribute things. And if there are good questions, if I see them down here, I can throw your question in as well. So it's not just the people in the chat on TikTok or in the chat there that can ask something interesting. If you've got a question, feel free to throw it in there, and we'll try to work it into the mix. Okay,
Liam,
so
with you doing it this way for the first time, what is your stress level? You seem a little bit, I don't know, a little bit more wired. No.
I'm kind of like happy, I guess.
Okay,
overall,
good. Checking.
I feel pretty good. For one of my campuses, I've got spring break in the coming week, so I've got 2 days I don't have to have traffic next week, so that's got me in a pretty good mood. And I'm always kind of excited when I can figure out something new, and get something new kind of like worked out. Before Bernie doesn't know enough of the story there. I mean, I was from a totally working class family, and I used to work in the port and drove trucks, but I got myself out of the waterfront by getting into IT, by getting into computers, because I was always kind of good at like tearing things apart and fixing them. And ended up being like a network and systems administrator for a while. Before then, I managed to jump into college at 30 and go through to the doctorate. But while I'm way out of touch with the IT world because I don't do it professionally anymore, I enjoy figuring new things out. I enjoy I still get that kind of like little thrill out of like, oh, this worked. Cool, I figured it out. So the fact that it's new and it's working as well as it is for the first time, especially since I was only going to try running it to the one Twitch thing just to get in the habit of having the two things running. But I was asked just before this, can you try to do it on Instagram too? I'm like, okay, sure. And like just before going live, I configured this to send to two other places. And I've been happy it's worked pretty well. So that's just kind of me. I'm a little peppy right now.
Okay, I'm glad it's not stressing you out because it's like a number of things happening at the same time.
No, the traffic is stressful. If the audiences get large in the other platforms, I will later want to try and find somebody who can, because with StreamYard too, it combines the different chats from all the different platforms into one place, so I can watch in two places instead of having to watch in four. But if it gets to where there's a very large audience on those, I won't be able to keep up. So it may eventually need to where we have to, find somebody who can also help monitor things and pass in questions. But I expect that'll be a while before we need to worry about it. But right now, yeah, it's no stress at all. It's not a big deal. For people who are looking, so the Twitch. Okay, so my handles everywhere are always the same. It's Liam O'Mara IV. So LiamOMaraiv. The only place that's different is YouTube, because a friend named my YouTube a long time ago and called it Office Hours with the Mad Professor because I'm insane. It's the only thing that doesn't match, but all of my social media accounts are always the same. So you can find me in the Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere else, always the same. It's the same with the TikTok. It's just Liam O'Mara IV.
And your Patreon, right?
Yeah, and the Patreon and PayPal are also the same too. You can always find me with the same thing.
Yep. Oh, I don't know what happened to the little sticker thing.
It was in a way earlier for somebody to see Cheddar, and then I just got tired of looking at it, so I threw it off for now.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's messing with my chi, man.
Got it. So are you okay, just checking into, are you okay if we close out this panel and just kind of finish out Avatar and Cheddar and a couple of the questions in the chat? How are you feeling? Because I'll probably take like another 30, 45 minutes to close out this panel, I would assume.
Oh, so you're trying to figure out when you want to go to sleep?
No, just figuring out what works best for you, sir.
I'm fine. Again, I actually have plenty of energy today. And a lot of recent Fridays I haven't. I've been pretty tired. I'm really not at all right now. So I'm fine. And if it gets to where if she hasn't already gotten along here, Dharma was going to come on a bit later too. And Dharma can always take over and do some stuff too. So, but yeah,
sounds great.
I'll get tired eventually, but I'm fine for a while.
Yep, we'll just check in. So I do have a question from the chat from Ghost. And he's saying if you could explain the relationship between Brother in Arms and APAC or Kaplan and APAC.
I would probably I
also have this person blocked. I don't want
to answer something if I can get any details wrong, and I'm not sure I'd get all of that right. So no, offhand, no. In terms of the structural relationships between them, no.
Okay, sounds good.
If somebody wants to throw that into a list that we can talk about in future, I can always make a list to look back and make sure I'm remembering the stuff right and not mess it up. But
sure.
if I'm willing to answer something, it's something I'm comfortable with. I'm really fussy about misinformation.
Absolutely. That's why we trust you. So let's go ahead and check in with Cheddar and then welcome Avatar. Thank you for being so patient.
No worries. I was out of commission for a little bit anyway. But I just wanted to mention what Heba was talking about earlier about how to, interact with these folks when you're getting real frustrated. Now, me personally, what I do, I talk about the law. That's where I really shine. And I find that a lot of them, they really can't talk about the law because they're clearly in the wrong on this side. So as someone who's been debating for around 25 years now, I've got my 10,000 hours in on how to direct a conversation. Especially in the face of like personal insults or things that are making you angry. So let's just, a little scenario, right? Let's just say you're talking to them about, like what I'll do, with international law, right? And they try and deflect it, like with an insult or something. You just say, great. Now, how does that, what does that have to do with what we're talking about here? Just let that insult roll off your shoulders, even though, you want to stand up for your, whatever, if it's a personal insult, you want to stand up for yourself, whatever. All it is just an attempted deflection. So just bring it right back to it. You are absolutely able to direct a conversation if you don't let them get under your skin like that, because they're, almost experts at, distraction and taking the conversation away from what you're talking about. So again, if they're just, insulting the prophet, you just say, okay, great. What does that have to do with this? Because our natural instinct is to automatically defend our own positions, but you don't have to. They're the ones that need to be on the defensive with all of these happenings. So make sure that you direct the conversation back to what you want to talk about. Again, for me, it's law. So you say, great, what does that have to do with Israel committing war crimes? And if they try and argue about it, obviously it helps to, know a good deal about the subject you're talking about. So I have all of this stuff that's on the computer. I have like 6 binders printed out of everything. So I'm able to pull it right up. And again, they'll try and deflect. It's like a worm, or not a worm, like a kid trying to, get out of changing clothes. They want to squirm out as much as possible. You just got to hold their arms on the side so you can get the shirt over their head. Again, I know a lot of this stuff is frustrating, but remember, as long as you are in the moral and legal right, you can absolutely direct a conversation back to what you're talking about and not get frustrated with their attempts at distracting you away from the topic you're trying to talk about. Just let those insults roll off, because just remember, you're arguing with an ideology and not a person.
No, yeah, I agree with not letting insults affect you. It's never the insults that really affect us. It's usually the deflecting, and we get very frustrated with the fact that they, I don't know how many conversations you've had or how many debates that you've been on, but there are many situations in which you will be speaking in a supposed conversation, and they will bypass every single word that you have just said and go right past you, right past the point, right past everything that you just said, as though you have said nothing, and go like say something, respond. Do you agree? Okay. I don't know.
The Ben Shapiro technique.
Yeah, it's right, bro. Okay.
And that's what I say. Just let it, when they try and mention something like, okay, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this. And they try and do something else. Like, no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this.
Right. I definitely do. I mean, and again, for me, when I ask questions like this, it isn't necessarily for my own personal gain, because I'm very much matter of fact about a lot of things. Like, there's this one particular person who tends to run away every time he and I get on the panel together, because I will come back to the point. Like, he will try to respond to something completely different that I'm not even asking about. And I'll be like, no, answer the question as it was asked to you. And does not like that. He does not like answering the question that was being asked. Yeah. And so I get that. But usually when I ask questions like this, it's because I've been in the presence of situations that get out of hand very, very quickly. And I think sometimes it's good for, whether it's us on the panel or for those who are watching, who do tend to go on a lot of panels as well, but not necessarily this one, for them to see it from a different perspective. The other thing is that when you are, when you're talking about something that directly impacts you, you can't always respond in the same way, in the same logical way as someone whom it doesn't impact. So having those conversations and debates, they're not you having them for, I don't know what your background is. I don't know. Are you Middle Eastern in any way? Or do you cheddar?
No, I am very, very white. Thanks to genealogy, I'm very, very European.
Okay.
In particular, English. So yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure. I think my point is that when we're talking about it, we're talking about the lives of our people directly, and in many cases, a lot of these people are talking about the death of their loved ones. A lot of these people that are coming up and advocating and debating, they're talking about direct family members who have lost their lives or who are fighting for their lives currently. And so, as logical as we would like to be in situations like this, the reality of the matter is you cannot always control yourself when there is direct danger to those around you. There's an Arabic saying that says, I'm going to say it in Arabic and then I'll translate it to English. يلي اجري بالنار مو مثل يلي اجري بالمي, which means those whose feet are in fire isn't the same as those whose feet is in water. So if your feet are on fire, like if you're in the fire right then and there, it's different than when you're sitting comfortably and your feet are sitting in cold water. Does that make sense? So the response is going to be different. That's why a lot of times, for example, when victims of any type of abuse tell their stories to certain people, and those people would say, well, if I was in your shoes, I would have done this. But you're not in those shoes, so you don't know what you would have done. Does that make sense? And it's the same thing in this, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, and that's keep my mouth shut until the law is brought up, because otherwise I'll sit in the live for an hour before anything comes up, because I cannot in any way speak to, the personal experiences of Israelis or Palestinians. So, and I wouldn't presume to. All I can do is just speak on the law. That's it.
The kind of person that you're referencing there, Hiba, especially, is why I was talking about platforming and that we just shouldn't engage with people like that. The kind of person who's going to get your blood boiling, the kind of person who won't answer a straight question, block them. Just never engage, because they thrive on that. And you're giving them what they want by even trying to waste your time and energy and frustration by trying to get them to stay on topic. You're playing their game. And if you play the other person's game, you can never win. They've already set the rules. They've set the board the way they want to set. So just block them and move on to the next thing. It's not worth the time there. You're not actually helping yourself or the Palestinian cause by engaging with people like that. One quick question I have for overall, if somebody could test something for me and go to my Instagram and see if I'm live there, because there's a thing about Instagram that it says for the restreaming, it will time out after an hour. And it's a bug on Instagram's side, and nobody can fix that until they fix it. It actually stuck on there it was on there for 4 hours before it finally came up and said it's not streaming there anymore. It just shut down. So it lasted a lot longer than the hour it said it would, but I tried a way to resurrect it. And I want to see if the trick I just tried on it worked. Because if it did, then I can watch for that and solve it each time. Because it says, right, it's currently telling me that I am streaming it to
No,
it.
you're not live right now on Instagram.
Interesting, because
you're not live right now.
Because it
on
shows
Instagram.
it shows me that I am with one of these things, which is interesting. So the workaround here didn't work then. That's interesting, because it came up 4 hours later and said you're no longer streaming there, and now it says I am again. I wonder if I ever was. Oh well, IG may be more problematic, but at least it works perfectly for Twitch and YouTube. And I know I've used restreamers perfectly before with Twitter and Facebook, so I'll at least be able to be in those 4. But I don't know if I'll be able to get Instagram working properly. No, that's good to know.
Yeah, I don't see you live on here either.
Okay.
I'm looking from a business account though, so I don't know if it's any different, but it shouldn't be.
I wouldn't think so.
Your name on G is the same, right? It's
the Liam Omar the Fourth. Yeah, it's the same. It's exactly the same as the TikTok name you're saying.
I don't. Yeah, you're not. It's not showing me that you are.
Yeah, then it's giving me false information there. So then what? I'll just not bother to put it on there for now, and I'll just stream to these 2, and then 2 others I'll add next time. But I'll just leave IG out, and I'll post it to social media and let people know. But it still gives them plenty of options to find it, so that's good. But yeah, I had no way. I can't test it because my phone is in your hands with the TikTok. Right. So
I went looking for it on my laptop. So it's I totally get it, because the second that I don't know why, I know a lot of people are able to kind of leave TikTok and come back and still be on live. But for me, with the second that I go to any other app, it drops me instantly.
Okay, I've got one more thing to try out here. If somebody could refresh it and let me know if it's working now on IG. And then I'm going to ask one more time too, because I'm going to try and fix something if it did do it that way. Because it's showing some people have joined now, so it may be working, but I don't know.
Showing you live now.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I found one more trick. Okay. So here's the next trick, and I'm not sure if I think it. Well, gosh, should I test it? Because now, gosh, a whole bunch of people have joined now. I'm not sure if I should do it, because I want to know if I have to leave this other window open. But I found if I have the IG, if I have a tab open for Instagram on here, the restreamer is actually working for it, which I don't need to do for anything else. I don't have anything open for YouTube or Twitch, and it's working fine. But it seems that it will work if I have Instagram open. So that's funky. Oh well, I'll do a test at some time during the week with some people and see if I need to leave it open, but I don't want to kill it right now. So I'll leave it going there. But that's good to know.
Yep, there you are.
Okay, cool. Well, then one more problem partially solved.
The only thing is,
I love solving problems.
The only thing is there is a little bit of a delay between TikTok and IG. It seems IG is a little bit after TikTok.
There should be a delay to all of them, but it should be within a second or two. But they should all have a slight delay because it's passing through a restreamer. So that's totally normal.
I don't know if you see yourself, but
well, it's hard to do because it's a tiny box. Yes, I can. Okay, so let's do this. 3, 4. It's a pretty big delay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got you on
That's
my phone. So
that's a big delay.
That is a big delay.
Yeah. Wow, that is huge. I wonder if that's unique to them, because I've never seen a delay that big with anything else restreaming. That's fascinating. Well, I can experiment with that at some point else during the week, but at least I've already found 2 quirks and 2 workarounds. I just got to refine it a little bit more.
All right. Let's turn this off. Go back to normal. I don't know why it's not turning off. It does that for some reason. Well, either way, I do have to excuse myself. I have to go do an assignment, and I'll try and come back in a little bit. Okay.
Good luck on your assignment.
Bye, Erica. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Look.
Bye, Eva.
Heather, did you finish up? My short-term memory is not so great right now.
Yeah, no. I'm actually just looking. I wonder if you can use. I love my phone. I have split screen, so I'm browsing Google while I'm on here. I wonder if it wouldn't be easier to look into one of the multi-stream services and see if it's possible that you can do all of like one at the same time, so there isn't like big lags or anything like that.
It's what I'm doing. This is a restreamer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Such a weird lag then.
But there's always some delay with restreamers, but it's seeming like it's variable between platforms. It looked like somebody just said that there was a that Twitch has the least delay. And I had when I was doing the test during the week, I had the 2 computers open, and the delay to Twitch was about a second or so. But somebody said that the delay to YouTube is also much greater than it is to Twitch. So it's probably on their end in terms of like how well they can do that. But yeah, to make it a little easier in terms of the bandwidth here, I'm not using my Wi-Fi at all. I ran a cable across and I plugged directly in to do it. So it should be fine for that. But it seems, Twitch is the only one that's really good at this. Yeah, we'll see how different it is too. Because like I said, next week I'll throw the Twitter through Periscope and Facebook on as well. So we'll see how it is to all of them.
No, it's a work in progress.
Yeah, exactly. I did a lot with Restream.io before. This is the first time I'm doing restreaming through StreamYard. But decided to get the StreamYard account because it does a few other things. So I'm figuring out how it does it versus Restream. But they both do the same basic job.
Yeah, you'll be a professional streamer before you know it.
Maybe, I mean, and honestly, because of the their administrative reorganization at one of my schools, I'm down 1 campus next semester, so 2 instead of 3. So I'll have a little bit more time for however long it takes me to find another position that I'm comfortable with adding into. It'd be nice to try and build up something like this in the meantime. And, if it ever manages to take off, then hell, maybe I wouldn't need to do that. I could just stick with the couple of campuses and, get something out of this instead.
And you said you weren't able to stream your lectures. Was a school contractual issue?
It's because it's in the classroom, which means it's their location. So they could object and they could actually claim control over it because it's using their facility. It's using their internet. So it turns it into their property, where anything that's using my internet and my equipment is my property. So I don't want to hand them control over my shit. And if it passes through that way anyway, too, then it gives them an ability to claim, access to the lecture content itself, where technically we retain copyright to our lectures and they only have a use license for it being put on their internal systems for the students, but they can't profit from it. If I pass it through their internet, I'm handing it to them, which I also don't want to do because I spent a lot of time writing that shit. That's mine.
Yeah,
so the other one is the students too. There are issues, even there, if students, because you can get around that by having them sign a waiver that they don't mind if their voice shows up, and you can have it face only at me and not at them. Those you can kind of get around, but it still would be a huge pain in the ass that I don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with like any kind of permission-y type shit. I don't want to deal with administration. I don't know what the legal stuff. Nothing. It's not worth it. For doing I wanted to do for some time online versions of my classes, and then just set it up in a way that you can kind of like, I don't know, it'll eventually turn into like a little passive income, make them very cheap. It's $100 for a whole class or whatever, and you can download all the lectures and all the slides and all the assignments or whatever. But I would have to re-record everything. I record all of my courses, but I put those lectures up for the students as a way for them to review for their exams in case they miss something or they missed a day or they want to go back and over something. But I would have to re-record new versions of that content that would be then totally mine, because if I used a video recorded in a classroom, even if it has no students and the students have signed away their permission to allow it to be used, I can get in trouble trying to make money off of that, if I put it up for sale, So there's all kinds of complications around this.
Yeah, that sucks. It's like, even if you were to just record and then upload to YouTube, well, there's monetization possibilities.
Right, exactly. And it hasn't. There's only a couple I put up that way before, and what I've always done is try to keep any students out of it. And my YouTube was never monetized. If I get a large enough following that I monetize my YouTube, I'll look back for anything that was ever recorded in a room like that, and I will remove it immediately. Where right now it doesn't matter because there's not a dime that I've ever made off of YouTube.
Make a lecture or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I love that. Can I go ahead and check to see if Avatar is still awake? Do we still have an Avatar with us? And then welcome, Dharma. Always a pleasure to see you. And then I'm not sure who's right under her, so we'll have to check in with this person.
Hey, yeah, I'm awake.
Great. Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours, Avatar.
Oh, thanks. I wanted to go off of I liked what you were saying, Liam, about having conversations with the other side, because I also have a case study. So my stepfather is he's Ashkenazi Jewish, and a lot of a family is also, they're Ashkenazi Jewish and like hardcore Zionist, and this whole time they've been very much in their own bubble and like talking to each other. Like, I'll go to a family event and I'll listen to them talking to each other about how Hamas this and that, and like the whole everything. They went to Hebrew school, they went to they went birthright, and they did all that stuff, so they have that that common like American Jewish mindset. But at least a few days ago I was able to have a really good conversation with him, my stepdad, about this, because he at least respects like my intelligence enough to have a good opinion about this. And
Right.
We actually had a respectful conversation where I think he originally was thinking that like all pro-Palestinians wanted to like genocide Jewish people. Him and a lot of others, a lot of people in his family think like that. But I think at least thanks to me, like I did the incremental progress of like, after that conversation, at least he doesn't think that way anymore.
That's great. Yeah, one thing that I have frequently tried to remind people of, the people that do have problematic views can change their mind, but they're never going to change it just engaging with strangers into something like this, it all. But if you have a personal relationship with them, and it doesn't even have to be in a position where somebody particularly respects your intelligence or anything else, the fact that you are family or very close friends, you have a tight personal bond with them, it lowers some of the psychological barriers. So even if they're going to resist you throughout it, you're actually seeding things that will start occurring to them and can start the process of them walking their way out of it, where a conversation in this kind of environment here is never going to change anything at all. It's very, very rare. It happens for people when they do it, when people want to change themselves. And that's the key. If somebody is open, and that's where it's very difficult to judge that in conversations with people. The easiest way to understand it in just psychological terms is that no one has ever changed anybody else's mind ever. People change their own minds. And that can be either be from you looking it up or going into something open enough in your heart or mind to be able to hear things and actually start taking stuff in. And it's easier to do that when you have a personal relationship, but anybody can walk into any environment on their own and choose to subject themselves to it and learn things, but you have to be open. People who generally aren't, you're going to get nowhere.
Yeah, and one thing that I really that he was consistently stressing, like throughout the conversation, it was like maybe an hour and a half conversation. He was always going back to like basically feeling like the world was against Jewish people, which I'm sure everybody's heard. But a couple examples he used. One was the biggest one. He actually asked me. He was like, "Okay, you're in these pro-Palestine spaces. Can you ask them for me? Like, give me an answer to this question." Amongst a couple others, but he was like the one was that the UN. He feels like the UN condemns Israel more than all other countries like combined. Apparently, that's what he said. And he feels like that comes from anti-Semitism. At least that's his hunch. But I was just curious what you had to say about that. Why that happens, if that's true, or why that happens.
It's not really true, no, but it is. It does show up rather a lot. And you can understand why people get prickly about it, because from a lot of people's perspective, and especially given the bill of goods that they've been sold, they're told that Israel is a democracy. It gives civil liberties to people. It's not like one of these vicious dictatorships. So why are you criticizing me the way that you would criticize North Korea or Iran? What the hell's going on here? And they're simply unaware of the fact that Israel broke its obligations in 1948 by not allowing the refugees and created the problems there. And then post 67 has been an apartheid state. But that's not what they're told. So when they hear that criticism, of course, it sounds like anti-Semitism because it directly contradicts everything they've ever heard about it. They're just not aware of what's going on with it. So I understand why they're prickly there, but there's a way around that. There's a way to address it. That's not why it's happening. It's happening because there are specific violations of international law that have been present from the beginning. To gain membership of the UN, the Israelis actually committed to allowing the refugees at Nakba to return, and then immediately reneged on that and have denied it ever since. So they've been in violation of international law from the start. And that will get you criticism from the UN. Go figure.
I guess he's upset that they're not getting, like North Korea. I guess there's North Korea. There's like all like Sudan, or I don't know. There's a lot of countries all over where there's like I don't know. Pick any country. I guess he's saying there's a lot of countries that have a lot of rights violations. China or like India. Or like
they often do, but generally not towards a lot of other peoples. The key here is that because Israel, if Israel had annexed the territories, it wouldn't get as much criticism, and it would still be just as problematic. If it annexed them without doing anything else, it would still be an apartheid state, but it wouldn't have the same level of criticism. It gets that criticism because it's an unresolved occupation of territory where they claim sovereign control of it and are the only recognized sovereign state, but they have not annexed it or offered rights to any of the people in it. It's a unique status in the world. There's been nothing at all like it in the modern period. So it stands out. North Korea has not occupied territory and treated people like that long term. Iran, China, tons of countries that have tons of human rights violations. They are human rights violations of their own citizen body, and there are different standards for that in international law. It does get criticism, but not the same type of criticism. Israel's it falls into a liminal space between internal and external problems, and it stands out as a bigger issue to deal with because they've never annexed that territory.
Do you think also because being a first world country that it claims to be a democracy, claims to be all these things, that it gets more attention?
That's part of the reason too, and that has come up a lot. And largely it's because bunny ears. It's because of the pretense. If you argue, look, we're a developed democracy, we give rights to people and whatnot. And then at the same time, you have this what I was just talking about, this long-running military control with no rights to people at all. Well, then it's a shameless lie. The fact that, I mean, they're not treated well. There's tons of discriminatory laws inside Israel. But yes, the 1948 Arabs are citizens of Israel. No one in the territories is. So they don't have the same rights. I mean, I just posted a video today of an unaliving from yesterday of a Palestinian in the West Bank who had literally converted to Judaism and was just shot because he didn't hold his hands up in the right way. It's a kind of story that I can relate to a lot because American police do that a lot to people. They're pointing their gun and somebody doesn't follow directions exactly right, and then bam, like that kind of like simple disregard for rights. That's harder to do inside the state because the Israeli Arabs do have some rights. The ones in the West Bank do not. They're not citizens of any state. They're literally stateless people. The people in Gaza and most of the people in the West Bank have no citizenship anywhere. And that creates a completely unique circumstance in the world. The closest to it is some small isolated populations in remote mountainous areas and whatnot that were kind of left out by states. There were some Bedouin populations, some Kurds, and Syria for quite a while refused to give citizenship to portions of the Kurds. But there's nothing on the scale that we see there and nothing of the longevity of the situation that we have in the Israel-Palestine situation. And because it is a presumed first world democracy with all these pretenses of freedom, doing that in a way that is actually worse in many ways than what these dictatorships do, that's the thing that stands out, Because I mean, they literally, when I point this out to people a lot when you're walking through some of the issues, because you look at, say, the progress of the intifadas, right? Starting from the first intifada, so you go back to the late 80s, they used some tactics that we only ever associate with dictatorships. They used plainclothes snipers. So some kid is hucking rocks or chunks of concrete at police in riot gear or soldiers, and you have them. They just drop to the ground with a bullet between the eyes. I mean, that's the kind of shit that I expect of the Assad regime. And it would be completely par for the course with the Assad regime. They do that stuff. To have a country that claims to be a first world democracy do the same thing, that does merit more criticism.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope this will get through, because obviously he's going to be very dug in about this issue. So I want to get a quality answer. I think that was a pretty quality answer. I'll try to relay that as effective as I can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here every Friday too, and if you ever get to a point where he feels comfortable enough, have him come along sometime and we can chat. It's not like I haven't had a bazillion conversations in synagogue with people like that.
Yeah, I would love that if I could get him to. I think also my parents, they don't respect TikTok. Yeah, I think they still.
It's now on YouTube. Look at that! I'm on YouTube. Well, actually, you couldn't talk. You'd only be able to listen in, but you could talk and he could listen to something else. Anyway, but the
Yeah, I could.
But take your time. Like, don't propose it right away. Like, have some conversations and like slowly bring it up. You come a couple of weeks in a row, get to where like he feels comfortable enough taking the time, and then if he wants to come up in the panel and have a conversation with me, I'm perfectly comfortable with that, because I'm not going to lose my patience with things like that. The only time I lose my patience with things like that is if somebody is intentionally lying to me, or if they're doing shit like, I don't know, being a neo-Yahtzee. I have no patience at all for racists. I will go 0 to 60 like that with a racist. But if somebody is sincerely interested, I have no problem at all. I will patiently talk for hours with somebody and help them out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, my goal, maybe this is the dream goal, is to get the whole family to wake up, but that's years.
It's a long process, I can tell you.
I don't really have a choice either, because this is just like, I'm in the movement and I'm spending my time doing this. If they ask me, what have you been up to? Okay.
Well, I've been waving this flag and have you seen my keffiyeh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. You know, it's difficult, but you are in you do have an advantage. It can be a very long and slow process, but if you do have a good personal relationship, people can be pulled back. And I've seen people pulled back from like straight up white supremacy. You know, it can happen through personal relationships. If they really engage with people, it slowly wears down your barrier psychologically. You know, but it takes a lot of patience. The harder an idea is dug in, the more it's built on things like trauma and fear, the harder it is to unwind. But it absolutely can happen.
Yeah, and I was happy to have the patience if, you know, because he has respect for me, so I'm very much able to have that same respect. Just like, you know, he might say things that, like, you know, he'll be like, well, you know, we took the land and so it's ours because we won the war. He'll say like, oh, the 6-Day War, so we, you know, he might say some stuff where I'm like, I don't really agree, but I'm just willing to, like, you know, forgo like all the little things. Well, I mean, not necessarily little, but, you know, forgo things.
Pick your battles. You choose your battles. That's the key.
Yeah.
And that same principle works with like choosing not to engage with trolls. You know, like put your energy where it's actually going to be useful. So yeah, when somebody's like spending a bunch of stuff there, if it's not a big enough deal, like set that one aside. Come back to that later. Let's deal with this issue instead.
Yeah, exactly.
One at a time.
And then once you give me information, then I can come back to him with something like that, and then just like little by little.
One step, exactly.
I'm so proud of myself.
One step at a time.
If this actually. Yeah, if I got anywhere, yeah. But the main thing is the Jew, like, you know, just the feeling of like the Jewish people are under threat. That's like a huge issue, and just in general, like the other major thing was how the Arab, you know, after the creation of Israel, they kicked out like the Jewish people from the Arab countries. That's
and
like,
that's and it doesn't help that oftentimes we respond to that by focusing only on the parts that make the Arab world look better, because in some places they weren't kicked out. Some places it was literally Mossad agents in Iraq. There are some things that were like really messed up there, and some of those were actually voluntary migrations because of a growing apocalypticism, especially after the '67 war. But there were plenty of places where there were riots, there were pogroms in the Arab world. People just don't like dealing with that fact. It's a much more nuanced issue. It's not like they were all chased out or they all went willingly. It's somewhere in between. So both sides could really learn to like take a chill pill on that one and deal with the complexity of this topic.
Yeah, I would say, the biggest thing that he said, which I do actually agree with, is that we should acknowledge the whole picture rather than like only making, like making them look bad. And that is fair.
Build on that.
Everybody should have that.
Exactly. That gives you a way in. Because okay, cool. Yeah. So let's take the holistic view, right? Let's try to understand all of it. And if you do that, you find tons of places where Palestinians and Israelis both screwed up, that Arab states and the Zionists screwed up. Like there's plenty of blame to go around. It's a much more complicated issue. On balance, more of the problem is caused by the Zionists, but it doesn't mean that everyone else is like some perfect angel or something. It is always more complicated than that.
Yeah, I have more questions, but I won't take up more. I just that was my main thing, and I can come back later.
Yeah, well, honestly,
I think this is a great combo.
I'm here for a while too, and honestly, I tend to defer to whoever's playing the role of mod in there, which Erica's doing right now. If somebody is waiting in queue and really wants to hop in with something, then we can take turns. And if there's nobody else waiting, then you can carry on to something else. But
I think this is a great conversation. If I could add just a little bit in there on the same topic, if that's okay. I look at this as like being a gardener and just planting the seeds. And there's a saying of you plant seeds and you let go of the outcome. You just try to set the conditions for those seeds to grow, but some are going to and some can't. And there just really has to be and I have to remind myself of this in really hard times where it's like, if I'm doing my work, I don't have to defend, especially when it comes to a toxic person. Not that I'm saying your dad or anything, but talking about like trolls or whatever. When it comes to either a toxic person or manipulator or even a manipulative system, that the tendency is that I want to defend my values or, the truth when something, you know, is said. And really, you know, it has to come to this place where it's like, it's so easy to get lost in the weeds, but to stay in the bigger picture and stay on the values, and then just plant the seeds and let go of the outcome. And those that will grow. And, you know, I hope that your stepdad comes along on that journey with you. But I know that, you know, many of us, we will inevitably have a major shift in our friendships, in our relationships. I know that, like, for me, I go on the book of faces and I'm like, oh, wow, like, I'm ready to block all you people, because, like, it is like, wow, it's very telling. It's very telling. It really tells me, it tells me where that person stands in their morals and their values. And if they're open to having a discussion and understanding why this is so important to me, or why I would be willing to walk away from very important relationships over a quote unquote political difference. It's not a political difference. It's a vast difference in, you know, values. And so I just want to encourage you. And yeah, I think that would be great. You could come up on the panel and he could watch from YouTube or whatever.
I really like that. Values. I'll remember that.
I've got I got two quick things, if that's okay. I was just checking to see if Doc NS is here, and then I know I saw Annie here earlier. I don't know if she's still here. It's hard to see everyone on this list. Well, I'll bring it up anyway. Okay, so two quick things. One, about something that came up in the other chat that involves some people here, possibly. Another directly connected to this. I love the whole seed thing, Erica. I've often used something similar, but I approach it a little differently because I guess I'm using like an old fairy story kind of analogy. So you're like throwing down seeds or breadcrumbs or something to create a trail for people to find their own way out of this mess. And if you're throwing down those breadcrumbs or seeds or something, well, birds might come along and eat some of them, and they can get lost and they can't find the trail anymore. So you throw some more. But people can choose to follow that or not. It's ultimately up to them. But if you're laying those seeds out, sometimes they will help people find their way out, but you ultimately can't control it. So as Erica was saying, in terms of like the growing part, using the seeds differently, yeah, you can throw it out there and sometimes they will really grow and take off, but you never know. You just have, all we can do is keep sowing, keep throwing it out there and seeing what happens. So yeah, I'm using like the Hansel and Gretel part, and Erica's using like actual gardening, but it's the same basic ideal. You're putting it out there, but you can't ultimately control, you know, like if you're throwing stuff out, you know, if you're putting the stuff down there, whether or not birds eat it or somebody can actually follow it effectively.
The finger pointing at the moon. Oh, I want to welcome Dharma too. Sorry.
Oh, hey. The other one that came up was something that's been relevant to a number of conversations for people who've been around for a while, because this is what, the 33rd of these, I think. Somebody's asking, somebody with a username too, that's what's the full part of it here? It's the Awesome with Autism show on YouTube, which sounds like a cool title. And the person found out, yeah, I'm autistic too, and said, you know, maybe we can, you know, bring up something specifically, because I answered a couple things earlier in the chat here about how we can get more comfortable expressing things verbally, because that was a hell of a challenge for me. I always preferred writing because of the way the language center is sort of split in the middle for me. You know, wondering like how to improve things about that. And we've had discussions before about different techniques, different tricks people have gone through along the way. And I know there's quite a few people in the following that I have on TikTok that are also autistic. I think maybe a nice conversation like that would be really good. So I just want to say that out loud too, just to go along with the chat here and let them know, yes, I'd love to have conversations like that. It does come up regularly, just organically in these things. But if we want to plan something, and if other people want to hop in, if like, you know, I know Doc and S, and I've talked about doing something about, I think like, you know, trauma and recovery or something. I can't remember what is well offhand, but we talked about doing some kind of thing on mental health in general. If people want to get involved in things like that and talk about those kind of issues, I'm always down. I'm always down to talk about that.
So
Good morning to everybody. I got to class late. I'm so sorry. But Sky Sky brought up some very important things. And myself, I sit with a very unique situation in that in our family, we're quite cosmopolitan and diverse. Muslim, Christian, other, black, white, colored. And I have found that somehow the people who don't quite agree with the humanitarian cause, shall one say, they tend to side in the family with people who side with them, and they are quiet in our conversations, but when we step out of the room, then they have their say. So I tend to I've learned to choose my battles and also just speak very calmly, in general company. But I know that there are certain people that you just can't convince, but I keep, as we say, planting seeds. But I've become extremely in my own course because I'm very verbal. I'm very active. I've learned to become very isolated in this cause. Extremely isolated, whereby I just keep away from people who don't always agree, and I think sometimes that gets me into an echo chamber with my own group of people. And so I willfully would go into other companies and then still just have gently and very respectfully have my say and be very open to say one or two things and then sit and listen, because I think it's very important to, when people have differing views, to come across calmly and listen so that they feel and they understand that you're open to their view and you're willing to listen and then have educational discourse. But I do find that in my circle, especially, people would rather they would have their say when we step out of the room, rather because it's more appropriate. And I've become aware of that, and that's become very isolating at times for me.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
you
I
have
feel
to
you.
choose your battles because family is family.
Right. And some of those, like, the conversations there can be alienating. People can slowly push you out because they don't want to hear about things. Yeah, it can create some toxic dynamics there. And yeah, getting people talking behind your back, that's not healthy for anybody, really. It's hard to work around things like that, which is one of the reasons while that I'm saying, even though personal relationships are important, it doesn't mean every personal relationship is a good place for this, because people still have to be willing to have those conversations and be open enough to have them. And not everyone will be. So like I mean, there's a few people back in my mother's side of the family that are racist as fuck. I mean, I had one great uncle that was perfectly happy dropping the N-word on a regular basis, and there's just no way I'll engage with that shit. I'm not even going to try. It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
Let him be a toxic little fucker on his own. It's
Yes, and this is where I rather would just choose to disengage and sort of listen. I need to just do this and do this on my own, because as well it's comfortable because they don't quite live here in this particular country. But when they come around and visit, it's a different situation. Then they're respectful and they're quiet and they're more, not compliant but quiet. And then so it's become difficult. And so I think you tend to find your community of people and you go down in those circles. But like I say, I'm also very careful of living in an echo chamber, because it's very, very important to go out there and make your voice heard. But respectfully, because we can always say whatever we say, but it's how we say it.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's a chat in here that reminds me earlier of the discussion with Hiba, but also of a great line that I use with people sometimes. So Vol.033 says, I don't hold space at all with people like that. Thinking about my racist great uncle. I like to say, I don't argue with people that John Brown would have unalived or pew-pewed.
But I see a very interesting question here. Melise or Melise Sky, how do you deal with the COVID COVID racism? How do you deal with COVID racism? Now, that is exactly the kind of thing that, that I'm dealing with. It's funny, but yes, that's exactly.
That's interesting.
Oh, yes. It's COVID racism, like COVID narcissism. It's like they come across so lovely in public and so beautifully and so open and so, but when they get into their own little circles, however, and unfortunately you have the displeasure of overhearing that. That becomes a bit difficult.
Sometimes people like that are aware of what they're doing and are intentionally dog whistling stuff. So you're going to run into the same kind of stonewalling. But sometimes people are engaged in like the covert stuff, the dog whistly type stuff, a lot of the just problematic language, because honestly, they just don't get it. Or they have swallowed a bunch of stuff like, well, people should just have thicker skins, and this we just grew up telling jokes like this, and I tell racist jokes to my friends like this all the time, and it's a little harder, but you can actually you can often have those kind of conversations if you have that good personal relationship, but still the person has to be willing to have it, to be open about it. So if they're going to shut down, leave the room, talk behind your back, that person is not open enough on some level, they recognize a big disconnect between who they are and who you are, and they're just not willing to have that discussion. And if they're not, there's not much you can do about it.
It's really difficult, I think the challenging thing is when you realize that, before these types of issues, that you really, really love people and you're really, really open to them, and for all of your life you were just so in love with them, and then an issue like this comes up and you go like, oh, hold on a second, that's a bit of a, hey mama, cutie pie.
She's talking to you.
Hey, Baba.
Salwe.
All right, y'all. Well, since Dharma's here, I'm going to take my leave. Oh, I'm so sorry. I cut you off again, Cheddar.
No worries. I gotta get going to bed, but I just wanted to recommend just 2 websites for people. I can recommend a pile of them, but just 2 websites for everybody to check out, because in my opinion they have some of the best information. One is PalestineRemembered.com. It's got tons of hyperlinks to sources. It goes over like the Havar Agreement and how the Zionists really wanted to exploit Jewish persecution to further their cause of having an Israeli state, etc. It's a really good website. Could use some polish, but it's still a good site. And the other, in relation to like a good history of the conflict, as well as other like UN documents and stuff, it's un.org/UNISPAL. I recommend going to the document database or the history tab, and it has a like all the history from 1917 up to the year 2000. It's very, very thick and well put together, along with resources, sources that you can follow and look those up on your own. Well, those are just 2 websites I recommend everybody go check out to get a real solid history of the conflict. And with that, I have to go to bed. So thank you, Liam. Thank you, Erica. Well. Hi, Dharma. Nice to see you. And yeah. Oh, good morning. But yes, everybody, you guys have a good night. I have to go to bed.
Good night, Cheddar.
Professor, it's a question quickly. This particular app here, they say you should open up your camera and then you can work on the panel thingy. But I'd rather just let Erika up and down the people, because when I do that, it doesn't work for me. I opened up my camera, it still just won't let me do that. So Erika, if you might just
do what about your camera?
Okay, so
because she's leaving. So what?
Oh yeah. Okay. So when I try to sort of let people up and down here, then my camera will just open up, but I won't be able to access the panel. I have no idea why. Should I just exit the app and come back?
Maybe. I don't know what that would be, because it should, letting people up or down in a panel shouldn't affect your camera at all. That sounds like a glitch.
Know, but it's like this mod thing is just, it's not working right now for me. So I'll just exit and then come back.
Which are you on, the older account or the newer one? You're on the older one, right? So let's see.
Yeah.
This has the yeah, you do have the yeah, you do have the all the supermod stuff. There shouldn't be a problem at all. So if if something's going wrong, it's probably a glitch. Like it shouldn't do that at all.
Well, it's doing that.
Yeah. So maybe hop out and come back in. Hop out, close the app, restart the app.
I'll do it.
I just discovered too, with the StreamYard stuff, it does collate the comments with the YouTube and the Twitch, but it's not doing it for Instagram. So I guess I really will have to have the second window open. If this builds up, I'm going to have somebody help to watch these other ones and mod on this as we go along, because it looks like the questions are throwing up into there too. Okay, those are mostly comments. Oh, somebody asking about Greg. So if P. Palmer is still there on IG, no, I didn't see Stoker's video. I'm honestly not really good at keeping up with a lot of people's videos. I go and do things, but I'm usually reading rather than listening to a lot of things, so I don't know. And then Astroloke is asking, I don't know if this already came up there. This is, I do TikTok live office hours every Friday. And this is the first week I'm doing a restreamer to show up in multiple locations. So it's right now streaming to 3 other spots in addition through a separate camera. And we're going to work out some kinks for making that work well. But the questions that have been coming in are all coming in from TikTok, where we've been doing this for months. But I'm going to try and extend it to where we have the ability to interact with more people and have bigger conversations. So yeah, Astroloke, those questions are coming from TikTok. Okay, that's all those. So yeah, I'm going to have to find a way to look at this, because there's no way I can watch StreamYard and Instagram. I'm going to have to find a way to click back and forth every now and then check for it. But if the following grows, we might have to find a way to, I don't know, monitor that better.
Usually, so when one has multiple platforms like that, then you have you can either have 2 machines or 3 machines, and then you have an actual physical mod sitting on one side that is actually streaming questions to you. But you can actually do a multi-panel on one particular screen, and I could possibly look into that for you.
Yeah, it collates the chats from most of the platforms in one place, but it won't with Instagram. And Instagram's already going to be weird too, because it does disconnect you after an hour. But I'll try again and see how it works, because these always go on much longer than an hour. I mean, we've already been on for, 5. But it'll disconnect, and I think I'll be able to create a new session and pop it back in. So it might just end the live and then restart for them. Instagram's always going to be weird for people, but sadly, because of all the shadow bananas around on all political stuff, my engagement is actually highest on Instagram right now. So I am kind of motivated to try and find some way to include them, because the post there got noticed by a lot more people than everywhere else right now. I mean, I am heavily suppressed right now on Twitter and Facebook and whatnot.
TikTok has just become rubbish. I mean, I think we've all seen how I think I got a 10-year suspension.
Yeah, but even there, TikTok is still better than, I mean, my engagement on Facebook used to be fantastic, and my following is still going up, not down. And my Facebook following is larger than my IG following. And most posts on Facebook get 0 reactions and views. And then it'll be 1 or 2. They're not showing up to anybody at all. And the same thing with Twitter. The people who are engaging regularly there are most people who are consciously choosing to go to my page. And I found out that people can't even search me. If you put in my account, it's very difficult to actually get to my page. It doesn't. I don't come up. So
Yeah,
they're much
if
more
people
aggressive
listen or
than
not,
TikTok is right now.
Leah, can I suggest something for you to consider about that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, so I originally, when I first found you, you were on somebody else's live, and you were brought in as a guest, and that actually got you a lot of I got into from you that way. So maybe I would suggest if you did collaborate on other lives, then you get more views and exposure, and then
and
maybe you can get it.
That works here too. So and doing things, it does help out a little bit there, and popping in different places. So I've tried to make a habit of showing up in different places. So that's why I've been showing up in Jamal's book club and things like that where I can, but I usually don't have a lot of time for it. During most of the week, I have no time at all for listening to any videos or engaging like this. I do my social media posts that I'm typing in while I'm walking from place to place. So this is really the only time of the week that I actually have real time for it. But yeah, it does help a bit for it to grow, but it doesn't get around the bananas on places like Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and they're going after us everywhere.
Okay, so thank you so much for that question, David. So we have a queue over here. So Cactus was next. So if you don't mind, Cactus, you can please ask your question.
Yeah, speaking of walking to and from places, I just have a few moments to ask this, but I've been more interested in 20th century and 21st century history of Myanmar, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on the internal conflict, and do you see a future where there's a stable state with the current borders of Myanmar, or do you think it's more likely to kind of dissolve into, a Karen state and a Burmese state and that sort of thing, or do you see the kind of current status quo continuing for a while?
Given the way that all international law is structured around trying to avoid changing borders and just how complicated that is, I don't see any change in it at all. I don't see that there's any appetite even to consider it. I mean, look at the fact that Somalia has been broken up since 1990, and we still can't recognize the simple reality. I don't think that'll happen. The complication that I understand most from it has a lot to do with the way the regime is structured, the weird kind of superstitions around it. I mean, there's a lot of problems with the way the government works, and at the end of the day, people there are going to have to find a way to challenge that. And even I hated that so many people in the Western press were just constantly cheering on, like people like Aung San Suu Kyi and all that kind of crap, because very, very problematic beliefs still. I don't know what could be done about it. I'm obviously not an expert in the region, but from what I understand of it, I don't see it falling apart, and I don't know how it could be fixed without more significant movements internally to change the way that they think about these things.
Yeah, it really reminds me a lot of Ethiopia, or where Ethiopia is right now.
Yeah, it's broken into there's too many tensions with different groups, histories of attacks from one group to the next, and then vice versa, and it goes on and on. But there's always this. It has to stay together somehow. There's no way around that. And the change in Ethiopia too, it'll have to come from people of the different ethnicities setting aside those differences and trying to decide to make it work somehow. Otherwise, they have to put a hell of a lot of effort into convincing the world to allow a divorce, like happened in Sudan. And the fact that turned out worse than people were predicting. I mean, South Sudan is just a basket case right now. It's a terrible example of success. So I don't think anybody wants to deal with it that way either. And to some extent, the more you allow tearing things apart like that, it's a surrender to nationalism, which, I mean, if you paid attention at all to the history of the last 250 years, nationalism is a terrible idea. We shouldn't keep giving political power to distinct ethnic groups. ethnic groups have never had political power until the 19th century. It's just not been a thing. And if we keep giving into that logic, all it's going to do is keep people fighting each other and keep hating each other, and it perpetuates the same broken logic.
Yeah, it's a real shame because it's difficult though, because when you talk to people from those countries, like it's very difficult to talk about that without invalidating their very real traumatic experiences.
I know. It's all these things are difficult, and the fact that so many of these countries have borders drawn by colonial powers that then take no account of the geography, the human dynamics, and whatnot, or consciously try to make it worse for people by the way they divide things up, and then you tell them form a nation state in this. You're just asking for G-sides. You're asking for trouble. I mean, so much of this just goes back to the way the Europeans have fucked over the entire world. But at the end of the day, there's that part of me that wants that Star Trek future where we can all like get over our shit and stop fighting from country to country. And if we keep breaking up into smaller and smaller pieces and threatening to unalive anybody who isn't just like us, then humans are going to go extinct. I mean, there's no way out of this. I don't want to fall into that trap either, you know?
Or it'll be a very rocky road at least.
Well, it has been a rocky road. You know, it's going to stay a rocky road. That's the whole point. Is like we're trapped in this vicious circle where it's not going to get any better unless we change the paradigms entirely. And I think one of the ways out of this and all the problems, even though people are stuck with borders for now and these weird dysfunctional countries, if we can get over nationalism internally within them and people can learn to get along despite differences inside countries, then we can start building larger and larger political units and get over our differences entirely and be United Earth and explore the stars. But we'll never get there if we can't even get along in the same freaking country.
Yeah. Well, I do have a few more questions, but I've reached my destination, so I've got to go. If you're still on in an hour, I'll come back. But
yeah, it's still early enough. I should be. Hard to say, but
all right, well,
definitely possible.
All right, well, thank you. Hopefully I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Before you go, Cactus, Erika in the room would just like to say hello to the girlfriend.
Yeah, she's not right here right now, but I'll let her know. She's in the other room.
Thank you so much, Cactus.
All right, you too. Take care.
Okay, so before we have Soul Speak up next, we would just like to welcome Lucas. Welcome to the room, Lucas, and welcome to the panel. So, Soul Speak. Hi, Lucas. So, Soul Speak, and then David, and then Lucas.
Great. Hi, Dharma. It's good to see you tonight. Hi, Lucas and David. Liam, so I have two questions. One that was relevant to what we were talking about. So when you're trying to, I think Avatar was talking about how it was difficult for him, or it is difficult for him to have these conversations with family. When you are talking to people, you also want to listen. And I think of myself as a very good listener. Where I tend to get stuck is when I'm speaking with someone about, for example, what Abu Islam was telling us today about the children of Rafah waking up to boom booms and going to sleep to boom booms. Like, it seemed like that's what hit him the hardest. So if I'm sharing that story with someone and that someone tells me, well, I live in Israel and I've been staying in a hotel room for the past week. Their pain is valid. Their fear is valid. Their concern is valid. But I have a hard time equating it to the concern of someone like Abu Islam. Does that make sense? Aw.
Yeah, someone just said in the chat, I'm sure Minerva is in her bed, so I was going to show. Yeah, she is.
And she's looking away from us.
Minerva.
She's like, I'm done with you guys.
Who is tu, Minerva?
Hello, Mama.
Puela bona. Okay. Yeah, no, I totally feel you on that, because yeah, they do have a life experience. They do have a kind of trauma there, but is it comparable? Hell no. But when somebody immediately hears, if somebody's saying, I have suffered this trauma, or my friend has suffered this trauma, and you immediately bring up something from your own life, well, I also suffer, the person is caught in a loop where they're thinking only about what's happening to them. It's about them. They're not in a space where they can have that conversation. How can you humanize somebody else if they can only think about themselves? There's not a whole lot you can do there, because they're not in a space where they're mentally open, emotionally open. But what you can do, instead of directly confronting that issue, is try to find a way to help them to become more open. And there are good tricks for that. I'm not the best at it. But there are, you mentioned listening, so there are active listening techniques that can help. There's all kinds of little things that can help to push people in a way that can relax some of those barriers to being able to hear about someone else's pain. But if somebody hears someone else's pain and immediately goes to their own pain, there's nothing you can really do. Callie just said, give them mushroom tea. Yeah, I mean, part of me is like, yeah, why don't we all just get high? Let's just all get high and sit around and look at the stars and like, far out, man, and like solve all our problems that way. Sure, the second generation hippie in me wants to do that, but I don't know that that's very practical. Yeah.
Okay, so my other question is a lot longer, and I don't know if you want to address that tonight. I'm happy to look at it another time, because you've talked about it ad nauseum, but I want to see things the way you see them, Liam, when it comes to this point. I don't understand, if I'm honest, how Judaism is a religion, also an ethnicity. When you explain it, are you saying there's two ways to look at it? It's how I self-identify as a Jewish person versus how the world sees my Judaism? Is that where I'm getting stuck?
Not really. So the key to it here, the first step, I think, to help with an issue like that, is to unlearn the habit of thinking of Judaism as a religion at all. Because first and foremost, it's not a religion. It's just not. And most Orthodox Jews have never considered it one. It's an ethnic group because it is a distinct culture. There are certain ways of life, certain traditions, languages, ways of dressing, all this kind of stuff that builds in. And actually, there's tons of them within it. So there's a whole bunch of different subcultures in it, just like there isn't anywhere else. So you can be French, but being Gascon French and Picard French is very different, but you're still French. And then there's a few common elements that tie people into the overall Jewish identity. But at the end of the day, it's a cultural identity, and cultures are ethnic when they become a kind of broader tribal identity that has some stricter borders around it in a way that it's more tightly defined. It's possible to become Jewish or to leave the Jewish family. It's porous to some degree, but it does have a way of defining itself internally, of understanding what it is and what it isn't. And that kind of matters in a way. Ethnic groups are always like that, so, and it's true anywhere. So I think one of the easiest ways to do it, if you're at a point already where you can set aside the question of Judaism being a religion outright, then think of it like anything else. Think of it like being French, right? Somebody can be French because they're born in France and they speak French, but they can also be French by moving from Morocco to France and becoming a citizen and marrying somebody who's French and then having kids who are French. And that's that. So you become French over time, right? You Francify. It works the same way. It's a distinct identity. So people have historically become Jewish. It is a world religion. What makes it different from other world religions is it still has an element from the way religions worked in the ancient world, where the religious part was not at all separable from what I was just mentioning with French, right? So France is, there's a France area, right? Let's set aside all the weird specificities and say all French people are just French, right? So let's set aside all the internal differences. So there's France, and there's a French identity, right? The thing about that is it doesn't have any necessary faith elements that are part of it, because the religions are understood as something that can be bolted onto it. So you can be French and Christian, or French and Buddhist, or French and Hindu, because the Hindu, Buddhist, Christian part we understand as a separate part of our identity. There's a sense of beliefs that you have that are very personal, but they don't affect your cultural identity, your political identity. The fact that you're Buddhist doesn't mean you speak French or don't speak French. They're different things, right? For Judaism, they're the same. They're linked. And that's how all ancient faiths worked. Ancient faiths were not separate from the culture at all. Somebody in ancient Greece or ancient Babylon couldn't adopt the Egyptian religion. You couldn't just convert to Amun-Ra or whatever. Like you can't like go by the book or just like have a conversion experience and become like a Kemetic believer, because that faith was part of being Egyptian. It was part of the broader cultural identity. So it meant living along the Nile. It meant adopting the Kemetic language. It meant adopting the lifestyles and all the basic traditions and how you treat women, because that was very different from there between Greece and Babylon. It's a whole culture. That's how all religions worked until a handful bucked that trend. Buddhism, then Christianity, then Islam. They're the first religions, that still exist, because Manichaeism also, there was a handful, but they were consciously universalistic and separate from cultural identity, like consciously decoupled from it. So I can be Roman and Christian, or Egyptian and Christian is a separate category from the cultural identity, right? With Judaism, that's never been the case, because Judaism is an older style religion. So Samaritanism, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, some of the religions that are left over from early in the Iron Age still have that ancient understanding of religion, the pre-Christian understanding of what religion is, which is why it's just a cultural identity. It's easier to drop the religion part entirely and understand Judaism only in ethnic terms, because the culture is what makes somebody Jewish, not what you believe. Beliefs are almost irrelevant.
Is there another example of an ethno-religion today that's alive today?
I just gave you two. That's why I picked those and not some other ones. Samaritanism and Zoroastrianism are both ethno-religions. In fact, historically, both of those are more ethno-religious than Judaism is, because they both made it harder, and it used to be impossible to convert. It used to be completely impossible to convert to Samaritanism or to Zoroastrianism. More recently, there's some reform movements, because both religions are starting to die out. In fact, Samaritanism is nearly dead. The others, so thinking about some people are mentioning the Druzi and the Yazidi. Druzi are interesting because that was imposed on them as a way of surviving in the region they were. Because they basically made a deal. We won't convert anybody else to our approach as long as you leave us the hell alone. It's like, we'll be loyal to the government. But in practice, once that's in place, it stays that way, and it becomes an ethno-religion. So you can't convert to the Druze faith. You just can't. You're born into it. You're reincarnated into it, and that's that. They didn't choose it on their own, but it's the same thing, right?
Got it.
So there's actually quite a few in the world, and the borders can be more or less porous. It can vary a bit. So I don't know. Shinto is essentially one. It's it's hard to get into that way. It's essentially a part of traditional Japanese culture, and most Japanese even don't pay much attention to it. But it's very much tied to that specific thing. It's very hard to jump over that. But most religions we're accustomed to thinking of in more modern terms post-Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam. So we think about religion as a completely distinct category from culture and ethnicity. But some of the older faiths and a few more recent ones for weirder reasons like the Duruz end up being distinctly ethno faiths.
Hello, everybody. I have a question for you.
I think Dharma's like got an order to keep us moving along.
Hi, Power. Before your well, there's an order here, and we go in succession. So, after Soul, have you completed your question?
I have. Thank you.
Are you sure? Because I know it's a weird one. This is tricky. So let's. Is there anything I can help?
I'm struggling less with it. I'll have to tell you. I feel it when I come and speak with you, but then when I'm away, it seems to just not, the math doesn't math in my head, and I'm not sure why. But you've gotten me a lot farther tonight than where I was.
Okay, yeah, I think the two things that might make it stick better is, again, if you just leave the religion part out entirely and think of it only as a cultural identity, and if you remember that there are a bunch of them in the world. They're all very small, but there are other ethno-religions out there. You know, so Judaism is kind of analogous in some ways to being Duruz or, you know, being Zoroastrian.
Okay.
I have a question.
Thanks for that, Soul Speak. Thank you so much for that, Soul Speak. So up next we have, excuse me, please, Power. We have David. Then we have, well, we did have Lucas, and now he dropped. We have David, and then after that was Lucas. But so David, you're up next, and then after you, we will have Power. Thank you so much for your patience, Power.
Yeah, unless it was just an internet issue and Lucas pops back in a second. Yeah, sometimes they're like that.
Okay, so it will be David and then Lucas if he pops back up, and then Power. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dermasul. Just had one question, 2 parts. Just following up on the topic of the issues with the nationalism and also the changing borders, and somewhat that they're related. And the 2 parts are, one is I sort of thought of the example when you were describing it, that in after World War I, Germany lost the land, and especially through the Treaty of Versailles, and then because they lost the borders changed, that was weaponized through nationalism to try to get the land back by the Mustache Man. So that might be an example. Maybe you can comment on that. And the second question, just on changing borders and the national identity, is when there was the British mandated Palestine, at that time the border of the British mandated Palestine was quite large, but then that border was sort of reshaped by Jordan taking about 75% of British mandated Palestine. So I'm not sure if that led to some of the issues in the changing border of Palestine after Jordan.
In that case, the initial legal vehicle was handing a mandate for Palestine to Britain, and it included this big chunk of territory, and then they chose to divide it. So it honestly, it wasn't Jordan taking anything. It was Britain then deciding how it wanted to carve up that territory and build things in it. So that was done at the very beginning of the process. It didn't happen. It didn't happen later. So right. it's like there are a few like tweaks along the border between Britain and France. So it's one of the reasons that the second H group in Lebanon still complains about Sheba Farms, because it would have been part of what became Lebanon, but it was only that way for like a minute, and then the 2 countries that were dividing it up changed their mind, and then it never was. So it's not that when people make issues out of that, it doesn't really make much sense. The key, I think, to that also might partly lay in your first question, because one thing we got to pay attention to when we're looking at questions like this is that borders are ultimately a matter of state structures, and nationalism isn't about states at all. So a state, people inside a country can still be angry that territory was taken away from their country. So people in Germany could have been mad about the loss of, like, Poznan or whatever to emerging Poland, or to Danzig or something, the Memel territory. They could have been upset about losing physical land because they were patriots, because they loved their country, right? But patriotism and nationalism have completely different objects. Where nationalism gets to be much more of a problematic issue is that nationalism is about a specific people with a particular identity. And it's not really about the country at all, or the borders or anything. But they will often use issues related to the countries as a way to whip up people. But at the end of the day, it's about identifying as part of a shared community with people that you think are just like you. And that's the basis for being angry. People frequently conflate nationalism and patriotism, and frequently nationalisms are opposed to the state. They're almost anti-patriotic. They're very different things with different objects. Where they overlap is because of the structure of the nation state, and that only started to take off at the beginning of the 19th century. States have existed for thousands of years. But the first nation state to exist in the world was France during the Revolution, and it quickly collapsed into an empire in the Bourbon Restoration. It's only with the rise of modern Egypt under Mehmet Ali and Greece under the revolution starting in 1821 that the first actual nation states came into existence that stayed nation states. And the nation state model gradually took off over the next 2 centuries, spread across the 19th century mostly, but then obviously, post-colonialism, tons of later 20th century countries. But a country, the borders, all that stuff doesn't have any necessary relationship to the nation at all. The nation is the group of people. One of the problems, if you think about Cactus's question, right? The problem with Ethiopia is that Ethiopia has multiple nations in one country, right? The Tigrinya and Amhara identities are different because they are distinct national identities within the context of a single nation state of Ethiopia. And it's very difficult to impose that identity and loyalty to that nation state when people have a different national identity inside it that they're more loyal to. Does that help a little bit with the question, the first part of the question?
It does, yeah. So, and then the patriotism, would that be within each national identity? They're patriotic about their national identity?
Patriotism is loyalty
or is it
to
about the country itself.
Patriotism is loyalty to the state. So let's take a step back. The simplest way to look at it is to look at 3 basic terms. A nation is a group of people with something in common that you organize in with a particular identity. Like it has a political structure, but not power. Like it has an identity, right? So you're grouping yourself together as a distinct group of people, and you're choosing certain features that make somebody authentic within that. So it's always a political project. It's always artificial. No nation actually exists in nature. Cultures do. Ethnicities do. But nations do not. Nations are built on those. And to make a nation, you're picking certain cultural features and you're saying this makes you this thing. So look at Algeria, for example, in its resistance to France when it began building a common identity because it had historically never had one. To be Algerian, one of the things they chose was Arabic. Well, that leaves out the Amazi people, so it causes all kinds of problems there. So it becomes an internal division there, but they chose certain features to be authentically Algerian. And speaking the Amazi languages or French were excluded from that initially, as it built up. So there's choices made, but it's about peoplehood. It's about a group of people. Nations, when people talk about the national border, they're speaking gibberish. Because nations can't have borders. Nations don't have governments. Nations don't have armies. Nations are groups of people with something in common. That's it. A state is all those things. Borders, laws, institutions, governance. That's what makes up the state. So states can be either sovereign or non-sovereign. So for example, I'm in California. California is a state because there's a government in Sacramento, but it's not a country. It's because it's not sovereign. It's part of a larger entity. So this fits in the question of Palestine. Palestine literally is a state because it has a government. So when people talk about creating a Palestinian state, that's also gibberish. We're using the term wrong. A Palestinian state already exists. A Palestinian country does not. A country is a state with sovereign control over land. So these have both existed for thousands of years. Governments have existed and sovereign governments have existed for thousands of years. But they were never tied to an ethnic identity before. France is a good example of this because France is one of the oldest countries in Europe. The French state goes back to the beginning of the 5th century in the collapse of Roman power. So France as a country is quite old. France as a nation state is very recent. The French state had people who spoke Breton and Gascon and Picard and Provençal and tons of different languages and cultures. Basque, like all the Plattdeutsch forms in the East. Tons of languages, tons of distinct, completely different cultures. So there was the potential of different national identities that could have built up there. And in some cases, there are. Think about like Basque nationalism. Look at Spain, for example. Right? There is a Catalan nation that exists because the Catalans identify themselves as a people. They have symbols that they use, a language that they use, but it's not a separate state or country. It's just a nationalism. It's a nation. There is a Catalan nation, but there's no Catalan state and no Catalan country. So the 3 terms, nation, state, and country, are very different. And if you're talking about patriotism, you're talking about states and countries. You can be a good patriot for your state or your country. Nationalists support their nation. So this gets really complicated because we use all 5 of those words totally wrong in most common speech. But if you use them right, then tons of issues suddenly fall into place. It's just like the blocks just fall where they're supposed to be.
Right. I see. And so nationalism, you can't be patriotic because that would be toward the state and the country.
You can be both.
You can be both. Your nationalism.
Somebody can be both a nationalist and a patriot if they live in a nation state and they're a nationalist toward the majority culture of the nation state. So, for example, somebody living in I don't know, the central part of look about the area around Madrid and traditional Castile in Spain. And you can be then a patriot for Spain, for the country, and a nationalist for the Spanish nation state and the Spanish identity. But somebody living in Catalonia, would have a harder time with that. You can be a patriot toward the Spanish state or a nationalist toward the Catalan identity, but they're in odds in that area, but they're not in Castile because the Spanish nation state was built around the Castilian national identity. So when they overlap in a nation state, then you can be both. When they don't, it's usually one or the other, and you're either a patriot or a nationalist. So it really depends upon the internal structure,
Yeah. No, I understand. Wow, it's very, very deep and thought-provoking. So thanks for that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think issues like that, they're not that difficult to understand. And if we use the terms right, it solves so many points of confusion. But media uses it wrong. A lot of common speech uses it wrong. I mean, and honestly, it's frustrating because it literally just contradicts. If you open up any dictionary and look up the word nation, it describes a group of people with something in common and some kind of political organization. It's literally describing what I'm saying here. It never mentions borders, laws, armies, because it's not talking about a state or a country. It's a group. It's the first words in the definition of nation is always going to be a group of people. But we don't use the word the way it's actually defined. But if you want to understand political science stuff, if we want to talk about major problems in the world, then we need to use them the way they're actually defined, not the way that people just loosely use them when they're talking,
Yeah, and then I guess, like you said, it could be conflated, but sometimes they do overlap. But flap, it could also cause confusion and conflation.
Right. Look at the MAGA folks in the U.S. They're for the most part nationalists. but their nationalism overlaps with a traditional understanding of American patriotism when the U.S. was a lily-white, patriarchal Christian country that was racist as hell. And that's part of that identity. So it overlaps with some of the political history and identity of this country, but it's their national identity and the way they define Americanness that's the problem, because that's what has them say Muslims don't count and Hispanics don't count and blah, blah, blah. They can leave people out. They can exclude them from their national identity. But they mostly overlap because of the history of this country. So sometimes those overlaps are very clear and sometimes partial and sometimes completely disconnected, like, say, Scottish nationalists versus patriots for the UK.
And then in Jordan, is it because the people there, they have some Palestinians from before, so are they part of the state of Jordan, or do they still have sort of the nationality of Palestinian?
Jordan, like many places in the global south, has struggled to build a coherent nationalism, but it's been trying. So there is increasingly a Jordanian nationality, but because it's a combination of Palestinians that were already there, because historically, and this goes all the way back to distant antiquity, because two of the ancient Canaanite states were in what is today Western Jordan. So they're Palestinian, on the one hand, natively, plus tons of refugees who poured in from 48 and 67 that went into it that added to that. So there's two types of Palestinian, plus it tacked on a whole bunch of North Arabian peoples that have nothing to do with that identity at all. And then it's trying to make a national identity out of that. And it's tricky because the degree to which someone identifies more as the native Palestinian, the diaspora Palestinian, or that Bedouin affects the degree to which they can accept either a Jordanian nationality or not. You can be a patriot for Jordan, but also a Palestinian nationalist living there. And that's frequently the case. People have hybrid identities in much of the world because the nation states are very complicated things to impose in the world. It's a fundamentally stupid idea. I mean, the nation state is a historical mistake. The reason it developed in Europe makes sense if you go back to why it happened. That's a much longer topic, but it made sense why they thought it would work out and be a better idea. But it's a fundamentally worse idea than what we had before, and it creates a lot of complications. And when you take that model out of its own historical context and then apply it to completely different parts of the world, it's oftentimes even worse. So most people in Jordan couldn't be defined as like Jordanian nationalists. The Jordanian national identity is actually quite weak. It does exist, but it's oftentimes overshadowed by the Palestinian or Bedouin identities.
Right.
But you can still very much be a Jordanian patriot. That's because, again, they're separate things.
Right. It's very, very thought provoking. I'll be thinking about it a little bit more. So thanks for enlightening me.
No worries. Happy to help.
Thank you so much for that, David. I have learned so much from that question. But okay, so power has dropped, so Carlito is here. So welcome, Carlito. You may ask your question.
I appreciate you for having me. I've been asking that question to many scholars, and I couldn't even get the view. And it's probably out of the topic for what we actually were speaking about, because what we were speaking about right now recently were what David asked was kind of interesting. But I gotta get to the bottom of this though. What is the difference between a prophet and a teacher?
Prophet actually has a fairly specific definition, and it's also frequently used badly. Prophets are a very specific type of messenger. So someone is a prophet when they, A, talk to God or the gods. So they're bringing a particular message within a religious context, but that message has to be one of reform, one that says you're doing it wrong, and this is the way they actually want it done. That's the key. If you've got those two things, that's a prophet. A teacher can be anybody who knows something about something. So like rabbis or teachers, they just understand something, but they don't have to talk to God at all. And people can and people can have messages from God. They can be intercessors. Think about like the priest kings of ancient Sumeria. They clearly talk to the God. I'm speaking to Enki. Enki brought me this message. That's not a prophet, but it still is a messenger, right? It has to be a specific type of message of reform.
Right. Okay. So you would say that the prophets, they prophesize, or
yeah, depending, as long as we use that word right, because to prophesy can also mean to be like, I don't know, to be a soothsayer, to tell the future or something, and most prophets don't do that. So that gets complicated because there are some very similar words with a common root that get used in very different ways. Most prophets never foretold the future, but it often seems, that becomes a common part of the way many people understand the word. One form of the word to prophesy is to pass on a message of reform. It's just not the most common way that word is used. So I'm not sure how helpful that might be to you as a distinction, because if you say to prophesy to most people, they're only going to think of like fortune tellers, soothsayers, people, prognosticators, people who see the future.
Right. So would you say that the teaching would have some type of similarity with prophets? Will it be some similarity, or is it a difference?
What do you mean the teaching
between them? Teaching, like a teacher, like a professor, like someone that teaches someone.
There's honestly very little relationship between them. Some kind of teaching is necessary to be a prophet, but it's like a necessary but insufficient definition, and it's way insufficient. Like it's only a tiny part of it. It is a teaching, but it's a very specific type of one and has to have a very specific source. So, for example, you can be a teacher within a religious tradition that's not revealed at all, because not all religions are revealed religions. They don't involve God or gods telling you something. Think about most of Buddhism, right? Doesn't involve gods at all. So it's just what one dude taught to another dude, and or maybe what I made up to myself, and I found my enlightenment and I'm passing that on to you. I'm still a teacher, but there's no revelation or message of any sort. Or it could be like a priest or intercessor type, where there's a message and I'm teaching. Like, this is what God told me to tell you. Enki told me to tell you to do this specific thing, to worship him in this particular way. Oh, okay, cool. That's still not a prophet. So there's gradations. So teaching is a part of all of it, but teaching is there's tons of ways to be a teacher that have nothing to do with what prophets do.
Right. Exactly. Well, thank you for the answer.
No worries.
Made more sense, actually. That made more sense.
Good. I'm glad that helped. I mean, if we think about one thing I've often done in helping people understand like what prophets do too. Start with the first actual historical prophet that we know of, because as far as traditional dating, we can say Abraham comes first in the Abrahamic faith or whatever, but Abraham is not technically a historical figure. Nothing was written by Abraham. His story was written down 800 years later. Zarathustra, the founding prophet for Zoroastrianism, is the first historical prophet that we can directly point to and say he wrote these 17 hymns, that they go back to a particular point in Central Asia. And Zarathustra is both the first prophet we can point to directly in history, but also unique among them because he's also the only one that truly comes out of the pre-existing priest class. He was a priest in the original Aryan faith and then had a conversion experience and brought a specific message of reform. Usually, and this is true for all other prophets, they're not actually members of the traditional clerical class. I mean, look at like Muhammad or Moses or tons of other people who are called to a message, right? They don't come out of the clerical class. They're somebody called to a very specific message of reform that's distinct from that. And that helps them to initiate a more significant reform. So Zarathustra is the first and also the last of his type in that sense, because all the other ones, the reform is, because the reform is the key to the definition of prophet, they're always outsiders. They're always people who don't come out of that traditional class.
Exactly, just like Moses, peace be upon him, when he came back to Egypt as an outcast after when he ran away.
Right.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. He's raised in the Egyptian ruling class. He thinks of himself as an Egyptian. He's not a religious figure in any way. He's not part of like the Jewish faith, but he was called by God to a special mission. That's how we define prophet. A prophet is somebody called by God to a message of reform.
Exactly. So yeah, to say that at least they were special.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a sense of specialness, sure, yeah.
Yes.
Somebody in the chat suggests there's no other context. It just says "wanna be Finkel Bozo." I'm gonna guess that that's someone who is trying to insult me and Norman Finkelstein for some reason, but I don't get it.
I have no idea. Should we edit this person out? I don't know.
I don't know. Let's see if they say anything else, but that just seems like a completely random, stupid insult. Like, I don't get it. Like, okay.
I didn't get that either.
Okay.
Nope.
At least if you're gonna troll, do it with style.
Honk honk. Look, I'm a clown. Honk honk.
At least, yeah, troll with style, at least.
So thank you so much for that.
Emily says Finkel Bozo is a tight band name. Like, yeah. We're the Finkel Bozos.
Okay, so thank you so much for that, Carlito. The questions that David and Carlito and others are asking, it's like I'm learning so much here. It's like, ooh, I'm so glad I woke up for this. But so Frampel over here says regarding the definition to, I think, Carlito, definition. What details does reform have over change in this context? This is awesome, by the way.
Reform versus change?
Can I read that question again?
Yeah.
Regarding.
I don't know. Okay, is it somewhere I can see it too?
Regarding the definition. Right? What details does reform have over change in this context? Because we were talking about, the teaching versus the calling. And so Frampel's question here is,
I don't think I understand the question.
Okay, Frampel, can you just maybe rephrase that question so that we can ask it again?
Because if it's what makes reform different from other types of change, then I have an answer, but I'm not sure if that's the question.
What details does reform have over change? I think maybe it could be that, sir.
Yeah, because it's like what details has. That's what I'm not sure what that means. So it RE definition. What details? Yeah. See, I'm not positive. Oh, okay, good. Then we need to get it right. Okay, good. Because sometimes I gotta guess, but if I'm not sure, always rather ask. Okay. Change is the norm in all religions. And I know this is massively triggering to a lot of religious people, but no religion stays the same. They're all in continuous evolution, whether just through changes in interpretation, historical context, the way people live. None of them stay the same for long. Change is normal. And there are ways that change works within every religious context. Reform in this context is a very specific type. So think of it this way. I have been called by God to tell all of y'all people on TikTok, blah, blah, blah. And I'm giving you a specific type of thing. And it's like very different. Like, I don't know, let's see. I'm going to tell all of you people on TikTok, God told me never use TikTok again. TikTok is the work of the devil and we should all go to YouTube instead. So it's a significant change, right? That would completely upset your life, and change everything about it. Okay. And it's because I was told to pass that along. So prophets are always messengers, but it's a specific type of messenger. Change happens by default, but a change that says God is mad at you for doing it this way and will punish you if you don't, and here is the right way to do it. That's the key, which is why also Zoroastrianism is the first big step, because it was Zoroastrianism there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it, and the wrong way to do it is going to get you punished because you're on the side of evil. You're on the side of Drush, the great lie. You're serving the evil one. Or you can do the right thing and follow my new revelation, and then you're on the right side. You're serving Asha, order, goodness, truth. So it creates that sort of division in there. So there's a punishment for doing it wrong. So it has this sense of judgment that goes along with it, which most change doesn't. If somebody's coming along saying, fire and brimstone, God is going to send you to blah, 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 but God is going to punish you if you don't do it this new way, that's reform, because it's introducing a significant change in the structure of the religion, oftentimes a very big one, and it has a downside to it, like, bro, you're serving evil, where change in general doesn't. Change can be great or small, but it doesn't necessarily have a sense that, like, if I do it this other way, I'm going to hell or something, Does that help, or is there, if we can we refine this a bit more? Let's see if that, I don't see anything else then from that. What is it, Frumple? I don't see it. But if we can refine that a little bit more, if we need to, that's great. But if we keep in mind the idea that it's a specific messenger from God or the gods of a specific change that has a consequence to not being followed. Whereas religions are just going to evolve and come up with certain ideas and toss them out all the time, but they don't necessarily come from the mouth of a messenger like that.
Okay. So we have a question here from Schwaz. Sorry to shift, but could you ask if the US has a national identity, and if so, when did it shift?
Yes, but a complicated one. The US has more of what we consider to be a civic nationalism, because it's where because nationalism, again, they're groups of people with something in common, but you can choose the features, right? For American nationalism, technically speaking, we didn't choose a particular language or ethnic group or culture or origin or anything like that. What we chose was a specific history, a few political cultural elements, and then a common history and documents. So American civic nationalism is like, well, we have the Constitution, big C, Constitution that doesn't change and can't be replaced. And we have the Declaration of Independence. And we have, all these like myths about the origins, right? And a lot of myths about the foundation of this country are flat out wrong, like straight up wrong. A lot of the founders, while they're liberal in the political sense of, trying to create a constitutional order, they were consciously trying to end a lot of freedoms that people actually had here and impose tighter control over people. There were a lot more libertines in this country before the revolution than afterwards. There's a specific political culture that they're creating, a specific set of values that they wanted to communicate to people about self-control, because self-control is necessary to self-governance with a democracy. So it's a set of like beliefs that they're building. American nationalism is built around a set of documents and beliefs that then are inculcated into people's heads, beaten into them. There is also an ethno-nationalism in the US, but it's what we call white nationalism now. There is a racist ethnic part of it, and that one has a very problematic history in the US, because most Americans actually wouldn't fit into it. None of my ancestors would have been considered white by those people either. The Irish weren't, the Sicilians weren't, the Poles weren't. They weren't white people yet. There was a specific Anglo-Saxon Protestant ethnic identity that was important to a lot of people and does create a part of American nationalism, but it's the nationalism of the clan, which does exist and is a thing. Today, we tend to say, well, that's just white nationalism. Those are just white nationalists. Well, no, they actually were American nationalists too, but a very specific type of one. So the U.S. technically had two nationalisms that are both there from the founding of the country. The civic nationalism that the founders tried to inculcate, and the ethnic racist nationalism that they sort of accidentally unleashed by being a bunch of racist Protestant white men. So it's it's a more complicated story in the U.S. because it's not a single overriding project, but one that's constantly contested and constantly evolving. But at core, we have a civic nationalism that is held too tightly, and then these different layers of complicated ethno-nationalism that are part of it as well. Yeah, the Cali against the whole like white in terms of like appearance wasn't what it originally meant to people. Whiteness didn't have much to do with the way you looked. It was a specific cultural identity that mattered more to them. And when groups like the Klan were at their national height, when they were most powerful in terms of their appeals to people and their understanding of American nationalism, remember, America First starts with the Klan. It's a Klan logo, the slogan. Their understanding of American nationalism was white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, period. And they were more powerful when they were attacking Jews and attacking Catholics, as well as attacking African Americans. Because they're all people that did not fit their understanding of what it meant to be American. And that's a significant part of American history. That runs all the way through this. I mean, you look at the Yahtzee rallies we had in the U.S. There was an American form of that took inspiration from what was happening in Europe, and they put George Washington in the middle, and then George Washington surrounded by swastikas, and the identity that they built on was like the Klan's nationalism. But there's always been two American nationalisms that have sit uncomfortably together throughout.
Can I just follow up on that? You're sort of saying as well, like pointing out all the issues with sometimes that happen with nationalism and the borders throughout history. And so my question would be like knowing, and that you pointed out that all the problems that could happen, knowing all you know about history and also about sort of human nature, do you believe that it could have ever played out in a different way in terms of nationalism and the borders, the human history, if things were different, or is it just human nature that creates these things?
Yeah, in two different ways, because neither of them have anything to do with our nature at all. The state was a difficult thing to impose in antiquity and in the Neolithic period. People heavily resisted the idea of territorial states and laws and power like that, because it's a usurpation of individual freedom, and it often involves, all kinds of restrictions and violence and whatnot. It generally states were organized in order to protect the power of certain elites, the privileges. Somebody wants to say, I own all this land. Well, what makes you own that land? Well, I have it. You can't have it. Well, why don't I just take it from you? Well, I have the law to protect it. And we invent things like the state to protect those privileges. And people resisted that. Early states were overthrown repeatedly, and people kept going back to hunting and gathering and smaller scale agriculture. They didn't like the idea, but it eventually, through force and persistence, the idea of the state took off. But states were then the norm for thousands of years. The nation state, the first nation state in existence, is with the French Revolution. And it didn't last. It fell apart very quickly. Nationalism is only really a phenomenon of the 19th century. It's a very recent development. So there's no necessary reason either of these had to happen in human nature, because our species, exactly as we are now, same brain, same body, we've been around at least 250,000 years. And for 250,000 years, there were no states or nations. Neither concept existed for us, and we were perfectly fine. But we created states at a particular point for a particular reason, and then we created nationalism at a particular point for a particular reason. They're socially powerful. They get sucked in. We get used to living in particular ways. It's difficult to change paradigms, but it always happens. So when we're stuck with them now, right, you can think, well, it's inevitable. We're trapped. It's been that way for a long time. It's not, because nationalism was created, it can be destroyed. The same way that racism was created and it can be destroyed. Prejudices have always existed, but racism did not. Racism only goes back into the early modern period. There was no such thing before, and racism was very difficult to get to take off. If you look back at the founding generation of this country, if you look back at the cities all across those 13 colonies, in all those cities there were Black and white people were mixing together. They were having sex with each other. They were drinking together. They were dancing together. They had to slowly push people apart and create the structural. They had to create the racism here through the laws and structures. And over time, it becomes a way of thinking. And then people say, well, racism is just human nature. Like, bro, it totally didn't exist until we imposed it on people. And it still took centuries to take off. They first started developing racist ideas, in the 15th century, but it took until the 19th to become normal. It was hard to impose, just like the state was hard to impose. But once it's there, we suddenly start thinking in terms of human nature. Oh, it's always been this way. This is the only way I can imagine it being. So it'll always be this way. Well, no, if an idea came into existence at a particular point, it can also go away. It's just a difficult process. It's hard to change ideas that get sucked into and become the normal way of life.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for that, David. So we have Nikki here, sir. And so, Nikki, you may ask your question. Thank you.
Oh, there's a Shvan's actually has a quick one that follows on perfectly from this, actually, first.
Okay.
France is the first nation state to exist. The American state existed before, but you still had to consciously build a nationalism here. And early on, the founders struggled with this, because the founders of this country looked at Americans and basically thought we were trash. They thought we needed a lot of work. They had to create a sense of Americanness out of it and impose certain values. And a lot of that they did through laws and education, tons of other things. It took a while to build up. So a project begins in that generation, but it takes a while to actually create. France is the first functioning nation state. The American state predates American nationalism. But some scholars so again, I'm a historian of ideas. It's my discipline. There are some people in my field that actually argue the American War of Independence is the first nationalism, but France is more common, and it's the one I've always pointed to, because I don't think the arguments about an American nationalism building up in that exact generation right there at that time actually makes sense. I think it's a very weak argument. I think that you can't really point to an effective American nationalism until the early 19th century, by the time into the Napoleonic era. So they're close in time. They're very close, but France is slightly ahead in terms of pulling that off. So anyway, so you had another question, Dharma?
Yes, thank you so much for that, sir. So now we have Nikki. Awesome.
Hey, Dr. Liam. Hello, everybody.
Hello,
Hi.
Nikki. Awesome.
Oh,
We love your name.
Oh, thank you. So, I mean, you kind of talked about this within the whole context. And I was just having that same conversation with my husband the other day about like the social stratification of skin tone that, exists. And it was interesting because, my husband, he is German Serbian, but we're finding out that there may be a part of his family history in which he is a part of the indigeneity of the former Yugoslavia. And it was just interesting that the thoughts that were popping into my head due to the what Chomsky would now call public relations, not necessarily propaganda, but the public relations of American media, and how, looking at him, you automatically think white, and that whiteness is whiteness is whiteness. Mm-hmm. And yet, through TikTok, seeing so many other individuals who have that white skin tone, say from, I think she was from Sweden, mm-hmm. where she was like, hey, you know what? I'm actually indigenous to my nation here in Sweden, and we were actually taken over so and so long ago. And it was just really fascinating to have that the ideology that has been implanted in our minds for so many years, being, in America that is surrounded by two large oceans and really, cut off from things. seeing that kind of changing even in my mind. I'm actually my family's German, Filipino, Hawaiian, like all the things, and so I'm a little bit of everything. Like not enough of one and not enough of the other, you know. So I was wondering if you could possibly talk more about that history and, you know, that change and the components within media and the mediums used to change the social perspective of that stratification of skin tone.
Yeah, there are two distinct periods you have to look at to deal with a question like that. Because the idea of race in this way being connected to skin tone is actually more recent than we tend to think. It's only developing in the period of high imperialism, so the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. And it took a while to take root, which is why, for example, the 1920s Klan in the US still excluded Italians and Irish from being white. And it wasn't a matter of skin tone, it was because of the cultural identities and the religion that stood out for them. Whiteness had a very specific meaning. The connection to skin tone comes from European colonial empires and the need to police the boundaries and stop people from interacting and intermarrying and whatever, you know, sleeping with the natives. And, you know, people would have this weird, like, oh, they're exoticizing and, oh, wow, they're so sexy and like, you know, intermingling, and they wanted to try and control that. So they tried to police the boundary between them by pointing to skin tone differences as a core part of the understanding and not the cultural identity. And that was actually a complex process. France, for example, in its Mission Civilisatrice, was arguing that well, if you adopt our culture and our language and become like us, then we'll give you rights. And people in Senegal are like, okay, bro, I speak French, I'm Catholic, can I have rights now? And they're like, oh, ooh, no. And then they decided, well, no, it's about a matter of your skin tone. You're too dark to be French. They had to change that partway through. So it's a difficult transformation that took decades throughout the high imperial period. But because of its, you know, basis there in relation to European colonial empires and existing on this global scale, it's developing in that time period. Once that takes off, then you have this association between skin tone and that racial identity. And that's how, for example, the Irish became white. They adopted the perspectives of that colonizer type population. So American Irish oftentimes worked their way into becoming white people in the US by becoming white supremacists, by becoming racist assholes. They adopted the characteristics of that people and moved into that, and gradually, oh, okay, since at the same time the colonial projects were increasingly defining it by appearance, and they're beginning to change their perspectives. And a change in perspectives is an important part of high imperialism. High imperialism differs from earlier forms of colonialism because it colonizes minds. It changes the way people think. I'll give you an example I use in some classes. And I use actually some old advertising for this. So you look at like some late 19th century, like, you know, Victorian British ads, and you'll have things like advertising soap to South Asians and telling them to like wash themselves, and like, the step toward civilization, you know, like, you know, toward lightening the white man's burden is through teaching the virtues of cleanliness and shit like that. Well, it's symbolically becoming white, you know, by adopting the cultural elements, but at the same time, it's also, you know, implanting this idea of whiteness in a color, because what do you do with soap? You take the dirt off your skin, right? You're taking off the gunk and revealing the whiter skin. Well, obviously somebody of darker South Asian complexion never becomes as white as a Swede, but they can symbolically adopt elements of it. So it's a complex phenomenon of changing from a purely cultural understanding of this identity to one based as much in skin tone. But that's happening across the late 19th and early 20th century. Now, the corollary to that in the modern world is because we've had this association with skin tone for a long time, but now there's increasing discussions of indigeneity, multiculturalism. We're all intermingling in different ways. We don't live in like white supremacist countries, at least not as overtly anymore. So people are coming up with different gradations, and now it's like, well, it isn't just white and black, there are brown people, and you're coming up with different ways of doing that, but that's kind of using the categories of high imperialism that were used to divide people against each other and taking them on now ourselves. So people are coming up with some different subgradations, and peoples have been turning these ideas on each other for a long time. So for example, the caste system of South Asia was a lot more flexible system before the British got there. The British Raj looked at the regulations around this. So they're looking through like the law books of Manu and all the rest of this crap. I'm like, oh, okay, that's how you do things. Oh, okay, cool. And they locked things in. They made it much more rigid. And that over time made South Asia more racist. It made it harder for people to cross those lines and cross identities. The same things happen in tons of other places around the world. Look at how much racism exists in Mexico among peoples of different degrees of, intermingling. So, the mestizo populations, you could be darker or lighter within that. There's people who are mixed in with some African genes, so they're darker or lighter. And there's a kind of skin tone based caste system that developed in colonial Mexico that's passed into its current use. And people will literally judge each other based on how light their skin is now. That's a consequence of these imperial processes that we're taking on in the modern world, and we're giving new layers of meaning. When what ultimately we should be doing is tossing the whole frickin' thing, because it never made a damn bit of sense and has nothing to do with our nature as people. Biologists have been telling us for 70 years that race doesn't actually exist. I like giving people a simple statistic that the populations of East and West Africa, East and West Sub-Saharan Africa, are genetically more different from each other than either of them are from Swedes. But we look at people of East and West Africa as both black, and Swedes are different. So we use it very differently. It's not a scientific concept at all.
Right. It's so fascinating. You mentioned South Asia. I actually went to Nepal, and I'm not sure if Vera is still in here. She went to Nepal back in '92, started a small orphanage out there. And one of the things that I found fascinating during my travels is that some of the girls out there, they would buy soaps that would bleach their skin, and they kept looking at my skin because they thought that I was Nepali, but I have very light skin, and it's considered a high sign of beauty. But again, it was very, very recent with imperialism that had occurred. And the time that I had gone was in 2008, and they had just deposed of the king and the monarchy, literally the day that I arrived in Kathmandu. So it was a very contentious and violent time in Nepal. And that was just, I think that was one of the first experiences that I had seeing that firsthand, this stratification of skin tone and how strict it was out there. It was mind-boggling for me. It was really an experience. So I don't know necessarily if it's still like that out there with TikTok and with social media and everybody's now.
It is.
Is it still?
That racism is going to be there for a long time. There's a complication I want to add here to be clear.
Okay.
There are other things similar to these kind of distinctions that do predate European colonialism, but the colonialism always made them worse. So the distinctions between appearance do pre-exist in South Asia because of the blending together of the pre-existing Dravidian-speaking populations of South Asia. They've been there much longer. They're closer to the equator, so they're darker. Because our lightness or darkness is just a degree of proximity to the equator over many centuries. When peoples move in, they're lighter, and they created a distinction, and they associated the people who worked the land because they were agricultural, and the people who moved in later were pastoralists and they didn't farm. They said, oh, you work in the dirt, so you're dirt people, you have dark skin, and they distinguished themselves between them. So a kind of racial hierarchy exists in South Asia 2,500 years ago. I mean, the caste system in Sanskrit is varna, which means color. So it does kind of exist. The difference here, and what makes it worse in South Asia, is that the British made it far more rigid, far tighter and police those boundaries in ways that were important for their colonial control. So they took a pre-existing system and they made it far, far worse. There have been plenty of places where there's been various ways of prejudice based upon appearance, but they wouldn't fit the modern definition of racism. Look at the way the Romans talked about Syrians, for example. Syrians are a little bit darker than Italians, not hugely, but enough so that they could say, you're a Syrian, and they would bash them and bullshit them. Mainly, they're talking about cultural differences, but they associated the cultural difference with a slight difference in appearance, and they played on that. But it's not the same as modern racism because the boundaries are far more porous. They're not locked in. People constantly intermarried. They moved around. It wasn't the same thing at all. The imposition of high imperialism takes these existing prejudices and turns them into something much deeper and structural, as well as really messing with your head, like the whole soap issue. Like you have to change, like there's a beauty standard. There's one way of being beautiful, and that beauty is whiteness and purity, and darkness is the devil or something. You're imposing certain ideas that make it far worse.
Right, and it's interesting to see it flipped. Like, here in the United States, for example, to have tan skin and that quote exoticism that is associated with that, and how it's like completely flipped, and how one tends to be lifted more than the other. It's just I don't know. I'm a reader of the classics of Dante's Inferno, and it's just like everything just seems to be like a perversion of everything that we think we know, and then all of a sudden a power comes in and turns it all on its head, and we're all just pretty much sitting here going, wait, what just happened?
Yeah, for sure. And in terms of the whole exoticism and bronze skins and all the rest of that stuff, sometimes that also reflects the same white supremacist patterns. There's a kind of fetishization of difference, that takes a difference in appearance and makes it somehow fundamentally, like ontologically different. And that's what makes it exotic and interesting, because you don't think of it as at all similar to you. If we looked at minor differences in appearance as just normal variations, like, I don't know, we all have different noses and different foreheads or whatever. If we didn't think of it the same way, wouldn't be a big deal. But there's a way in which you're taking these differences and making them somehow very fundamental and alien, and they become attractive. So you get it's such a nasty term, but people used to call it like yellow fever when people are like super hot for East Asian women in the US, like they're
I think the freckled poet says Orientalism. That's the word.
Oftentimes, like, that's actually rooted in white supremacy, even though they're attracted to somebody who doesn't look like them. And people will say, well, I'm not racist, I have a Japanese wife. Well, yeah, but did you consciously look for an Asian person, and why? So there's a way in which that separation can be somehow take on a certain mystique and be attractive. But it's the same reason, like the colonial Dutch were constantly sleeping with Indonesians at the same time that they were constantly dehumanizing them too. So they were both sexually drawn to them and thought of them as fundamentally different people that needed to be controlled. So it's a very complex phenomenon.
Yeah. I'll let somebody else hop on here, but thank you very much. And maybe one of these days we'll go on about building speech, as we were saying on YouTube. So thank you very much.
Oh, fun. Is Nikki awesome? The awesome. I was wondering if the awesome was the same, and I totally forgot. That had to be just a coincidence. I was dismissing it as a coincidence. That's cool.
Yeah, that's me.
Well, welcome to this. Yeah, we absolutely should do that. It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a good night.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna go though. It's 1 o'clock where I am, so.
Yeah, it's starting to get late for me too. But yeah, have a great night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Nikki. Okay, so we have dish that has just popped up here, which I don't remember seeing ever, but we will have you ask your question.
Oh,
It's unrelated.
probably
My
just
question's
telling me to
unrelated.
check my messages on Telegram.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. I'm not good at that. Honestly, you'll love this, Dharma, because it's the same thing with WhatsApp. Dharma was telling me I missed a message on WhatsApp because I only have it to talk to her, and I only have Telegram to talk to you. Otherwise, I don't open it at all. So if I miss a notification, I have to remember to go and open the app up, and I just haven't looked at it for a while.
That's fine. So we all good for the 6th of April, yes?
Yeah, the 6th was fine. Yeah, and you had told me the topics already. You wanted me to talk about the different plans and the stages leading up to Nakba.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's just in that period, right? It's not going past that. So it's the lead up to and how the Nakba proceeds. Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah.
Unless you want to add on.
What you can do is if you can just describe it that way, that I'm going to discuss the ideology, the plans, and the progress of the Nakba.
Right, we're looking at about 4 hours.
Okay, yeah, that gives you time to really tuck into that, because there are 3 components to it, because there's all these ideological aspects that lead toward it, the point in that direction, and it builds up steadily. And then there's the plans to actually put it in practice, like how will that work out? And then, what do we see? What actually happens with it? And the first one is actually the more complicated, because it's a much longer period of time that builds toward it. But if you understand that, then we know why we got these. So the ideology, the plans, and the progress of the Nakba would be the way I'd describe it.
Okay, no problems. That's excellent. Thank you.
Part of that. Can somebody invite me to that, please?
Of course.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's going to be through the same thing through like Freedom Advocates Live, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like that. Dharma, did you see that one where I went on and talked about ancient housing?
I was there.
Yeah. So perfect.
How do I?
It's the same. It's the same thing.
Anyway, where there's learning involved in it, me, I'm front row.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, I am so front row for this. So thank you so much. Deshu, please just follow me and invite me when that happens.
No problems. I followed you. I think you need to follow me back.
Yes, I will do.
No problem at all. I'll definitely invite you. And thank you very much. I'm going to drop. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, bye. Okay, so we have Sayo that has just entered the room.
Saoirse.
Saoirse. Oh, Sayo. I was just reading the first 3 because it's like, well, Saoirse.
No worries. Yeah, I'm surprised you got that one. That's a rarity. Not many people can. Yeah. I had a question.
I'm Irish.
And it is. Oh, you are. Oh, I didn't know that.
Well,
okay.
My name is Omera.
Well, I thought you came from a Jewish lineage, and am I misplacing that assumption?
I have a very complicated family origin. I'm a mutt, but my father's family is partly mixed up, but largely Irish from Tipperary and Cork.
Got it. Okay. So maybe my question is presumptuous, because I wanted to know if you had any knowledge behind the Babylonian Talmud and what significance that plays, especially since it's in almost every synagogue in America and around the world.
Well,
but I don't
I
didn't even know if that's in your wheelhouse. I came in thinking that you were, the guru or the oracle that could guide me, So,
this one and this one is mostly Jewish history, so yeah. So yeah, we're fine there. It's not a universal among Jews, but it's quite common. But there are a number of sects in Judaism that never used it at all and never took it seriously. The way it kind of works, the short of where it comes from is it's actually related to the whole question of Judaism as like an ethnic group in the first place. Well, you have to hold on to a distinct identity. And one trick was they had built up a much more centralized temple state with a monarchy and a formal priesthood, and the Romans took that away. So if you lose that, what's going to happen is you're going to assimilate. You're going to get sucked into other populations and lose your identity. And Talmud was designed to prevent that. And it's largely effective because the people who didn't hold to it and didn't flee into exile with it became the Palestinians. Palestinians genetically are mostly descended from Samaritans and Jews. Peoples who were still on the land and stayed there and just gradually adopted, Hellenism, Christianity, Islam. But Talmud, what it does is it combines a bunch of traditional interpretations, wisdom, everything that they could possibly save. They collected everything that they could and compiled it all so that people could study it and hold to a sense of identity and self. And the thing that complicates it as a text, that makes it really forbidding for a lot of people, and if you take out the cultural context, okay, I'm gonna start by adding a joke to make this a little clearer. There's Jews are very fractious people. We don't get along with each other very well. So 2 Jews, 3 opinions. We disagree even with ourselves. The way traditional Jewish education works is, if you're studying Talmud, you first have to master Torah, then you start studying Talmud, and when you're working with it, you're going to sit across from somebody else at a desk, and you're both going to work through a particular tractate, and you're reading through a particular set of arguments, and then you argue with each other. You basically debate it out, and you're practicing the rabbinical logic. You're trying to think how things work by taking different positions that are existing in the text. So one thing that's very difficult for a lot of people to understand is that Talmud is not a linear document. It doesn't have a single perspective. It collects everything it could. Tons of it is directly contradictory. It's every possible opinion, but some of them are understood to be good and some of them are understood to be bad. And that's fine, because the whole point is to learn how to recognize the bad arguments, how to know that this argument is a bad use of Torah. Well, you only know that if you've really worked through and studied this and mastered it. So Talmud is mostly used by Jews in the context of rabbinical training. The sages, the people who you turn to ask, Rabbi, is this kosher? Well, the person who can answer the question if something is kosher or not are the people who have studied Talmud. That's all it's for. Most Jews never touch it in their lives, which is the main reason that until quite recently, it wasn't even accessible to people because it wasn't translated. No one was translating this into any other languages until the middle of the 20th century. It was always studied in Aramaic, not even in Hebrew. So the language that you learn to read the Torah portions, in synagogue, that doesn't let you read Talmud, because nearly all of Talmud is in Aramaic. So it's a very complicated process to study it at all. So it was only for the people who would become rabbis. And one of the ways you become a rabbi is by learning how to argue and learning how to tell what is actually congruent with Torah and what is actually a shitty argument.
Wow. So then, oh my goodness, mind blowing. So
yeah, it's not what people think it is. It's not scripture. It's just a collection of interpretations.
I thought it was, and then I thought it had such a heavy impact on the society. But it sounds like rabbis have taken some of it and said, you know what, that doesn't align with Torah. Yeah. So that's not got it.
Yeah, I mean, and the problem here is again, because Jews don't agree with each other, different rabbis can take different portions of Talmud and say they're accurate, which is why we have religious Zionist settler rabbis out there saying that you can't take blood transfusions from Palestinians because they're subhuman people that are only there to be servants for us. Those are the arguments that for most of Jewish history, we looked at that and said, yeah, that's just stupid. That's directly contradicted by tons of passages in Torah. But they're pulling the pieces that they want and they're using it their way. But okay, so they're bad arguments.
Oh, totally amazing. You're amazing. So here's the question, and I have chills because I'm about to ask a very important one. In your experience, which sounds like it's significant, what percentage of the people studying Talmud, meaning rabbinic, are adhering to good Talmud versus bad? Like in your honest assessment, what are we looking at?
There's no way to answer a question like that because, again, Jews don't agree with each other on anything. So it's
there's no
like this is why. Okay, so even if you're looking at, for a lot of people, if you see the Haredim and they're dressed in their black trench coats and their hats and their white shirts and they're walking around, oh yeah, they're all the Orthodox Jews, right? There's a whole bunch of different ones, and they don't agree with each other on anything. They're all distinct sects, and they all have just different understandings of things and different ways of. There's some things they'll have in common, but a lot of differences. There's so many variations, and sometimes they're relatively subtle. Sometimes they're quite large. For most of Jewish history, the bigger differences weren't a big deal. You didn't see the kind of extraordinary racism that you can see in the West Bank today, because the people who advanced those positions were extremely rare. So most people didn't fall for those. But it's hard to say like good versus bad because most of the differences are much smaller. They're more subtle. And there it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's like a choice, you know? And it's hard to say which is the right one or the wrong one. It's pretty clear in the case of like, should I let a Palestinian die in the streets because it's Shabbat and I can't work on Shabbat? That's something that most Jews historically would say, fuck no, go out there and save a life because, Torah commands you to save lives, whether they're Jews or not. But that would be bad. And most Jews in most of the world who study it, most rabbis know that's bad. Most rabbis think those people are freaking insane to write arguments like, there's a lot of crap coming out of Israel today that just does not fit our history. And the vast majority of Jews agree on those points. But on the finer points, there's no consensus.
Well, then that's so reassuring and so good to hear, and that's what I thought had to be the case, because there's no way that a majority of these people can be evil. There's no way that, and that's the case across every every civilization, really going back to way long ago. But in your mind, what would be the third book? So if the Talmud's the first, if the Torah is the first, the Talmud would be the second. Do the protocols of the learned elders of Zion fit into this situation at all, or is that just like something that on the way extreme of? That's not Jewish
at all.
Right,
at all. It's a 1905 Tsarist forgery produced by the secret police of Imperial Russia as an anti-Semitic forgery to create hatreds. It has nothing to do with Judaism at all, other than a weapon to use against us. So for Jews, the core is Torah, which is the first 5 books of the Bible. But the overall Hebrew Bible is Tanakh. So Torah, Nevi'im, Ketuvim. So the Torah, the prophets, and the writings. But most of the Bible isn't that important to most Jews in any religious sense. It's mostly for the sense of cultural identity. And that's how it's mostly used. And that's where it gets back to our earlier discussions today about Judaism as an ethnic group, as a distinct identity. That's what Tanakh is mostly for. Torah is the part that's most connected to the religious sensibilities. But Torah is part of Tanakh. But then what about that together all is scripture, though. Torah is the most important part of scripture, but all of Tanakh. So what Christians often call the Old Testament, although there are some small differences. Old Testament isn't quite Tanakh, but it's close. That's all scripture. Talmud isn't scripture at all. It's just interpretation. And Talmud has different forms. So there's different elements that go at the Gemara. There's different elements, but there's also a whole bunch of other things that built up, Pirkei Avos. There's all kinds of like works that collect different bits of wisdom, different ways of describing things, for kosher laws. There's also tons of what we call midrashim. So midrash are like stories to teach moral lessons. So those aren't scriptural either. So the only scripture is Tanakh, which includes Torah. But Talmud, the midrashim, tons of other texts all play certain parts, and then certain areas. So for like the mystical traditions, Zohar is their book, but most Jews will never touch Zohar. It makes no sense to them. It's not scripture for most of them in any way.
What about Kabbalah? What about the
That'd be Kabbalah, yeah. So Zohar is for Kabbalists.
Same thing. Okay, got it.
But
Okay.
Kabbalah is studied by almost no Jews, and it's traditionally not available to Jews until they're age 40 even. You can't even touch it. You have to master Torah and Talmud before you can even begin to study Zohar. But most people never have any interest or do it.
Got it. So then rabbis, for the most part, would go their entire career not touching the Kabbalah, or
most rabbis think Kabbalah is bullshit. They don't take it seriously. It's not actually a core part of the religion, and it only goes back to the Middle Ages. It's from Islam. It's from Islamic Spain. So it's not. It's a part of Judaism for some small sects of Judaism, but for most Jews, it's not a part of the religion at all.
Wow. You are the oracle. I wasn't kidding.
It's a lot more complicated than we tend to think. Yeah, and again, there's whole Jewish communities that don't even have. Ethiopian Jews never had Talmud. It never existed for them.
Right.
So there's all kinds of places where there's various gradations. The only part that's the only really important part of Scripture becomes Torah, and then Tanakh as a whole can be understood as scriptural. But beyond that, everything else is just what individual communities use. It's much more variable. There's no consensus on it.
Got it. I really wanted to express my appreciation for the time and the wisdom and the knowledge that I didn't have before this conversation. And much love to you. You're putting a lot of things. This is medicine. It's medicine for us because we need to hear this stuff. We need to understand Israel. We must understand what's going on. It's so important. And so because misunderstanding leads to bad things. And once we understand things then it makes things much easier to approach conversation, get involved with people that we should be getting involved with, kind of a thing. So anyway,
for sure.
I love the conversation.
It's one of the things I've often tried to caution people, because there are so many racist statements coming from settler rabbis that draw on Talmud that it's tempting for people to think the Jews must take this very seriously. And most Jews think those people are batshit crazy.
Yes.
So we have to keep that in mind. If we turn around and we start citing Talmud, because we can go back and we can find all the bad parts and say, look at this. Don't do that. Please don't do it. It's like people misusing Quran or something. It's like you can pull out all the worst passages, misinterpret them, and come up with all kinds of bullshit. Please, we shouldn't do it at all.
Do with the Bible. That's right.
Yeah.
Do with the Bible.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
But interpretation within the tradition is very, very different.
Got it.
So fair. Oh my word. Thank you so much for asking the questions that I didn't even know how to ask.
Well, you're wonderful for mentioning that. I'm a young disciple in this world as a human, so I'm learning every day.
I tell you why, because just before Cactus jumps in, when all of this happened, people around me know that as a Muslim person, I went into a deep dive on, Judaism because I wanted to learn, because I couldn't believe, what people were telling me online, and I wasn't going to blanket, statement, and I wasn't going to generalize. So I wanted to learn. So then I would connect with a lot of one or two rabbis and other Jewish people here that come with us on the Palestinian marches here in Cape Town.
Sure.
And when they talk to me about different terminologies, and of course, the different stories and so on, and I would be listening to someone like Shlomo online. He's on TikTok. I would listen to Shlomo, and it's like these things are so different, and some of them are clashing, and I don't quite understand, and it would just be rude to ask, because now how do I ask this? And you have now just asked everything that I didn't even know how to ask, and it's clarified so much.
Well, I know some really good Jewish people that actually are rabbis. And so this whole thing has my heart like, wait a second, I really need to understand what's going on here, because the Jewish people in my life have been so wonderful, so beautiful.
That's it. Because here in Cape Town, the rabbis that I have come into contact with and have listened to, and I've actually, they're so different from the people that I hear in Easy on TikTok, and the people who come online and who debate with you. It's like I don't understand. How can you be of the same faith? How can you be studying the same book and have such different views?
Right.
I don't understand, and I refuse to hate. I refuse to generalize, and I refuse to misunderstand.
Exactly. I really, because it hurts my heart. Well, I don't. It's not benefiting me if I'm disliking another group of people. That's not what I'm trying to do, you know. And I know.
Thank you. Yes. Anybody who's telling you to hate or fear somebody else, think about what they stand to gain from it, because they're manipulating you. So those assholes in the West Bank are doing this for intentionally to foster fear and racism to sustain the occupation. Those ideas never had currency until this occupation. Until the 67 war, no one took that shit seriously. Since then, yeah, it's still even there. It's a small minority inside Israel. Most Israeli Jews are less religious than American Jews by far. There are far fewer synagogues in Israel, which seems weird to some people, you know, but most Israelis never go to a synagogue at all. But there is a chunk of fundamentalists, like hardcore, like nuts in Israel, and some of them have this nasty racist variant. So it's a tiny share of the population, but they don't represent most Israelis, and they sure as hell don't represent Jews.
That's right. Well, I got to reassure you that even in these TikTok lives with the Palestinians, they're very, very careful to make sure that the Jews as a whole are not being hated on. There's a very large sect of these Palestinians that are like, listen, this is a small sect within the Zionist Ashkenazi element that is not Jewish. They're not connected to the
that we shouldn't do, though. I mean, it's sort of like it can be tempting to some people to say, for example, like, I don't know, the Teists in Daesh are not real Muslims, that or like the clan are not real Christians. They are. They're just a particularly awful type of it with a terrible interpretation of the faith. So these assholes in the West Bank, they're Jews. They are real Jews. They're just racist assholes. What you need to do to understand them is set the religion aside and understand that these are just racists.
Got it. So then, how would you describe? Do I have it correct in saying that they are Ashkenazi Zionists? Is that inaccurate? Like,
not necessarily. No, no, especially because in Israel, the populations have more recently begun to mix more than they used to. Where in the early decades of the state, there were much sharper lines. But a lot of people who are joining, like these fundamentalist yeshiva, some of them are of Ethiopian origin, some of them are Sephardic or Mizrahi. There's no way to know anywhere. It's not Ashkenazi per se. But yeah, it can't be tied to it. Most Ashkenazim do not agree with these people. And not everyone who holds those ideas is of Ashkenazi origin in Israel.
Got it.
Just the best way we can deal with them is just to understand, sure, they're Jews, but they're also racist assholes, and treat them that way.
Just like every faith.
Exactly. There's a lunatic fringe in every religion. I mean, the settler rabbis are like the KKK. That's it.
Got it. Okay, so then what is Ashkenazi? What are the roots of Ashkenazi? Like, what is that?
The Ashkenazim are the word goes back to a word for German. And they're born in the Rhine River Valley, so what is today Western Germany, at the end of the Western Roman Empire. So they're already around there by the 5th, 6th, 7th centuries, existing in that area. And they slowly worked their way eastward, settling further and further over, especially since there are occasional attacks and pogroms. The Crusades played a part in that. The first, like the little People's Crusade, they went on a killing spree across the Rhine, unaliving tons of Jews. So a whole bunch of them said, fuck this, and moved east and moved to like Poland and Russia, which weren't Poland and Russia at the time. They didn't exist yet. But they spread across Europe. So basically, Ashkenazim are the Jews basically from France to Russia that spread across a wide area there. But their origins are in the western part of what is today Germany. And their language originally is Yiddish. And Yiddish is a form of medieval German. it's from the early medieval Germanic territories. So it's a Germanic language written in the modern Hebrew script. So if you're Ashkenazi, if your ancestry is like Yiddish speaking from, Western through Eastern Europe, across that northern stretch.
Got it. Well, I feel like I'm taking 4,000.
I love you. I love you for the questions that you've asked. I love you.
I feel like we're taking a 4,000 level class here. It's fantastic though. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, it's fine. This is fun, but again, I do this for a living, so it's no big deal at all.
So I came up here to ask one question.
Good morning, Professor. Cactus was in the queue just before Sir. So if we don't mind, I can just introduce Sir, and then we go to Cactus, unless it's really, really urgent.
No, there's no urgency. No urgency at all.
Thank you so much, Professor.
You're wonderful. I'm going to hop off. Thank you, host. You're absolutely fantastic. I followed you. And Dharma, you're wonderful. Beautiful soul. Much love to all of you.
Thank
you. Right on. I'm here every Friday, so pop by anytime.
Okay. Sounds good.
Have a good.
Okay. So before we start with Cactus again, Sir, do we need a nature break? Do we need some Irish coffee? Do we need anything else? No? Are we good?
Well, let's see.
Think about it.
It is 22. Okay, what I should do is ditch this entirely and get something else, because if I don't start like slowing this down, I'm not going to sleep, and I should get some work done tomorrow. So let's see, what could I do?
Okay.
Should I get high or?
Wow!
I gotta think of something I can do to slow down. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna get something different to drink and toss the coffee, and then just so I can start unwinding, so I'm not up all night with this. But yeah,
Okay.
I'll be back very quickly, because I don't have to heat anything up. It'll be very fast.
No problem. We'll wait. We will keep the room going.
Let's see. Did I miss anything over here? Just more pet questions. That's cool. Somebody's off to sleep. So hello to people who are still watching on Instagram. That's kind of cool. I'm getting used to the fact that I'm in multiple places. And honestly, there's rather a lot of people that have popped into Instagram. So I really want to find a way to make this work better, especially since it supposed to die after a while, but it seems pretty random. It's definitely gone on for more than an hour. So it's going to take a little practice to make sure it works well, but there's a lot more people who can tune in this way, which is kind of neat. So hello to all the people in Instagram, but okay. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
Will you stay here?
So this is streamed on TikTok and Instagram at the same time?
Yes, sir.
I've been doing TikToks for, this is the 33rd or 34th of these, but this is the first week that it's right now being streamed also to Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch. And I'm going to add Twitter and Facebook, but I didn't have time to add them on today. So it'll end up in multiple places. Different people can pop in. But the following for this has always been in TikTok. I'm starting to add the other spots.
Cool.
Good morning, Professor Taco, and how are you today?
Good. So my professorship is just TikTok, it's just...
no problem.
Yeah, so don't think I'm a real professor.
No, for me, really, I've been with Sir before, and I think to myself, wow, your questions and your comments are always so insightful and always so intellectual. So I just, I gravitate towards knowledge. So people like yourself, I love being around.
Yeah, so just as a background, I was just going by Tarko, but I was going a lot of these East African forums. And because I say some rather uncomfortable questions and uncomfortable topics, and sometimes give them my insight and my opinions, it gets them really riled up. So suddenly they were reporting me, and they were 3 fake Tarkos, people putting they were trying to mimic the Tarko, and they were just asking all kinds of questions. and then I would go to these other lives and they'd say, well, you said this, you asked this. No, I never said that. I never said this. And then there was once I was on this live and there were two additional Tarkos in addition to mine. So I realized, oh my God, these guys are like, they're trolling me.
Yes.
So that was when and then there was a third one. So then, okay, so I then added the professor to kind of, okay, like at least that's different from them.
Okay. But where are you originally from, sir?
I'm from West Africa, Nigeria.
Nigeria, we are both African. I am from South Africa.
Oh, okay, very good, very good. Yeah. So, so the Nigerians I don't have a lot of problems with, even though with them I have, because I'm from the north, and I also have a lot of disagreements from the guys from the south. Especially we have this separatist guys that are called the Igbos, that they still have this place called Biafra that they still want to separate kind of. So, but I'm from the north, so we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, even though personally I have no problem with the separation of the Igbos. So I have also a lot of hate from them online because they also don't like what I have to say about them. I mean, I think they're very privileged in Nigeria, whereas, I mean, they're the wealthiest people, but they still claim to be the most marginalized group. I mean, how could you be the wealthiest group and you're trying to convince everyone that you are marginalized and oppressed?
Matter of perspective, I think, sir. Matter of perspective. I think that you would always see your own plight more than anybody else sees it. So you advocate for your own plight. And I think that's what it is, really.
So that's exactly what I try to tell them. Listen, you guys are just crybabies, and because you think you cry the most, therefore you have the truth. And then they start going all crazy. And anyway, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Just for just a second, sir. Shwaz, thank you so much for your comment there where you said, thank you for my encouragement to ask questions, because you know what? Shwaz, being Muslim, and I am not pro-Palestinian because I'm Muslim. I am pro-Palestinian because I'm humanitarian and I'm South African, and you know I've survived apartheid. So I go, you know, I come around people like Professor because I need to learn. I need to step out of my own way. You know, it's important. It's very important for us who live, you know, not to live with blinkers on. So I come around spaces like this, and I have gotten lots of flack for it, because you come around spaces like this.
I understand. By the way,
Palestinian. So I tend to ask questions, and the difficult questions. And so when Sosha asked these things, because I've gone into learning with, you know, rabbis and other Jewish people, it's important for me to learn. So you know, when I ask difficult questions, it's because I also just want to learn. So thank you so much for that, Schwaz. People, I need to practice your names.
Gummies.
Gummies? Okay, if I was not fasting, I would ask what are the, okay, wait, no, not those gummies.
Not these gummies.
Not these. Okay.
Not a Jelly Belly.
Welcome back.
Not a Jelly
Belly.
Back.
Welcome back. Okay, so
it took me a little bit longer. I had to take the dog out, and you know, of course, she can't come up the stairs on her own anymore. So she's okay. I mean, but she is she
wearing the booties?
In the time that you've known me, she's gotten markedly worse. She could at least stumble her way up the stairs, you know, especially if I use the shorter stairs in the front. She can't at all. She can't even get one step up, because to get onto the first step, it puts too much weight in her back legs and she falls immediately. So she just stays and waits, but it's still hard for her to. She's not used to the idea of somebody carrying her because she's like a 70-pound dog. She's just being the big dog. So picking her up, she waits for it. She depends upon it. She could never come back in the house if I didn't. But it's still she squirms around the whole time. She's like, "Oh, I'm in the air. This is weird. Oh, I'm scared." So it's going to take a long time for her to get used to being carried, but she knows to wait for it. So she just sits at the bottom of the she's at the bottom of the stairs waiting for me to come down and get her. So we've worked we've worked it out over the last couple of months, and you got a nice routine.
You're so amazing for that. Anyway, Professor Taco, you may.
Yes. So I came. I don't know how much insight you would provide into this, but one of the things I'd read, and actually this was even prior to the October incidents, that the actual H group itself was funded, established, and supported by the government of Israel. And it was, and they continued to support it because it was a counterbalance to the secular PLO. They wanted a different alternative to the PLO, but they could not quite control. It's one of those things where you create something and it becomes a monster and gets out of hand.
That's because the second part of that is accurate and the first part is not. The H group was founded out of the Gaza branch of the Muslim Brotherhood that took off there during the time when it was under Egyptian influence and control.
Exactly.
And it emerged as a distinct movement around 87. But in those early years and for decades afterwards, the Israelis did support them to break the power of the PLO and to weaken it. But they didn't. They didn't create it. They just fed it.
Well, I mean, okay, so they enabled it to grow when it was part of the, I think, what's the Jama'ah Islamiyah or something like that.
That's a different group in Egypt entirely.
Yeah, no,
that's the one that merged into
Al Qaeda. I have the naming wrong, but it was like you did accurately point out.
The Muslim Brotherhood.
It was part of the Islamic Brotherhood.
Yeah, Ikhwan.
But they helped them. They helped them even raise funds, and they did even help find them contacts. And until very recently, even they knew even their sources of funding, and they did not block a lot of the funds that were coming to them from outside,
for sure.
like from outside Israel, because they're really more worried about a very robust and credible secular opposition. So to them, this was a more of a controlled opposition that stands in the way of the PLO. So I don't know if you have anything more to add.
There's there's actually 12 books here just on the history of the H group. So there's a lot there on it. It is
these are the things that nobody is even like in the mainstream media.
And
about this. It's like they make this. Nobody wants to even talk about the connections and how these two groups are actually connected.
Yeah,
like this is intricately connected to the government, and we created this monster. Like, I mean, you would never hear anybody from within the Israeli government or the Israeli press saying, "Hey, we created this monster." Like, it didn't just arise from nowhere.
It's been said by Israeli politicians and media for decades. People have been talking about it consistently for a long time. It's one of the worst kept secrets, but it's not discussed here in the U.S. But it's been well known there. And in fact, when the 7th happened, a ton of people jumped up immediately saying, "Bro, Netanyahu, you helped to create this. So what do you like?" It's one of the reasons they wanted to get, they try to oppose him and get rid of him because they blamed him for enabling this kind of stuff to keep growing. But the relationship is a lot more complex. it does again have its origins in the Gaza branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. It starts off as the same kind of cultural revival movement. So it has all the same features that the Brotherhood did, the soup kitchens, unemployment insurance, all the rest of the kind of stuff that they do. But what they wanted to do was have a political branch. And for a long time, the Brotherhood was explicitly non-political. It was about reforming the culture, bringing people back to what they viewed as the authentic form of Islam. And that would change the politics would all fall into place if people did that. So it avoided getting involved in politics directly. And when the Brotherhood, members of the Brotherhood in the Strip said, we want to be able to fight the Israelis, they were denied. So they splintered from it and they created their own distinct movement. And over time, it took off because it did all the same stuff, that the Brotherhood itself slowly faded into insignificance in the Strip and was replaced by them. But it starts as a splinter from it because they wanted to be political and to do all the same stuff, but have a militant faction that would do stuff as well. And for a long time, they didn't do a whole lot. They didn't have much of the ability to do things. It took a while to get significant. And this is part of what the Israelis fed into, was by enabling them to raise funds outside the area, enabling them to smuggle things in. It gave them the ability to attack. And the reason this is important to them, and the core to this whole issue and why this is so problematic, is that if it is advantageous to Israel to face militant groups rather than political groups or nonviolent civil disobedience, because that's harder to directly resist the pressure from. But if you can say, look, these guys are going to blow up a bus or a cafe, they're bad, then you can maintain the military aspects of the occupation. That's the key to it. This is why it was supported for so long, because every attack they carried out fed into the paranoia. It fed into the justification of indefinite occupation, because it's difficult to rationalize. This is territory that they've held since 1967, that they're determined to never leave, that they said in 1967, we will never give this land up. So they are the sovereign power, but they refuse to annex it. And by refusing to annex it, you're holding a people under permanent apartheid and military rule. You can't do that indefinitely without a justification, some kind of excuse. H group provides the excuse. You can say, look, they're doing this. They hate us. They want to unalive us, blah, blah, blah. They're bad people. That's why we have to have all the walls and the laws and the soldiers and everything else. It's justified by that. If that didn't exist, if all you had was massive nonviolent disobedience in the territories, or political groups like the PLO became and stopped trying to get involved in the T'ism, then you wouldn't be able to justify it. The Israeli public would have objected to what was happening in the territories. But the Israeli public mostly supports maintaining the occupation because of the H group. So it's very consciously cultivated, and one distinction I'll add in too, to clarify something. It's not just the Israeli government that does this. It's explicitly the Israeli right feeding into and supporting these movements, right? It's fundamental to them to maintain this permanently and not to come up with any kind of compromise at all with the Palestinians. They don't want to resolve the issue. It's desirable to them to maintain the status quo indefinitely, and the H group helps them do that.
Now, why are this discussed in Israel, but rarely ever discussed here in the U.S.?
Why is the link discussed there and not here?
Yes, like
because it's not in
the H group and the government.
Because it's not in American interest to talk about that. The United States government wants to connect all Islamist groups to T'ism in general and make it a distinct issue to justify our military spending and our imperialist policies in the area. And the H group is explicitly a nationalist movement focused only on Palestine. But if we can, in people's heads here, connect them to Daesh or something, or to Al-Qaeda, then you can scare Americans and get them to it plays into this whole process for us. Most Americans like really don't understand the distinction at all. They think all Islamists are the same. They're all jihadis. They all want to unalive us. Hamas doesn't give a shit about anybody in the U.S. It has nothing to do with us at all. It's a nationalist movement. But we want to conflate it to feed into our war on terror, so we don't want to talk about the specifics in its own environment,
Yeah, that's a very good point.
What was this Chad thing about lying I kept seeing? What
yes,
is that?
I also was asking who's lying, because Chad
did Chad answer, or did Chad leave, or because I was assuming
no, Chad is here.
Oh, bull! Yeah, I'm assuming this is somebody who is just a fucking coward and doesn't know any history, but wants his feels to be blah blah blah. It's probably just some Zionist bullshit.
Okay, so just quickly before Sir continues with Professor and
Chad says, I just want to know what's right or wrong. Let's see if I can see it. This whole bookcase is Israel and Palestine's history. So it's there if you want it. Or you can just keep swallowing the bullshit that people keep feeding you. Not my not my choice at the end of the day. It's yours.
Okay, so just a moment quickly before Professor continues, and then Cactus will follow, and then Isaac. I'm just going to go and brush my teeth, please. So I'm going to move away again to brush teeth. Just can we not lose things while I'm gone?
What was that? You're stepping out to do something, you just say?
I'm going to go and brush my teeth
again.
Cool. And we know what happens when I go to brush my teeth. We lose things here.
No, we'll keep it simple.
Yeah, we're here. We're here. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. So go brush. I'm just gonna sit here and laugh about this Chad thing, because I think what Chad wants is a fight or a debate. But it's like cosmologists shouldn't debate flat earthers. Virologists shouldn't debate anti-vaxxers. It's just stupid. I'm not gonna debate somebody. I can help you to understand something, but if that's what if you're a debate bro, then this isn't the live for you. Go find somewhere else. No, this is not a debate live. I don't debate fucking trolls. It's a waste of my fucking time. I'm literally a scholar. That's why this exists. I'm here to help because I have a doctorate in this topic, not to like beat my chest and be right and get in some pissing match with some 14-year-old boy on TikTok. If that's your vibe, go do it somewhere else. Okay, so while Dharma's gone, where are we next? I think it was Cactus. If you're back, I think she said you were next.
After Professor, it's Cactus, and then Isaac.
Professor, you still a piece still then?
Well, no,
sorry, I don't know if I cut you off.
It was mostly answered, but where do you see what are your predictions on how this current situation is going to end now? With the Hedge group and the whole mess there right now.
Yeah, it's it depends on what you mean by end. If you mean the current interaction,
just the current interaction and where it's all, because at some point I think the US is also realizing they're overstretched with what's going on in Ukraine, because nobody planned for how much this is going to cost and how long it's going to be, and what's happening with the Chinese, especially because the Chinese are the biggest beneficiary of what's going on in Ukraine. Like the US wanted to take away the danger of the Russian bear, but now the Chinese monster is getting even bigger. And that's, I'm sure the think tanks and in the Pentagon, there were some very smart people who are studying the effects of all of this, and are realizing it's probably not such a good thing to be stretched in another quagmire in the Middle East, because that's a real quagmire.
We're not really involved directly in this. We've always given them tons of
money.
Yeah.
The money, a lot of the Israelis are getting a lot more aid after it.
Right, but it's for the U.S. for the U.S. Budget. It's small potatoes, and what that does is it's literally money that stays in the U.S. anyway. Because what we're doing is we're saying you can have X number of weapons from our weapons contractors. It's not giving them a bag of cash. It's giving them kind of like a check that they can only spend if they're going to buy stuff from like Northrop and Boeing and Raytheon or whatever. So it's literally corporate welfare. So, and our government loves giving money to corporations. We're a corporate oligarchy. So it's we're fine with that kind of corporate welfare indefinitely. I don't think that's anyone's concern here. This spiraling into a larger conflict militarily is very unlikely. The furthest I can see it really extending beyond the current dimensions it has is if they decide to try and reoccupy a strip of southern Lebanon up to the Litani, which the far right would love to happen. But I don't know if there's enough political will for it. But that's the only thing I could imagine it extending beyond into. Where I see the situation in Gaza winding down is they will have destroyed everything. They'll reach a point where they can pat themselves on the back and claim victory, even though they've accomplished absolutely nothing, which is typical of imperial powers anyway. The U.S. does it a lot. We're like, yes, we have defeated them. And then you just go back out. And then you force other countries to pitch in money to help them rebuild. So other countries will pitch in money. They'll start rebuilding. And it'll keep building back up. And nothing will change until this explodes again in a few years. And it's just rinse repeat, because every few years they've been going in and bombing the strip. This is just the worst of those that we've seen for a while. And it may take a while because it had been, like 7 some years. It had been quite a while since, H Group had done nothing. They'd been very quiet for years until this attack. So it took a while to build up and plan and pull off something like this. So it'll kind of calm back down and be like the occasional smaller scale incursions where they go in and they bomb some stuff and then they leave again, but it'll calm back down. The part that's we don't know about, right? Because you can predict exactly how the Israelis will play this out. What's a wild card is the changes in international opinion on this and whether or not the activists around the world stay involved. Because if millions of people stay in the street, keep disrupting things, keep demanding changes, then it will tip the balance, there. It'll start to affect the equation, especially if you can reach out to more American Jews or to Israeli Jews and start to change a lot of arguments there. Build larger coalitions that can affect things. That's harder to predict because on past evidence, people tend to drift away from things like this. They lose interest. They stop caring after a while once it's no longer in the media all the time, and then it gets hard to keep things going. But sometimes movements surprise you and stay strong and keep pushing, and we've seen enough energy here that it's possible this will be one of those. So I'm hopeful in terms of pressing toward a long-term change that people stay active and interested. If they do, we can push this in a positive direction over the next few years. If we don't and we tune out, then it's just going to go back to the same old cycles we've seen for the last 20 years.
Yeah, that's all I have. I think Cactus is next. And by the way, he's the one who recommended coming here, and I'm really glad here. Like, I'm learning a lot.
Right on. Oh, well, thanks. I'm happy to help wherever I can. I'm around every Friday, so if there's everything that comes up that's interesting to you, pop on by.
Fantastic. Yeah, I did.
This Chad dude is still going on, and it's so amusing. It's hard not to get distracted by it. This is the kind of person that I honestly mock all the time on social media. I get chuds all the time beating their chests and getting into their territorial pissings, and it's so funny. Like this is the kind of person that really is desperate to be taken seriously and does the exact opposite of what you should do to be taken seriously. All you can do to someone like this is just hope that this person is actually a 14-year-old kid and not somebody stuck at that mental maturity. Because I hate seeing adults turn out this way, and it happens way too often. Too funny. Okay, so that's that. Thanks much for Professor Taco. So then I guess it was Cactus you said was next.
Yeah, I had a question about actually Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. I know there's been like tensions rising in the region between them, and Russia has kind of agreed to broker that as well. But do you think there's potential for instability in the region in the future?
In Central Asia?
Yeah, in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan specifically.
I mean, instability has been the norm since the collapse of the Soviet Union, so it wouldn't be a potential for it. It would just be business as usual, really. I mean, even where it seems like it's calm, it's largely because these have been pretty aggressive dictatorships, but there's a ton of internal repression trying to keep a lid on it. So the chances of things spilling over, I mean, nothing like that lasts forever. That's the problem with a lot of these things. I mean, when you deal with long-term corrupt kleptocracies, uprisings are inevitable, whether they're non-violent or violent. You know, whether they're regional conflicts or not. I mean, some kind of shakeup is going to happen. Oftentimes, the tensions between the states in the area, the main reason that they're cultivated is to provide a pretext for the continuing repression, because you can point to other people. It's something that Syria has often done. The Assad regime has frequently pointed to Israel and said, look, if you don't trust us and give us all of your freedoms, the Israelis will come and they'll eat us all. Like using Israel as a bugbear for its own domestic politics. A lot of the chest beating that you would see in Central Asia serves the same basic function. I'd be shocked if there was serious conflict in the area. I think it's mostly to justify the internal political repression. Did Chad just ask me when the Soviet Union collapsed? Is bro slapping himself on the back for knowing something that sixth graders are supposed to learn?
What is up with Chad today?
I don't know. I'm just on the one hand, we should just block this person as a fucking time-wasting troll. On the other hand, I'm laughing my ass off. Like, it's so amusing. I kind of want to get super high and just watch what he says and see how long this goes on.
Okay, so
sorry,
we'll
I'm just
leave him because
I'm just kind of a dick that way, I guess.
Okay, sure. So, a cactus.
Yeah. So anyway, I can't offer a lot of like really detailed analysis there if you're looking for something very specific on there. But my read of the rhetoric that's come out of there more recently is that it's the same old shit. That I don't see any immediate signs of a big change or growing conflict in the area.
I also wanted to ask, why did Polynesian and Melanesian peoples spread out, and how did their boating technology advantage them in that process, especially going to Madagascar?
I'm not sure I have a position on all the speculations as to why. I've seen different reasons for that, and nothing that I would really like point to that makes a great deal of sense. I think it's one of those like we don't know, it just happened, you know. It's not like they were completely overcrowded. You know, it's not like there weren't enough resources available, especially since they had access to continental territories too. The Melanesian populations all interacted with and settled in part on the continent as well. So they didn't have to do what they did. So there's a lot of speculation about, you know, certain cultural and religious reasons, and an interesting kind of wanderlust, and there's all kinds of speculation on that. I don't have one. So as far as a why, what was the second part of that? I missed the second part.
I would just think in particular why they went to.
Yeah, I don't have a I don't have a pet theory as to why. I think the exploration is Oh, you said something about the boats. What was that? It was something about the shipping the shipping technology.
What did they basically? How did their boats work, or how are their boats advantageous?
The main thing is just that they were very large outrigger canoes. The outrigger part adds a great deal of stability, which made it easier to be out in the open water. But it's risky. But you can take smaller craft across an ocean. I mean, it's like the Norse longboats weren't any more sophisticated, really, or much larger. These things were quite big. But at the end of the day, they're just massive outrigger canoes. And if you're ballsy enough to take your life in your hands and hope you don't hit a big storm, then yeah, it'll work. The biggest risk for them, and the things that often perplexed people early on looking at this process of spreading out, is that how the hell did they know they would ever hit land again? You're just like randomly exploring the ocean. And if you can only carry so much food and water, it's not like we can drink the ocean, that you might get, they'd have to be able to calculate how far they can go and still be able to get back on the water that they have if they don't find any land. To do that, they'd have to have fairly sophisticated navigation techniques to keep track of where they are relative to the stars. And there was a lot of like work to try and understand that. I'm not an expert on it. I've only like touched on this stuff in order to deal with it in lower division, survey type stuff. So I don't remember enough about, the where people fell on a lot of, because there's different parts of it too. There's also variations in boat construction. So for example, by the time you get to say the people who settled in who got all the way to Hawaii, the type of boats that they used are fundamentally different from all the earlier ones that took you to, say, French Polynesia, because they had to keep expanding the technology, improving it, making them larger, more seaworthy. They got more and more elaborate. And I'm sure a lot of their techniques for keeping track of where they were also had to keep improving. But you'd have to know you can only go so far and then turn back and find your way home, and back to an island that is inhabited. Otherwise, you're just going to die in the ocean, So it's really remarkable that they did it. But for why, yeah, I don't know.
I also wanted to ask, what were the Soviet Union's motivations during the Winter War?
That's straight up imperialism. They were part of the Russian Empire before. That's it. Like when Russia fell into revolution, it didn't matter if it was the provisional government or the Bolsheviks taking power. Regardless of their ideology, they still held to an idea that this is all the territory and they wanted all of it. They didn't want to lose any of it. So they fought hard to keep it. Poland and the Baltic states and Finland broke away. So that's it, right? But they actually had to fight to regain control of all three of the Caucasus republics and Ukraine, because those territories also tried to break away. And they were really bloody conflicts, and they fought hard in all of them. They fought hard to get Poland, and they got their asses kicked. They had to pull back from different ones, so they let some areas go. But the goal was always to get it back. So the Winter War's justification is the same reason that in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, they were given the three Baltic states and Eastern Poland. It was giving them back the Russian Empire's territory. That was an ambition that they had. So it's just straight up imperialism. Which, of course, a lot of Marxist-Leninists love to deny because, blah, blah, blah. Imperialism is only a capitalist thing, but obviously not.
Yeah. What do you think about the ongoing war in Sudan? And do you think there would be some type of land compromise potentially during that, just because the RSF has so much territory, or do you think there will be a change in the?
What do you mean by land compromise?
Do you think the country could potentially split into two?
No.
Okay.
No, I'd be shocked 7 ways from Sunday. It depends on. It's too early to say how anything like that can play out. It could end up being one of those unresolved issues that sits with us for ages, or it could be just a longer term nasty situation like what's happened in Libya, where you got, 3 different factions and whatnot all vying for control. Or it could resolve itself tomorrow because people all come out in the streets and demand that both of these fuckers shut the hell up. It's hard to know. I think it's way too early to say. But there are only a few ways it could go. But Dharma dropped down. Where are you, love? I see you in the chat, and you're only in the chat. Why are you in the chat? But yeah, it's truly to know how it's gonna play out. But I don't think there's any danger of it spiraling into anything huge that would involve other countries or splitting up or dividing the land, that kind of thing. They'll be forced to by circumstances, or they will find a way to sort this crap back out.
And what do you think Abiy Ahmed supports the RSF?
I don't know. I don't think it's occurred to me at all. I don't think I've spread that a second. For really chewing through funny questions of why, the analytical stuff like that. I've spent way too much time on some other current conflicts, like, Palestine and Ukraine and things like that have sucked up more of my attention. So I've only kept enough of a foot in a pond there to know what's going on a little bit in that conflict, but I'm not sure I'm paying enough attention to the different support bases, the different factions, the political dimensions of it. Oh, why can't you just pop back up? You should just be able to put yourself up. That's weird. Some people, with the supermod stuff, just appear immediately when they want to. That's weird. Wonder why you had to request.
Hello.
Oh, no, not David, not Palestine. He was talking about, like, we're talking about the conflict in Sudan there. I'm just saying I'm paying a lot more attention to all the different. Well, there are factions in Palestine. Hell, for one thing, everyone always leaves out the fact that it wasn't just the H group on the 7th. It was 5 different groups. And there are like 10 different movements, politically in Palestine. But that's not what I meant. But yeah, there are a lot of moving parts in that conflict as a whole. And it's sucked up more of my attention lately. So I've barely kept up on some of the regular news that I would. Yeah, Lindsay, there were 5 different militant groups on that day. The media only talks about the H group for some reason. Honestly, if you think back it relates a little bit to some of Cactus's subject matter here. You think about the old Cold War legacy. Why do you think Americans aren't talking about the fact that 2 communist groups were involved that day? Because you think they could have played on the old Red Scare shit. But no, the whole Islamist card is the much more potent source of fear in the U.S., so that's all they've talked about. And the H group is better known than the other factions on the Islamist side, so it's the only one we're going to talk about. Hey, badass, you're in the way. What? Mr. Socrates.
So, maybe you can be on the main screen for TikTok and you can put Socrates and Minerva on the main screen for for Instagram, and so everybody will be following and you'll be gaining followers because Cat Live.
The cameras are this far apart right now. So he covers both of them completely. Come on, don't show your ass to everybody. No one wants to see that.
So, Cactus, have your questions been answered?
No one wants to see your butt.
No. Do you have some more? So cute.
Oh, basic one, Lindsay. Where can you find out about the other groups? Honestly, the Wikipedia article will mention them by name and give you a link to them. Like I took a look one day when somebody asked that about that months ago, and I looked and it was already in the article. So it's when you look at belligerents under the Wikipedia article for the 7th October one, it'll list all 5.
Okay. So while Cactus is still thinking of his other questions, Isaac, you can think about formulating, your responses while Cactus is thinking of his questions over there, because you're up next, Isaac.
I don't know if that confused me and Isaac, or Isaac stepped away, but I didn't know what you meant by formulating responses. Oh, there's somebody in the chat that says they have a question. Let me take a look at the other ones too. Somebody says anybody. Maybe I think Kunzit in Twitch is asking other people, not me. Let's see if I missed anything on Instagram. Yeah. Somebody's talking about the military aid. Let's see.
We have Lucas up, but the I don't know how to read this name. Read a list. Okay. Oh, sorry, Raid. Okay, Raid. So we have Raid because Cactus has dropped, and so has the other. So Raid, you can maybe ask your question.
Hi. Yes. Hello.
Sure. I have my focus recently has also been on what's happening in Gaza and the region in there. So I appreciate Dr. Liam, your interest, and I've listened to a few of your daily discussions on the topic. Much appreciated. That you are one of the very few voices that are kind of reasonable. So I wanted to currently my view of the situation is kind of like quite pessimistic. First, is my voice clear?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, appreciate it. So my view on the current progress of how things are is quite pessimistic, in the sense that I don't see that the people in Gaza, including the resistance, the age group, they don't seem to have any actual leverage, in the sense that, yes, there are people doing kind of trying to make UN resolutions, trying to make soft pressures here and there, or diplomatic pressures, but no actual real pressure that can really change things on the ground, including, for example, just allowing food to enter.
Right.
So the only card that the age group has, and I'm sure that the age group and none of the groups were expecting that much retaliation or response.
They were.
If you would want to call it as
I don't know. I think that they did, but I'm not sure I'm sure it's more. But I'm sure they expected it to be more significant than the last few times that they were in there. I'm sure they expected to be more. They expected more than 1,000 people to go.
I agree, but I think they would expecting probably 10,000 people to go, but not
not
the decimation,
not to
of
keep
Gaza.
on going. Yeah, so it's but I know they were expecting it to be big. But anyway, so sorry.
Yeah, but not like full scale domicide. If some people are using the word domicide in the sense that destroy all the infrastructure, made the place unlivable. So
democide, like DEMO.
People are using the term domicide, like domicile.
Oh, domicile. Oh, sorry. I heard. I'm thinking of demos. Democide is like a targeting a population, but not for ethnic reasons.
Domicide.
But domicide. Yeah, I get you. Sorry.
Yeah. I know it from French, which is domicile, which means like
ultimately Latin.
abode.
Yeah. Domus.
Oh, all right. You're beyond me there. I don't know Latin. So the thing here is that even that level of destruction, I was thinking that this one could be brought to some international entity to consider, to say that, well, you cannot just go and destroy everything in a city and expect that it's nothing, because that alone is huge. Is huge. Like destroying all universities, like pretty much all infrastructure. That's a huge thing. So it's I don't know how people can rebuild it. The challenge, like if I want to go back to my question here, is that I don't see that the each group has any actual leverage. Like even the hostages.
No, the hostages were always just they never really cared. It's just it's something you can use in the media and get people whipped up about it. So they lied about it. But the state, it never really mattered.
So to Israel, they don't care about that, and to the U.S., the current administration, they don't seem to care about it neither. They keep sending, like this week, they approved to send another 25 F-35 fighters. Like, imagine the most advanced fighter jets are being sent to fight literally an area the size of London. Right?
And
I can't
it's
believe
an air superiority fighter too. What the hell's the point? Or are they gonna dogfight with pigeons?
I don't know. Because any airplane will do. You see, any airplane will do. Yeah. You send F-35 and 25 of them as the next.
They could bomb the strip with biplanes from World War One. Like, what's the?
Yes, they will do. So the challenge here, to be honest, there is an information I heard. I'm not sure, Dr. Liam, if you probably have verified it. I heard a lady in TikTok. She seemed to be following, but she mentioned something like she's from North Korea, but she seems to be living outside of it. Of course, she speaks English fluently and so on. So she said that the US has sent the surplus of what the US has used in the bombing of North Korea in the 1958, 1960 to be emptied on Gaza. So I'm not sure if that's correct or not. Maybe.
Yeah, I've heard we've sent a lot of older munitions. I would be very surprised if that was accurate, and I didn't see that because they're not stable that long. I mean, casings could be reused, like some of the hardware, but the explosives are not stable that long to be stored and then reused.
And what she said is that in between 1958 and 1960, again, I didn't go to verify, to be honest. They used carpet bombing of North Korea, and they killed so many.
Mm-hmm.
And she's mentioned that they killed something like 20% of the North Korean population, and they destroyed a large number of buildings.
2 million people.
She said between 2 and 5. Like the expressions are between 2 and 5 million.
The standard scholarly figures is 2. It could be higher, but that falls in the same category that there's so many unanswered questions, especially in the Soviet parts, that the actual death toll on the H cost could be 20 and not 11, but the standard number is 11 million. So it's like we tend to stick with the conservative estimate that can be proven, and 2 million can be proven.
and that was amounting to something like 20% of the population back then.
Yeah,
which is like, I don't know. So the brutality being used in Gaza is not kind of like new, but still I find it to be probably unique in the sense that this is such small area and they are being literally decimated.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that the age group, as you mentioned, they are not like a regular T group in the sense that they're just pretty much looking to free what they see as their land. Like they're not attacking. They're
a nationalist
entity outside of that.
Movement.
Yeah. You may agree with them, disagree with them, say no, but the idea here is that their intentions are totally national at a national level.
Mm-hmm.
And even they're not using what we would call as the kind of like the signature of the T groups in the last 20 years, which is pretty much executing the hostages. They're not doing that, for example.
Yeah.
Like you have seen what happened in Iraq. They take a hostage and they ask for a ransom or something, and they pretty much do like a gore like scene, like killing that hostage in the camera and sending the pictures.
Right.
So they're not doing that. So they're pretty much trying to act to some extent when it comes to hostage exchange in a civilized way. But the Western media is totally kind of a blackout. Like for me, the last 6 months, I live in Canada for the last 20 years. And trust me, it's like as if I woke up to a new reality. I can't imagine the amount of media blackout on what's happening in Gaza. Literally, like a total, as if they all agreed to just not cover it. Only cover when something is like to the benefit of the pretty much the blue state, and otherwise a complete silence. Even medical institutions like doctors are being killed unalived every week, and the medical institutions are totally silent. Universities are silent.
Well, not totally. And no, I thinking about this, because I get it. Like it's very frustrating that we talk so little about it, and when we do talk about it, especially in a lot of Western media, we do a terrible job of it. But honestly, we should be fair about this. It is being covered a lot compared to tons of other conflicts in the world. I mean, Cactus was talking about Sudan. There's almost no mention. How long has it been since Libya has been in the news, or the Syrian conflict? The governments there are still actively unaliving people. You've had all how much did we cover like the Turkish invasion of Syria? Like Turkey literally invaded Syria, and we paid no attention. Ethiopia has gone through 2 different genocides from different sides. The Eastern DRC has been embroiled in violence repeatedly and for a long, long time. 7 million people were lost in the Second Congo War, and that got no coverage at all. So, I mean, the current conflict is definitely not being covered. But if 7 million people didn't sell newspapers, why would anybody? I mean, I don't know. It's just, honestly, it's remarkable that we get as much coverage as we do about it. And it's largely because the Israel issue interests a lot of Americans. Tons of Christians are really interested in what happens in Israel. So there's at least a market for it. But most conflicts in the world, even far more severe ones, don't get talked about it. And yeah, I know it's especially in the Western media, it's mostly one-sided. Not entirely. I mean, like, I don't know, Democracy Now! Runs a lot of really good stories critical of Israel. I mean, there is American media and definitely a lot of European media that's very critical of Israel. So for Mo Justice, it's not completely one-sided, but it's mostly.
Yeah, Democracy Now! I followed Democracy Now! For a number of years, but they are not a mainstream media. So I'm talking about mainstream media.
Right. Well,
so these ones,
corporate media is the key there, and corporate media is going to do what it does anywhere. Yeah, it's not very profitable to tell people that we're actively abetting a genocide. People don't want to hear that.
Yeah. But I mean, so there's corporate media, but there's something else. For example, I am also I did my studies, I did my PhD, and so on. Mm-hmm. So anyone who did a PhD, he knows that the people, like he or she knows that in academia things are different. So when you see that universities are being put on explosives and destroyed live in a video, when you see professors being unalived, when you see the scholarly pretty much arena, which should be like a sacred, respected area, is being completely decimated, and you don't see a movement of professors or scholars or doctors. You're seeing doctors being killed, being unalived. It's complete. Like there is a complete silence. Add to it, for example, how do you call it? The journalists, like more than 100 journalists have been unalived, and there is a silence. So this deafening silence is what I'm trying to say. For me, is like coming to kind of like an awakening. Something is terribly wrong here. I used to think that yes, there is democracy and respecting here, like pretty much equality and all those nice like slogans we are using. But when at some point it only applies to a given geographic areas, like if you live within, they don't apply to other places, and there's a huge double standard, like even outside corporate media. So that for me, it's a huge. That's what I'm seeing as a huge problem, because nobody's controlling professors, university professors. Nobody's controlling like unions and
no, that's
journals.
That for professors, that's not actually accurate. Nor for unions either. There's a lot of constraints on what they can say. There was a great poll done recently by one of the journals in my profession, contacting people in my field looking at Middle East history, and finding out that 90% of us self-censor. We just don't talk about the things that we would want to talk about because we're afraid of reprisals from the universities, and those do happen. And I've run into some of that because if some student complains about something, oh, you seem super biased because they've got a burr up their nose about something or other, they'll go and complain, and the administration is critical of things like that, whether in public or private schools, where the faculty would not be. Every time they come up, the departments are always like, yeah, no, dude is fine. Like, dude's fine. Like, my chair at one of my campuses is literally Israeli. And a Zionist student complained and brought in screenshots from some of my lectures. And she looked at it and said, yeah, this is all accurate. There's nothing wrong here at all. This is all true. And so there's nothing the departments want to do, but a lot of people in the departments, we self-censor because the administration is suffering pressure from donors, pressure from media, pressure from politicians, and they're trying to clamp down on us. And unions have a different issue because unions want to maintain decent enough relations with the bosses because, you know, they've been a lot more accommodating in various ways for a long time, and a lot of those businesses are actively involved in crap like this, so they're afraid of rocking the boat too much there and taking a strong stand. And a lot of their membership at this point, especially in the U.S., is pretty conservative. The longshore union that I was in when I was younger, I was a fourth generation longshoreman before I went to college, and that union was quite radical. Its founders, if you go back into the 20s and go back to the 1930s founding generation that created the union, they were communists. And the union membership today, more than half of them are explicit conservatives. They're right-wingers. So their membership wouldn't tolerate them. If their membership took a strong position on something like that, there'd be a revolt inside the union. And they don't want to rock that boat either. It's their internal politics that matter.
So this is a major thing to probably, maybe people have to start writing about it and see that this fear of reprisal, even at the scholarly level, because of, at the end, funding, is no different to some extent than having lobby groups literally dictating who to elect and who to decide, whether it's left or right, or the third party, or the third one in the row. So it's a big issue. So if I want to, probably I will end on this point, if just to leave the chance of others to speak. If I go back to the current case situation in Gaza, the age group, the policy that the US and the blue state are following is pretty much giving them no choice but pretty much slow dismissal of the age group. So what do you think they need to do to get out of it? Do you think because at the end,
what does who have to do? What does who do?
So the blue state will continue to carpet bomb, take land, destroy, and then they will choose when to negotiate whenever they want. They can do it now. They can do it after 6 months, after 4 months. So the age group pretty much has no pressure card. So
they're not in control of any part of this situation. No, they have no leverage, no control.
What is it they can do?
They can't.
The way I'm seeing it is that this is pretty much, yeah. So the way I'm seeing it is that unless they change the course or do something probably, I don't know, a lot different, they are literally going to slow, how can I, how to say it when someone is I know the word in French, it's gone from me in English. When someone is choked. When someone is choked to death, pretty much. Choke slowly. It's like slow choking until pretty much you cannot breathe anymore. So that's what's happening. So is there a way what is it they can do to escape that? And sorry, Dharma Soul, I apologize if I took too long in my speech here.
No, this is all great. Okay, so a fuller answer to that would take a long time. There's a few things I'll put out there, and we'll see if that works. For the most part, there's not much that like the different resistance movements can do at all. What they can do is try to help out as much as they can. The people that are there struggle to survive, occasionally pew back a bit, but they can't affect the outcome of the situation. What will change the dynamic, what will alter the situation, there's two main things, and it depends too whether you're looking at just the immediate term or the longer term of this. In the immediate term, this will end when internal politics in the government make it end, or the population of the state forces them to end it. So if there's massive popular revolts, civil disobedience, huge issues there, a major exodus in a lot of a revolt amongst the Knesset as a whole, not just in the cabinet. There's things that can tip the balance there. But if that doesn't happen, if you don't see a mobilization in society as a whole to demand the government change direction, what will determine what it does is the calculations inside the cabinet and the needs of the parties. And the fact that this is a coalition with several explicitly far-right parties, balancing those interests is hard, because they literally would want a G side. And I mean like a thorough one, not like what's happening now. I mean like, they don't care. But most of the parties in the coalition wouldn't want that. So it's finding a way to appease all sides, to unalive enough people to make the fascists happy. But, I don't know, find that happy balance. But it's within the cabinet at that point. If they're left on their own by Israeli society, the calculations come down to the fight between those parties. The only wild card there is international opinion. Major economic consequences, major political consequences, governments turning directly against them. I mean, if France parked its aircraft carrier off the coast and threatened to bomb, yeah, that might get a discussion and cause them to calm down a little bit. But unless somebody actually threatens them with military action, economic action, very severe political reprisals, it's hard to imagine. And that whether anything happens externally has a lot to do with us. And of all of them, military action is essentially unthinkable. They're not going to do it. And most of what you can do, so the political consequences, if a bunch of countries like, oh gosh, who was this? Was it Colombia or no? Somebody, it was a South American country that recently tried to get everybody to say, let's all start breaking our diplomatic relations. I can't remember who it was. It was a few days ago. But even if that happened, I honestly don't think it would. I don't think it would change anything right now, because of the calculations in a cabinet like that. They're literal far rightists. They don't care if they're a pariah. Oh, it was Colombia. Oh, cool. I was surprised I remember that right. I was like,
I was about to say Colombia. Yeah,
it shouldn't be Colombia. I was trying to think, oh no, I guess it was. Okay, cool. No, the honestly, far-right movements don't care about being pariahs, and it's not just a boast, because a lot of times people in governments will say things they don't really mean, because it's part of their politics, it's part of their brand, it's part of the internal negotiating, the way things work out. But far-right movements generally don't give a damn about world opinion. They are absolutely committed to being racist pieces of shit. And I think if most of the world cut off relations, I think they would just soldier on, as long as they had a handful of players that'll keep bending over for them. And the Germans do that, the Americans do that, the Brits do that. We will keep supporting them. Just like, sorry, Dharma, my country is why apartheid lasted as long as it did. We refuse to back down. So sorry, Americans done fucked up. But as long as you've got a few countries willing to back them, they don't care if they turn into a global pariah. So there's only a few things internationally that can even happen here. This is mostly down to Israeli internal politics. And I hate saying that, because it sounds, well, pessimistic, which I think you said earlier. There's nothing really that they can do there. But if we want to see more international pressure that can criticize them and possibly push along, if there's significant revolts in a lot of the world, if there's a significant shift in opinion, it will get more of the Israeli public to turn against their government in ways that the government will have to pay attention to. And that can change the calculus in the cabinet. So they're all interrelated in a way. What we do may not directly affect our governments much, but it can affect them enough to affect the street opinion in Israel that can affect the political calculations, and they will change their mind. But this is completely out of the hands of the Palestinians, I hate saying, but it is.
I know.
There's
And
nothing
they're
they can do
going
about
through
it at all.
They're going through literally starvation.
They are going through a
So,
meat grinder, and they're going to
No
stay in that
time.
meat grinder until the Israelis decide they're done with that. And that'll be either based on their own political calculations or as a response to outside pressure.
Thank you, Dr. Liam. I probably may speak again in other days. I probably leave my. I appreciate the time you spent with me, and thanks a lot, Dharma Sol. Nice to talk to you. I'll go down and probably speak to you other days. Yeah, thank you.
I look forward to it. Actually, while I was out of the room,
Take
I heard
care.
you talking a little bit about the Igbo too. Like you mentioned the Biafra War. Wow, that takes me back. But yeah, so yeah, come back anytime if you want to chat about things.
Okay, so thank you so much for that, Ryan. Up next is Lucas. Then we have Abdul, and then we have Kita, Bikita.
Yeah, so I have two questions. One about Palestine and other about like just general American politics. So do you think there will be a speeding up if Trump is elected, like with Jared Kushner saying what he said? Like he said the quiet part out loud, like at Harvard or whatever. Do you think there will be a speeding up of the, of the massacre, like if Trump is elected?
Okay. If this is still going on in January, like holy shit. Yeah, I mean, think about that for a minute. Just let that sink in. If this was still happening, because that's the only way Trump will affect it, is if this is still happening at the end of January. So by God, I hope not. But if, then yes, Trump will be worse. There's no question of that. Even though a significant part of his own base is anti-Semitic as hell and really wouldn't care about this and doesn't want to send money over there to help anybody out, Trump would. And because the politics overall in the party and in its congressional caucus would demand it. I think that the coffee means he got a call, right? I'm starting to learn these symbols. Is that what that one means? Like
Okay.
You're out of the app. Is that's that one, right? I think that's
so maybe he's
he's back.
Lucas,
Can I come in then? My phone messed up.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my question is like, what would that look like? Would it just be more unabashedly like yeah, we're committing genocide, like I don't know. And would that be any better or any worse?
You mean as far as what it would look like if the U.S. was being worse about this?
Yeah.
It would mean that what little right now it seems like, because mostly it is, but it seems like Biden is completely rolled over for this and is doing nothing at all. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of arguments. It's not what we would want. It's not the kind of pressure there should be, but there is discussion. Trump would be like, bro, you should use bigger bombs. So there wouldn't be any criticism at all. I mean, again, this is a dude who broke, half a century of American policy and recognized the annexation of the Golan and moved the embassy, both of which literally violate UN Security Council resolutions that are binding American law. This is how lawless this country is, because the way the laws work, the Security Council resolutions, because of the treaty clause in the Constitution, they're binding law for Americans. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem was illegal. We did it anyway, and there was no consequences. He just doesn't care about the precedent, doesn't care about the law. He'll do whatever makes sense to his base, and that's going to be to just turn a complete blind eye to whatever Israel wants.
Yeah, and I guess my point is like, I guess like my frustration is that the Democrats want to be that. They want to be what the Republicans are. It seems like they want to be unabashedly for Israel, but because of their base, they can't. You know what I mean? And I guess that's just my frustration. That's not a question. It's just like, and I don't know. I just feel like there's nothing to do about it. But my other question
There is a lot. We actually have a lot more power than we think we do. And this is, it's hard to do. It's hard to put in practice, but it's the same basic logic everywhere. If you got millions of Americans in the street and they just stopped working, big general strikes, massive demonstrations. If we shut cities down, the government would change its position like that overnight, immediately, like no delay at all, because the donors would demand it because they're losing money. If you shut down this country for 1 hour, it would cost so many billions of dollars that the donor class would insist Biden fix this shit now, and we would. But it's hard to get enough Americans to care to do that. That's the hard part. We do have the ability to change this. We shouldn't feel hopeless. We're hopeless because we don't organize well enough. We can't build the coalitions we need. But that's all changeable. History shows us tons of times where it has changed, where people have come together. I mean, you put 2 million people in the streets of Tehran in 1978 to topple the Shah. 2 million people. That's a lot. We can't do that now, and the U.S. is a hell of a lot larger population. So, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of it comes down to us.
That's a good reminder. I appreciate that. And like, my other question is, do you think liberalism enables fascism no matter what if it wasn't for leftism? Like, does that make sense?
No, liberalism always accommodates fascism. It differs from it in a lot of its basic moral positions. So on paper, they seem like they'd be opponents and they talk shit about it. But at the end of the day, they have the same basis in oligarchy. Liberalism is about supporting capitalism. It is a right-wing capitalist movement. It always has been. So it will always defend the interests of capital. And fascist movements like to talk shit about the globalists and all their other bullshit about capitalism, but it's always been for show, both now and in the classic period. I mean, Mussolini was criticizing tons of corporations and saying, I'm going to stand up for the workers and the forgotten man and the left behind, blah, 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 all that kind of shit. And then stepped into power, abolished all the labor unions, created these corporate bodies to negotiate for the workers that lowered their wages. Fascist movements are always still about supporting capital, whatever they say. So at the end of the day, this is why all the liberal parties in Europe just kept rolling over from one movement after another. If your choice is support the socialists or become fascist, liberals will always pick fascism because it's more in line with their basic moral perspectives. It's just a hard reality. I mean, I hate it, but it's been true for a century.
And this is my last question. Where do you, like in the after the 1960s, there was that break in America, at least. There was that break. Like we were going more and more left, and then like 72, we started going right. Do you think that was a reaction to the 60s? Like, was that the 60s fault?
Sort of. I mean, a little bit. Like Nixon can play on the law and order bullshit about all them dirty hippies or whatever, but it's a very small part of the overall dynamic. We weren't going left. It was a little bit more centrist. The New Deal and the Great Society are literally centrist. They were the compromise. Do this, or you're going to have a serious socialist movement to challenge the power structures here. So they met them in the middle. What ends up happening is that the left declined significantly during the Cold War. because the massive Red Scare stuff. I mean, they started giving socialism a dirty name. They connected it to anti-racism and support for the colonies and all kinds of crazy shit. They're like, tying it to all these things and basically pushed enough people away from that. The numbers went down. The reason we got the New Deal and the Great Society was that they didn't just have to reach out to liberals. It was there were significant left-wing movements pushing things, right? And the left-wing movements make the liberals a bit better because it puts pressure, it lights a fire under their ass. Like, do something or we're going to radicalize more libs and we'll take power. So liberals will always reform to again, because their interest is preserving capital. So the New Deal was ultimately about saving capitalism. So their fear of losing what they really want means they'll compromise to some degree to the left and throw them some bones. But if the left weakens and stops pushing, then they have no reason to do that. And they haven't for a long time. So the left's long-term decline, from the 1910s, through into the 1970s, that downward spiral has a significant effect on the way that liberal politics worked in this country. And at the same time, the right got more and more radical, and largely as a response to the Great Society and the anti-racist type stuff. When they started trying to dismantle Jim Crow, they shifted their emphasis from the minor differences they had on economic issues, and because racism used to be evenly distributed to both parties, to the Republicans focusing much more on the race and culture issue. And that pushes them essentially from being conservative to being fascistic. And what happens then is the Democrats take the place as a conservative party. Yeah. And both of those forces are possible because the Overton window shifts so much because of the loss of the left. There's no left in this country. If there had been a left in this country throughout the 20th century, this wouldn't have happened. But the Cold War finished that off. You go back to the late 19th, early 20th century, there were tons of states that were giving a huge part of their vote to Marxists. I mean, we had significant populist and leftist movements. They all died by World War II. And the Cold War finished off the rationale for it. No one went back to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get out here on this, but it always cracks me up like that. Goodbye and Good Luck movie. Remember that movie? Like,
that's the one on Edward Murrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a decent job on that film, I think.
It always cracks me up though that like liberals want to paint McCarthyism as like a loss. Like McCarthyism didn't lose, it won. Like, and
right.
I think liberals always want to paint it as they beat McCarthyism.
Right. They want to take a victory lap over this, but they're a big part of the problem. Liberalism is hardcore anti-communist. Kennedy was a hardcore Cold Warrior. I mean, a lot of people, including my father, who he was in the right generation to fall into that, Camelot myth, and he's like, oh, Kennedy would have gotten us out of Vietnam. Bro was escalating it. He was not getting out. He was a hardcore anti-communist. But
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So how are we good for comfort break? Do we need one?
I'm fine for now. We should wind down with the last people in the panels and then head out for there. So we've got two more people. Oh, 2 more people there, and then there's one question I should try to answer quickly in a chat over here if they're still around. But I think Abdullah's been waiting for a while, so we'll go there and then to the question over here from Twitch, and then
it's Abdullah, Kita, and then Lucas has asked his question, and so we will end off the live, I think, with Kita.
Yep.
Kita.
Right. So
Okay.
Abdullah, one over to Twitch and then back over here.
Thank you so much for your patience, Abdullah. Abdullah's like, oh.
Hi, bro. Ladar, we're from Syria.
Oh. So do you have a question? No.
We're from Syria, need help.
Oh, okay, no. He's one of those people who need donations from Syria. So can we just maybe mute him and
Oh yeah, that's unfortunate that he waited all that time to try and ask for help there. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Because like we don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just an educational live.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry. Can we just mute him? So can we just keep him up there for 5 minutes maybe? No?
No, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, I hit the microphone part.
Yes, okay, sure.
Oh,
So we will keep
Instagram
him up there for
disconnected.
5 minutes if anybody can, help him. But so Keita, just please help me with your name, sir.
It's Keita, B Keita.
Like Salif Keita?
Exactly. Yeah, you've got it right. Salif Keita. Yeah, exactly.
I love Salif Keita.
Yeah, okay. My question is, Liam, don't you think the Arab/Middle Eastern countries are also complicit in this genocide going on in Gaza? Because they've got the oil, they've got gas, and some of them have good relations with America, and it seems they are not effecting anything. That's the first question. Secondly, why is Israel allowed in the international sport? Because Russia is banned because of invasion in Ukraine. But it seems that Israel is having everything as they want it. Why is that? Why? What is the politics in it, actually? That's the two questions.
Gosh, that is that honestly, that's huge. The why of that. Just a second, I'm trying to restart the one of the stream the Instagram times out. So I'm trying to resurrect it. It's supposed to last disappear after 1 hour. It's been going way longer, but it still disappears. There's that, and then go. Okay. Let's see if that worked. Okay. Why do they get away with it? The main issue is well, I guess they're all connected to it. Largely, it's types of patronage. It's their connections internationally. The powers that they get along well with, that they can scratch each other's backs, that they meet each other's basic interests. There's a there are geopolitical interests in the region, and the so-called war on terror and how that crap works. So for Abdallah, yeah. There are there's tons of geopolitical issues there. Crap like the war on terror and supporting certain official enemies like the U.S. and Israel both don't like Iran, so they can both talk shit, and it kind of feeds how do you get Americans to keep hating on Iran year after year for no particular reason? Well, Israel actually plays a part in helping to keep that going and keeping the sense, well, if we don't do anything about it, they'll all unalive us or something. There's also a ton of economic interest, and this is one of the things that compromises the Arab regimes that you referred to initially. They have for decades wanted peace so that they can exploit Israel economically and further develop their economies. Because the key for a lot of the Arab regimes, they're looking at a situation very much like China does. China looked at the Soviet Union and saw, you know what? They started trying to reform the economy, and they gave people political rights at the same time. Well, what happened? The state collapsed, because as soon as you give people a little bit of freedom, they're like, fuck it, I want more. And revolutions tend to happen when things are getting better, not when they're getting worse. That you can see that over and over again in world history. It's never when they're at their worst. So China learned from that and said, fix the economy first. Solve the poverty first, then we can talk about possibly reforming things. So they're determined to maintain that tight grip, but still improve the economy. The Arab regimes are looking at decades of underdevelopment, the population growing much faster than the economy can, tons of corruption, lack of infrastructure, and not very diversified economies. They're all dependent upon things like resource extraction or agriculture or something. They don't have much to draw on. So what they want is to use the only fully developed economy in the entire region, use their expertise to reform their systems economically, because if they don't, they're afraid of losing any legitimacy and being overthrown in revolutions. They're afraid of losing any power. They're afraid of like their own Soviet collapse or a Tiananmen Square or something like that. They want to be able to build things up so that it'll calm people down. So they're I've got more money to take care of my kids. Cool. So, I'll put up with this bad government for a while longer. Because if things don't change, a lot of people in the Arab world are going to stay angry for a long time. People in the media here and in our political class, you know, the lunatics in Washington, they were all surprised by the Arab uprisings of 2011. No one in my profession was surprised. None of us. We talked about it for ages. We knew it was coming because the tensions were building up and the governments were doing nothing to address that.
Yeah, but do you think Israel is going to help Arab states to develop at all? Do you think
They want to, and they actively are. They've been doing it for a long time for Egypt and Jordan. One of the reasons that those governments can stand up as long as they have is honestly the Israelis are helping them, the Americans are helping them, the Brits are helping them, you know, other powers that are propping up these dictatorships. Israel has been actively helping both countries, especially in their security services and a lot of security infrastructure, but also in a number of economic ways. You know, they want that. And a lot of the other regimes in the area, they want the same treatment or better because they have more money. Like places like Qatar and Bahrain and the Emirates and Saudi, they've got tons of money, but they have completely underdeveloped economies. They're peripheral economies that depend upon the resource extraction. What they want is to fully modernize the economy in a way that raises enough living standards in a stable way. Their current living standard is not sustainable because fossil fuel, you know, use is going to start plummeting. You know, and once it starts, it's going to go very, very rapidly. Every single year, the percentage of energy produced by renewables is going up. So it's inexorable. Every year it goes up, and it's going to start accelerating. So it's going to reach a tipping point where all of a sudden the oil would disappear. And if they haven't prepared for that, none of them will stay in power. The entire Arab world will collapse. So they're trying to fix shit first because they're most concerned with power and preserving their own control. And Israel can help them do that. Israel has actually been propping up dictators for decades, same as the U.S. Oh, also, Dharma, you can blame the Israelis too, because they also helped the apartheid regime.
Finally, how do you see the NATO-Russia war ends? How do you see it? Because there's a world war going on. I see it that way.
Well,
how do you see that end?
Yeah, not a world war, but it is a conflict, and it's certainly the most significant conflict in Europe since for a long time. Yeah, it's harder to predict in one key way because it doesn't really depend upon the Russians or the outside backers. You know, all the money here. A lot of it's the calculations inside Ukraine itself, because the money will keep flowing in. The U.S. will keep dumping in money. Even a significant chunk of the Republican Party, especially the MAGA types, they don't want to give money to Ukraine, but the Republican Party as a whole knows the people buttering their bread are the defense contractors, and they want to send, you know, all the pew-pews and whatever, right? So there's no way that they'll oppose it. And, you know, Johnson's already said that they're going to approve a big package again. They'll keep that going as long as Ukraine wants it. And the Russians have actually proven that they can weather the sanctions and actually do better economically. You know, and in part because too much of the world is still dependent upon their gas exports. So you can't cut that cash off from them. The only place that could really hurt them, because they're a petro state, we won't do because we need it. Europe needs it. You know, that would send the whole world economy in the free fall if Europe had a major energy crisis like we had in '73. So they don't want that. They're afraid of something like that and the damage it'll cause. So the Russians have already shown they can keep this up as long as their own population will tolerate it, and they're tolerating it. So it'll depend upon the will to resist. If the Ukrainians keep wanting to fight, it's hard to see how it'll play out because they would have to surrender 5 provinces of the country. Because at this point, it's no longer a joke. Russia has literally annexed them. So if they were to give up now, they've lost it and they'll never get it back. But if they keep fighting, there's the possibility of getting all or some of that back. So a lot rides on that decision. And that's one that we can't, that's up to Ukrainians to decide. Is it worth it to them to keep fighting and suffering the losses?
Well, that's what I want to say. The cost is high.
Yeah, the cost is high.
A lot are dying. And
yeah.
I don't think that's sustainable anymore.
Well, it's
Okay, thank you
it's a
very
little
much.
easier there than in some cases because honestly, the civilian toll has been quite low in Ukraine. It's mostly military deaths, but that also gets harder because the more the military's gone, the more people you have to draft and train, and the foreign recruits that were pouring in early on, that's drying up. So they're not going to have the manpower, and that may force their hand eventually. But as long as they can find the reserves and keep going, I think they need to, because they know if they stop, they've lost that land for good. If they can find a way to keep going, they have a chance of getting it back. And it's a matter of like trying to drag it out until Russia gives up for something. If something happens there, it's basically seeing whose situation internally gets unstable faster, and then forces the government to change positions. So if the Russian economy or politics start going haywire,
But I tell you what, Ukraine has fallen apart. There is nothing in Ukraine. Their government is being paid for by America. They've lost, some say, more than 500,000 soldiers.
yeah, that's
And then what is it that they are depending on now? Foreign aid. So it's a collapsed state. I
well.
think this was
They
done anyway.
they always should have been, honestly, and realistically, we should have dumped a ton of money in Ukraine decades ago while they still had a significant technological edge. They're the poorest country in Europe by a mile. You know, I mean, Moldova's the only one even close. So it was always going to be messy, and it's going to be much worse now. They'll be dependent upon foreign aid for decades to recover from this. So that's a done deal.
Thank you, Liam.
The
Anyway,
bigger issue
thanks very much.
is whether they have the manpower to keep fighting until the Russians blink. But it's like I don't know if you know that game Chicken, where two cars chase toward each other, you know, and you see who's gonna turn aside first. It's like that's what they're doing. Is they're just playing chicken with their own internal politics. Whoever can't find the will to keep going, that's who's lost. Because the money you're talking about, the weapons coming in, that's sustainable on both sides. Russia has people giving it weapons, and so does Ukraine.
The problem with this war is that it is not intercontinental. This is just across the border.
It's a European conflict,
and that means the cost of it logistically is low.
Mm-hmm.
It is not like America flying to Afghanistan fighting a war there. Yeah. This is just across the border.
Yeah,
and I think the NATO, what I'm trying, NATO should sit down and think twice, because if they want to drag this on, there will be no Ukraine anymore. And we've seen that happening at the cities that wars are fought. There's no city anymore. You know, they're all gone. They are all in rubbles. So something like I don't think they are thinking well anyway. That's how I see it. What this should end.
Yeah, it's hard right now. At best, they've lost 5 provinces a country. I don't know that this could drag on long enough for a total collapse and for them to be able to take the entire territory in. That's harder to envision, but a loss of a significant chunk of the country is definitely possible. And if this drags on long enough that Ukraine is in much, much worse the situation, the peace may force them to give up even more of the east. So it could still end quite badly for them. But the biggest thing is whether or not they're willing to keep absorbing the casualties, because it's very easy for us to keep feeding them weapons, and the Russians also have outside sources as well.
Thank you very much. Anyway, I've learned a lot here. I've been here for a few, some 30 to 40 minutes, but I've learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Yep. Yeah, my pleasure. Have a great night. Okay, so let me find the one that there was. Conceit on Twitch was asking, what are some basic historical knowledge one should have to understand the geopolitical situation right now? And is saying that they've learned a lot about the Palestine issue, but how to put it into like a global perspective. What all do you need to know? And I thought about that for a while as we were going through other ones here, trying to figure out what I could do with that. And I really don't know where to start. It's there's too much. Yeah, I mean, to put a lot of these things into like a global context, the amount of time I had to spend studying the political structures of the world, the economic structure of the world. There's so many moving parts in this that I really don't know where to recommend as a starting point for it. I mean, for some, there's no one place, even if you're looking in terms of like courses or like textbook type things. So, for example, a good foreign policy course You know, I mean, some of them are terrible, but if you get a good professor, a good foreign policy course can help a lot with the geopolitical situation and the tensions around there. But that doesn't make any sense at all unless you know the economic situation. And that means a good basis in economics. And honestly, that's really hard to get at a university because most of our economics is really ideological. But there, I mean, I could recommend a stack of books, but no one good place to go. But if you understand enough about the economic governance of the world, like the economic relationships between the different states and regions and the way the capital flows work, the way neoliberalism functions, if you understand that, you see one of the major sources of pressure on the state structures and on the geopolitics because they're interconnected. But then you have to have a whole nother layer because of the social dimension, because people power mobilization all around the world is a huge, huge factor, whether on very small scales or much larger ones. And those are tricky to predict too. So knowing something about how revolutions happen, what makes them, you know, possible, what makes them successful, you know, how these different mobilizations have worked. That's honestly very helpful too, because it puts some human agency into the whole question. And to understand like the geopolitical context of any global conflict, you kind of need the three of them to be working pretty well together, or you're getting like partial answers, which is what we get from all the talking heads on TV. You get somebody who's an expert in one little thing, and they come up and they give you like a blanket position on everything. But to get any decent analysis, what you have to do is look at what is the state of the art in several different fields. What is the consensus in different areas? You know, because no one can be an expert on everything. That's true. That's where like weirdos like me who are historians of the ideas are useful, because I'm not focused on one part of history nor on a specific conflict or issue. You know, it's the concepts and how they interact with each other, all these moving parts. It's the view from 10,000 foot of analysis. And that's a little harder to do because instead of spending all your time in primary research in one specific highly detailed issue, I'm constantly reading the state of the art in tons of different fields and looking at everyone else's research and what are they coming up with. And my research is the synthetic analysis of that puts it together. So it's a very different type of work. And that's just, I don't know a place to point to on that because it's just not a common thing. It's a small subdiscipline. You know, it's not something most people do. But that's the only way I can even answer the question is because that's how I know how to study this stuff. The simpler answer you get for a lot of people would be like, well, study economics because it's all economic, or study geopolitics because it's all political here, or study the cultural differences and the clashes and all those tensions and the social issues and everything else because it's all that. People will have their own kind of like pet theory, right? And even within those, they'll often have a specific model. So you get like, here's the Marxian analysis economically. And it's not even looking at all the different economic interpretations because no one school gets it all right. Every single school of economics gets things wrong. So they have to kind of work together. But if you're, you know, so even within saying, take an economic analysis of the geopolitical situation in the world, you'll have somebody saying, here is this one answer, and it's coming from an explicitly neoliberal position or an explicitly Marxist position. So even there, it's not a good answer from my perspective. So I thought about it for a while, and I don't know how to help. I wish I did. I wish I could say like, here, read these 3 books and you're in great shape. But I can't do that in classes, and I have them for an entire semester, you know? People generally leave my classes with a lot more gray areas than they came in with. And that's by design. Hi.
I think this topic is so vast that one question leads to another, leads to another, leads to another, leads to a sub-answer, leads to a different question. So it's very, very vast. And so the best thing that one could do is actually to join the lives with Professor and ask your questions as we go along so that you have some understanding, because, you know, you'll have some understanding and more questions after. And so you'll keep coming back because you'll have more questions. And that's just how that works.
Yeah, and for specific parts, if I don't know a good answer to something, I won't say it. You know, I'm very fussy about getting the facts wrong about something. If I haven't put a lot of time into the analysis, that I can give a good answer, even if I know a lot of the moving parts. And that happened with a couple of Cactus's questions, where I paid enough attention to have some thoughts, but not enough that I'd bet on, you know, and I really want to have put a lot of work into my analysis before I'm going to venture an answer to things. But if somebody's if you're really interested in something and I don't have a good answer and you want a good one, I can probably point you in the right direction. You know, here are some scholars you can talk to. You know, you can write to these people at this university and they can give you some resources, or here's a book that I've heard of that somebody else said was good on this topic because it's not my area or something. I can probably suggest at least a starting point for where you'd go next. So that's at least what I can do there too.
I'm just thinking back on Sosha's questions. You know, it was like I've had all these questions in my head, but I didn't even have the words, the language skill enough to put them into sensible sentences that I could actually ask. And when he asked them, I was like, all this time, you know, and then I sat back and I listened and I was like, yes, I was right.
Yeah, I kept hearing that. That was like, so yeah, you must have, some of those must have been things you were chewing on, you know, because you were getting excited.
Because, like, you're sitting there in front of the rabbi, and so now because you're not Jewish, now you know, I'm always trying to be very respectful, so I don't know what is the proper language usage, what's the proper actions. You don't want to disrespect somebody in their company, because with different cultures, you've got to be respectful of language usage, actions, things to say and things not to say. Very, very respectful. And when people respect you, then they invest in more of an answer, I think. So you know, that was always my, how do I word this? How do I, you know? But then I just, when he came up with that today, I was like, yes. Now you see, now that hat, that I love that hat.
The rabbi
that
is in.
The Amish rabbi situation going on. Sorry, I love it. It suits you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I don't wear this one very often.
But I love it.
This is I think this is about the same design that the Wyatt Earp character wore in the movie Tombstone.
Love it. I just love it. Yes, when Sir wore that for the first time, I said, "Sir, you look like a rabbi now."
Oh, you're thinking of my Amish. This is a different hat.
Is that not the one? The Amish one's got the more roundy.
Yeah. Well, here I'll give you a good look at this first, and then I'll go grab the other. You see the brim on it?
Yes.
And then
yes,
it's got this, right? I'll grab the Amish.
Yes, get the Amish one. We like that. Now you guys are going to see how Sir looks completely like a rabbi. I said to him, all you need now is the curlies on the side. What do you call those things? Curls on the side. That would be totally. You're going to see now. I just love saying all these hats.
Excuse me, Amir. See the difference?
Is that one change? That's the Amish one, yes.
Yep. So they're both
or Amish.
They're both similar sizes. They're both beaver and they're both Stetson, but that's all they have in common.
Okay, I like both. That's good.
Yeah, this is my favorite large hat. I've got a few other big ones. Actually, one other one I think I probably like more, but it's a very different design. It's a brown leather hat. But yeah, I definitely like this one more than this. But you know, they go with different waistcoats. They go with different vibes. You know.
Yes. So you know what? You without a waistcoat, without a hat, you're a total vibe. You are a total vibe on two leggies.
Yeah. The thing about these two, the reason I thought about this is the neither of them are at all Haredi styles. But over and over again, if I wear either of these two hats, people are calling me rabbi. And for me, I'm always like, what the fuck? This looks nothing like an Eastern European hat. This is just not. What are you talking? But I get why. It's a black hat. I have a beard. You know.
Rabbi. Yes.
Yeah, it's funny what a beard and a hat will do. because I don't have any stereotypical Jewish features at all.
Yes, you do.
This is not a Jewish nose in any. I don't fit any physical stereotypes. You know.
Just for me.
You know, and I mean, gosh, I mean, like ethnically, I think I'm like 0.5% Ashkenazi. I mean, I'm mostly Irish, Polish, and Sicilian. You know, but the glasses, the beard, the hat, there's a certain vibe you get that makes me look Jewish to people. So it's not a simple visual thing. It's like an aesthetic. Like there's a feel. Hey. I don't want a cat fight here. Minerva.
Yeah.
Come on. He was already here. He was here first. Get out of the way. You
can't.
The people on Twitch and YouTube can see his face a little bit, but you guys, you couldn't be able to see him. Socrates has been sitting sphinx-like right next to the phone for quite a while, just like sitting there and just staring at me, very dignified. And then she hopped up in his face.
I'm thinking the best way that Sir could actually do that is to have phones that can do social media, and so then you connect the phones to your stream yard, but you have one phone for YouTube, one phone for your one phone for each app, and then you put them all right in front of you, and so you're not distracted, and you can actually see all of the screens. It would work.
It'd be like an around. It wouldn't. It'd be like a.
The fixes of the round table.
I kind of like the way this is set because the webcam and the camera on the phone are really close together, and hanging right in between them is my Yeti microphone, aimed slightly at the phone, so it's picking up the audio from the phone and passing it to everybody else. And they're all right in front. So even if I'm looking here versus here, the differences are tiny. Like I'm mostly going to be looking forward. So I think it works pretty well. I'm actually surprisingly happy with how this worked. I'm going to fix the desk a little bit for next time for it because I was moving things around until just before, but it seems to have worked well enough.
Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Bit of promotion here. I cannot wait for your lives with TikTok Dad. What's his name? JBS. I can't wait.
Oh yeah.
I can't. It's like, But the compromise is between learning and sleep nowadays. It's like, do you get up for the live and go and learn, or do you go and sleep? It's like,
That's live. You think I'd go to work if I could just stay home and read all day? Well, do you think I want to sit in the car for 4 hours, or do I want to curl up with a book? I mean, come on.
The crazy thing is, it's like you leave your sleep and you leave your comfort, and because it's like you don't have a choice. It chooses you. This thing chooses you, and so you go and. Yeah.
So I'm glad at least we found a way that I can do something like this regularly, because I was honestly surprised it worked well and that people were interested in what I do, because I mean, again, Dominic kept telling me about TikTok. I kept thinking it was just wiggling teenagers. I had no idea that there were people here that wanted to talk about economics and shit. That was shocking to me. So I'm glad to find that it's neat and that people are interested, and to find a spot in the schedule where I can consistently show up and not have to care, because I don't have to get up in the morning Saturday morning. It's the end of the week. I usually want to sleep in a little bit anyway and relax. And this is calming. So I get to chill for a few hours, go to sleep, wake up refreshed, and start my weekend. So this has been great.
This is so good for us also, because not only do we learn, but we get into like a neutral space where the energy in the room is just so positive as opposed to everywhere else. And so you can be here calmly, and you can learn, and you can converse, and you can interact. And I can tell you, so honestly, I've made so many friends from here. So many friends from just here. Autistic Annie, Darvo, other people. It's just so many of them. So many, and it's like, wow, amazing. I need that cat. I need that cat. I need that cat.
There's
I
been
need your
so many
t-shirt.
cool people that have come through this. You know, it's great. It's whenever I find I'm missing people that I haven't seen for a while, like Athena. You know, I just noticed there are so many other people that keep coming in and joining this and doing so. It's interesting, you know. It just builds a longer and longer list of people that I've met that I think are fascinating.
Beautiful. And I mean, so like, okay, today I was a bit late for class.
You had to sleep. I mean, it's not your fault. I'm on the entire other side of the world. You could start tunneling and you could probably get to me. She's on the other side of the planet.
Well, what's it? Shawshank Redemption, the spoon.
Yeah, exactly. Get your spoon out and keep going. You'll get to me eventually. I mean, you probably have to go through, gosh, the magma. That might be a challenge. But I think I have faith in you. I trust your ingenuity. I think you can survive.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Right. Teaspoon somehow survived the magma. I'll be here waiting.
So stop. Okay, so yeah, no, really, today, like last week, I was saying to you, wow, this week was a great live. And like every week's a great live, but this was really, and then, today came Sosha's question, and I was like, this trumps last week. Because what is his name? Javed or somebody. He was last week. We were going to wind down. Remember, you and I weren't even going to stay on late because we were both tired. And then Javed came in.
I'm blanking on the subject, but I remember thinking it got really interesting for a while near the end. Gosh, what was it all starts to bleed together after a while, you know?
Yes. And then suddenly it was like, whoa, the room was just like sparking off. It was like I wasn't even tired. Javed.
That wasn't the what was the subject there? That was because okay, so no, it's not the part where we were talking about that's not the part where we were talking about some of the anthropology of religion, is it?
No.
That was the previous week.
With regards to politics.
Okay, yeah, I don't
what was it? I'll go back and see.
Yeah.
But yeah, you and I were going to.
I can't keep track. 1 week to the next.
See, people had left and we were down to like 30 people and Javed came on and suddenly we were right back up to like 102. I was like, what?
This is back. I just noticed. This had gotten down to like 70 and it's back up to 107, 108. Sheesh.
Yes.
and the panel's empty. Look at that. The panel's empty. They're here for you. Hello. Look, up to 110. Okay. Look, we added 3 more people. They're all here to see you.
The cat.
No, look at this. Look at this cutie up here on the panel. That's what people are coming, 113. Look at that. Everyone's coming to see Dharma. Yeah, it's weird how the numbers go up and down. I wonder what governs that. I mean, because it's probably something to do with how the degree to which you'll trend.
I think people that need to go pee, they leave to go to the bathroom.
Hey, look in the chat. See, they're here for you. Evidence. There is empirical evidence.
No, listen. Can I just say something about Palestinian engineer? That guy, right? When it comes to like the history of Palestine, like in-depth history of Palestine, he and Cheddar would sit on panels, or sometimes he's sitting alone. He's just alone on the panel with nobody, and he's reading information. And I would sit there for literally hours. Now you see this. Remember when I said to Sir that it's so important to come, especially in this time of conflict, it's so important to come around people who are open-minded, who are educationally skilled, who are artistic in the fact that they can bring across knowledge in a friendly, vibey way. You do that.
I love that.
Palestinian.
Yes. I love that with your R, you managed to say at exactly the same time artistic and autistic, which is just perfect. It's both. equally at the same time. It's autistic.
No, but it's so important because someone like myself who, I don't know, I don't learn well in not forced but confined situations. And when I come around people like yourself and the Palestinian engineer who is just a beautiful, I mean, this person, I started the journey out with him, you know, so early on. And guys, if you're in the chat, please just follow. His name is now Hummus Engineer, but he's originally Palestinian. Please follow him. His knowledge on Palestine is just, you know, honestly. And so, sir, as well, what I love is, and I'll tell you, you know, in no uncertain terms, I am pro-Palestinian, and I hang around a lot of Palestinian lives. And being around Sir and the knowledge that I've gained here has helped me to understand the Zionist mind and understand the difference between when I'm dealing with a Jewish person and a Zionist person. And I treat them so differently. And there was this one time when I was dealing with maybe 2 Zionists on the panel, and there was a Jewish person as well. And then the Zios, they accused this person of being a self-hating Jew. Mm-hmm. And I, of course, ran in defense of this Jewish person. And I said to, I don't know if it was David or who it was at the time, Shiri and David, or two people. And I said to them, do you know how bad it is when somebody who was born in the 70s, is an apartheid survivor, is going to the aid of the Jewish person against you? That's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah.
No, it's really good and it's really bad.
Yeah.
And so, you know, and still they wouldn't concede their points. You know, they wouldn't. Yeah, what are you? You're South African. What do you know? Blah, 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 nothing. Stuff. But it's just, I love the knowledge. And what I love the best about you, and I will publicly say it, is that I leave here better than I came in. Always. I leave here a better, more knowledgeable person than I came in. That happens with Palestinian engineer.
That's you, right?
That happens with Palestinian engineer. It happens with, do you know whose live I also love? Who's very, is Smitty. He's just so, I just love where I can learn. I love where I can learn and your space. Honestly.
Yeah, I think Erica shares his links a lot. I think she likes him a lot too.
So I'm just like, I'm totally in love with your cat. Help me.
Well, she's the reason. That's what I was saying. She's what makes this work. This is a good space because Minarwa is here.
Yes.
Mama.
I'm in love with this cat. I'm in love with her. And I'm in love with Socrates. And I'm in love with Amira.
There was so there's a I had a thought about self-hating Jew, and then there was Conceit over on Twitch was speculating as to why the numbers were going up for the live, and put it down to this. So maybe a fine beaver hat draws people in. I don't know.
Do it.
I don't know. I mean,
whatever needs.
But the self-hating Jew thing, the part that gets me the most about that is they just don't understand how much they're insulting themselves, because it's essentially arguing that to be a Jew requires you to be a fascist. You know, if I got to be a fascist racist to be a Jew in your eyes, then yeah, bro, I hate it, because fuck that. You know, but fortunately, my understanding of Jewishness is pretty much the polar fucking opposite of that. But in their eyes, that's what they're saying, because their views are radical nationalist. And to them, anybody who doesn't share that hates themselves. I can't wrap my head around that. The irony of people saying, yeah, you should pretty much be a neo-Yahtzee in order to be Jewish. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Funny.
Oh, speak of the devil, look at that. SoCal Smitty, she was just talking about you. Ears were burning. Must come in.
The devil and he shows up. Oh my
Dharma
gosh.
talked about me. I got to show up.
No, but really, I was just saying the impact of certain people's lives on my life. Okay, Professor Liam, one. So-called Smitty, another. Palestinian engineer. All for different reasons. You go to the lives for different reasons. You get different educations there. But man, do you come away there feeling more positive and that you're on the side of right. And what I love about so-called Smitty's and Professor Liam's is like when I've been wrong, and I have been wrong, when I've been wrong, I'm like, wow, you've learned there today. And that's the thing. You know, you don't, you know that thing where they say you don't listen to something, like you know the truth, but you don't listen to something until somebody else says it, especially when somebody that you love says something, then you listen more. Now, so-called Smitty has had that effect. Professor Liam has had that effect. When they've said things, and it made me step out of my own way. And I'm like, that's not what you thought. That's not what you thought, and you've learned. So it's valuable. Anyway,
it's beautiful. You know, I mean, it's really cool when we can note where those things are coming from. I've loved over time being able to point out to the people who actually had a really positive impact on me. You know, and I try to remember to do that because it's nice to let people know when they have affected our lives, to let them know, because I don't know, it kind of makes so much, I don't know, worth it. You know, just think about for me, the teaching stuff can involve financial insecurity, massive commutes and pain from that, you know, huge workloads, stopping me from doing other things that I would love to do, like finish writing a book. You know, there's all kinds of things that I do in order to teach. And it could possibly make you very kind of like, oh gosh, why am I doing this? And then a student comes up and says, you know, you've changed my life. You know, this has been the best thing ever. You're the best person I've run into in my time at this university. Because everyone's got those favorites, you know. But when the students know to tell you that you were theirs, and, you know, here's this one person that I made a real difference to, I'm like, oh, okay, shit. Then it was totally worth it. There's no problem. I'll do anything.
I mean, honestly, sir, for me, really, like I'm of the older generation. I personally know what apartheid is like. I'm not white. I'm in South Africa. I was born in the apartheid era. I've lived through it. It could be so easy for me to hate and to go to every person and say, well, you're just cancelled because blah, 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 blah. But instead, I choose to go the other route and learn and interact with people who would listen, especially the difficult conversations like Jewish people. I would go and speak to them, especially, you know, to take them out of their own way. And these lives have been so important for that. And plus, you've given me like historical ammunition, yourself, and especially the Palestinian engineer, and what Social Smitty has done. So Cal Smitty, he's given me a softer way of, like, you know, always keep the middle ground, always be calm, always be fair. It's like, you know, if you want to be listened to, then listen. If you want to be heard, then listen. And that's what I've learned from him. So it's like, this is so important. It's so important. You guys have been amazing. Hi, Smitty.
How are you guys?
We're well, thank you. Yourself, sir?
Been having fun, winding down the night.
Yeah, I was just scrolling through and I saw you guys, and I appreciate the invite coming up. And it's funny because you know, it's funny how life works, because I was kind of discouraged tonight. I've, you know, been in and out of TikTok the last couple of days, and I've just seen a bunch of just nasty, quote unquote, drama on, you know, in various spaces. And So it's refreshing to hear Dharma speak the way you were. And obviously, my man, Dr. Liam, is always on point. And so it was very good timing for me because I've been a little discouraged. So I appreciate all of the love. And, you know, it sounds like you guys are talking a little bit about, you know, just, you know, I think oftentimes those of us who love the most marginalized get gaslit into people trying to make us believe that we're hateful people. And in fact, we're the most loving people. If you can love the most marginalized, it's easier to love everybody else, right? I mean, it just, you know, just kind of common sense. And as I've said to many people, a quote from Harold Washington, first black mayor of Chicago, when people confronted him, you know, how would you be, you know, how are you going to be a mayor for everybody? Or how are you going to, you know, manage the city for everybody? And he had this very famous quote. He said, just because I love black people doesn't mean I hate you. You know, and it's the same thing with Palestinians, right? Just because I love the Palestinian people doesn't mean I hate you. Don't be threatened by my love of the most marginalized, right? And I think that's very, very powerful.
Yeah, it really is. And the inability of so many people to wrap their heads around that, you know, the idea of just difference being fine. You know, look at how many people are convinced that that age group wants to completely unalive the Israeli population. That's the only it's either what they're doing now or they all perish. And it just makes no sense. Why would anybody want that? Why would that be desirable to anyone on the freaking planet? So I just it's so hard to wrap my head around that. I mean, it's possible to want to help Palestinians and gain justice for them without wanting to unalive other people. Hello.
Yeah, I just think that you know, freedom should not be threatening. People that, you know, wherever, right, in the world you're talking about, people that do not have equal rights, them looking for their freedom should not be threatening. In fact, it should be threatening when they don't have it, right? I think the safest state for everybody in that region is when everybody in that region has access to, you know, to basic human rights. I think it's pretty simple. And I think that's why, you know, if we look at international laws, why an occupation is illegal, right? There are some basis for those international laws, right? When land is occupied, it leads to instability and it leads to problems. I think it's really simple.
People will always resist. I mean, the people who are convinced that this needs to be maintained for Israel's security, those are the people we most need to find a way to reach, because it's just it's delusional, but it's coming from a good place. They want people to feel safe and secure. Well, cool. They're only going to be safe and secure when they stop oppressing other people, because, you know, resistance is the corollary to oppression. It's always going to go together. You can't stop that.
But anyway, that was my quick rant on the thank you. And I'm just so glad that you know, life is short. When you love people and you're thankful to them, that you should tell them. So I'm extremely thankful to TikTok and my TikTok family, because I've learned so much. I've become so much of a better person. So thank you.
Well, the feeling is definitely mutual on my part for both of you. I actually, you know, I don't come on TikTok too often besides hosting my own lives. I've kind of learned from this app that can be, you know, an issue sometimes, but this has always been a space that's been very calm and inviting, which is something that is very attractive to me. Because, you know, if we are, as I always say, we have to be connecting with people that have similar interests and similar values, because, you know, just let's face it, guys, you know, the good guys aren't coming. Like, we're the good guys, right? There are no good guys coming to save the day. We have to do it. And so if it's this, you know, TikTok family that we build virtually, that's how we connect, and that's what we have to do. It is a, you know, this connection is very, very powerful. It's definitely changed my life. I never ever imagined a year ago at this time that, you know, I would have the platform that I have and be able to touch the people that I've touched. It's incredibly humbling and reassuring that there are many people that value love, kindness, and, you know, again, loving the most marginalized. I think that's been incredible for me to see.
Yeah, me too. It's really nice to see the number of people who can come together from so many places and, you know, different life stories, and honestly just seem to give a damn about other people. Like, I don't know why that's so hard. I want everyone to be well off. I that doesn't take anything away from anybody, you know. So it's been so nice to see, you know what, there are other people who also care, who genuinely want to make things better, you know, because the society works so hard to balkanize us, to cut us off from different people, to deny those human connections. And we don't live in the same kind of communities we used to, especially in the US, you know, like where people are farther and farther apart, where it's easier to feel isolated, to feel alone, like no one else cares, you know. And tons of people in these activist spaces, I've had people telling me they get depressed, they feel nihilistic, they feel that nothing can ever change because no one around them cares. But that's what a space like this is helpful for. This isn't just an echo chamber. This is kind of group therapy in a way too, you know. This is why we seek out people that are like us there. You know, it's not just to hear our own thoughts back at us, because we're all here to learn things, but instead you've got this emotional support community and the ability to share and learn things, which I think is just a great combination. I've been very happy to find this space and to meet and to meet all y'all.
We are honored, sir. Really, we are honored. I mean, I think any person that comes into contact with knowledge so great but so humble, they're lucky. So we are lucky, you know, because there's just no end to your knowledge. But as well as being very knowledgeable, you're humble and you're quirky and you're funny.
I think I have a white supremacist on YouTube telling me, like, so
then you're doing your job, right?
Yeah, the first one is, "So, are you Jewish?" in all capital letters, and then it goes to, like, "Blend, do not mix." You know, and Jesus gave Noah, "Blend, do not mix." You're not supposed to, like. I think this is like making an anti-miscegenation argument. If I'm reading this guy right, I've got an idiot on YouTube chatting at me. Wow.
Lovely.
What the fucking fuck? Blend, do not mix. Bro, I'll sleep with whoever I want to sleep with. You know, get over it. So you're not Jewish. Yeah. So yeah, clearly you don't know a damn thing about what makes a Jew at all. You know, I am halakhically Jewish, whether you racists like it or not. Okay, there was a question earlier, speaking about Jewish stuff, from Conceit on Twitch, asking, how did it go again? Mentioning somebody that they're a fan of, who is a Reconstructionist Jew, and then just asking me, what kind of Jew are you? So if you don't mind, I can answer that quickly. There's a nice, like, mellow topic here at the end while I keep laughing at this. Jesus gave me to open and shut. Whoa. This is some weird ass Christian fundamentalist white supremacist, and he's the one telling me I'm not a Jew.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Okay, cool. Hi. So to concede on this, it's interesting because in some ideological ways of the four main American branches, like movements, I would identify most with the Reconstructionist. For people who don't know how this works, you've got like your Orthodox, who are for keeping all of Torah and arguing that Torah is binding on all Jews forever. You've got your conservative that mostly hold those positions, but have a lot of like liberal values in general in terms of how you can reform services and whatnot. The reform that make the laws of Torah more optional, and focus more on like the sense of community and the feel-good parts, but still have a religious sensibility. And the Reconstructionists are people who look at Judaism as an ethical civilization, not a religion, and are often explicitly irreligious. So they're not actually believers, but they're culturally Jewish and they're attached to their Jewish identity. And I've always been able to relate to that most, largely for the religious aspect of it, but more for the general ethos of drawing what I think Judaism is really good at. You know, that sense of a kind of a community, the kind of intellectual conflicting culture that we talked about earlier today, like the constant argument and discussion that pushes the knowledge forward. There's so many interesting cultural values that I relate well to, but I don't share any traditional religious sympathies, and I don't feel a need for the kind of like faith community of like fellow worshipers kind of thing either. It doesn't move me much emotionally, but I don't identify per se with any particular one. And the last shul to which I was affiliated, the last one for which I was a member, was a conservative one. So my last temple membership is in a conservative. It's not ultimately that important in that way, especially since the way I would think of myself is, the short answer to your question is, I'm a Spinozist Jew. You know, I'm a philosophical monist, as opposed to thinking of God as separate from things. To me, God is the entire universe, and you know, we're all part of this whole thing. There's a giant whole of humanity, you know, as well as all the material reality, that we're interconnected in some way. This is why I'm supposed to care about kitties as much as I'm supposed to care about people. You know, like they're it's all important on some level. Spinoza didn't leave Judaism. Judaism expelled Spinoza to Gaiete in the Gaiete. I think that's supposed to say Guy. Gosh, I hope that isn't. I hope I'm misreading that, because otherwise it's kind of funny. But yeah, no, he was expelled from his community. He didn't leave his identity at all. If you read any of his letters, you'd get that. It's a particular philosophy in Judaism, and it's one that, of all the main trends in it, that I can relate to the most personally. So I'm closest ideologically to the Reconstructionists. I'm philosophically a Spinozist. Is the best I can do there.
So we're trying to wind down, and there are 125 people in this chat.
Plus, there's people on Twitch and YouTube. And I think I managed to resurrect the Instagram's back up. It did that thing where it died, and even while talking, I managed to resurrect it within a minute or two. So people are back in there as well. So yeah, we've got people on 4 platforms still at 1 a.m.
Okay. Can I ask a question of Smitty? Smitty, this is totally off topic.
Wow, this I just looked down again. This white supremacist is still going off. That voice was the voice of the father of the satanic cult called Islam. So that's nice. So he's an anti-Semite and an Islamophobe. So that's cool. It was on October 10th when you heard Satan, and then in parentheses Baal, because somehow they're thinking Baal and Shaitan are the same thing, which is fundamentally stupid because they're distinct characters in the Bible. So this fundamentalist Christian doesn't know his own fucking Bible. will tell you, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball." Did any of you guys hear Satan tell you that you're going to be turned and violently tossed like a ball? Because I didn't get that memo on 10th October. I think they missed me in the email chain. You know, were any of you violently tossed by a ball?
Maybe it went to spam.
This, I think this person has got to be mentally touched somewhere. Wow, this is just. The sad thing about you they messed YouTube up. You can't block people anymore. Like, you used to be able to just, like, if somebody's like doing this shit like on all the social media stuff, they took away the ability. I don't even know what to do about somebody rambling on like that, other than go back and report every post so that it hides it. But I don't have a hide feature or a block. Huh. I wonder if there's a thing in the app here that can do it. Oh,
Smitty,
I can.
May I ask you a question, sir?
What was that?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Yeah, Smitty. So I need to ask you, how many accounts do you have?
That's a great question. So I've got this account, and then I've got SoCal Smitty Live. Unfortunately, there are, I would call it the underbelly of TikTok. You have this one account that is preying on me. Call it Sack House Smitty. And the crazy thing about it is, I did a video saying, "Hey, this is what's going on," and TikTok blocked that video of me trying to. Isn't it crazy?
Because somebody's been speaking to me, and I was like, this does not sound like Smitty. Smitty wouldn't do this, and so I reported and blocked.
Good, thank you.
So I'm like, if I reported and blocked Smitty, I'm so sorry, and here you are.
No, you're good. You're good. No.
He said he doesn't want to do that.
Oh, you're good. No. Yes. Just make sure the one with 2 T's. That's good. That's me. The one with 1 T. SoCal SMITY. That's the bad one. So
I was feeling so guilty because I didn't know how to undo that, and I was like, "Did you just block Smitty?"
I know. Can you imagine? My main account has been blocked forever. Yeah. What's funny is I see that fake account being tagged in videos. It just irritates me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's crazy.
I've had impersonators on the major social media, and it can take a while to get them to shut them down too. I had some people going around on Twitter with minor variations on my name and posting all kinds of crazy shit. And if you looked at it, you could clearly see it's not my handle. I'm very particular about them always being the same. But most people wouldn't notice because they would steal the name, the profile photo, everything. You'd have to look at the handle to see that it was fake. Like, so, just one letter off, and it can do it. And they're a pain in the ass to get rid of.
Did Sir get that resolved though? That PayPal thing, did you get that resolved? That account thing?
The what?
You had some issue with PayPal and your account and something.
Oh, there's a problem with what is it? Linktree. Linktree has an issue where somebody created an account in my name and put some links on there, and I can't get it back. But it's my name, my picture. But so they're apparently okay with impersonation because they sent me back an email so far saying we won't do anything about this. So I responded saying, so you guys are totally okay with fraud and impersonation? Because last I checked, that was actually illegal in California, even, much less a violation of terms of service. So maybe you want to reconsider. But I haven't heard back yet. Well, I'm going to keep pushing it and see where it goes, but it's gonna take a while.
Laura says, I love and stand with the IDF and Israel. And Emily says, Laura, I love and stand with your dad.
That's even better than the wedding proposal from earlier. That's great. That's fantastic. Oh, other chat ones. I found StreamYard gives me a way to get around Google, because on YouTube itself, I can't hit block anymore. They took the ability away, but the code would still be there. For them, StreamYard, I tossed the racist. So the ability is here, which is neat. So as it's collating all the different chats together. So that was pretty darn cool. Oh, and then somebody, he was talking earlier about this dude's rambling on and on about Satan. Someone else in the chat said, yeah, Satan and I play waffle ball on Tuesday. I'll ask her. Just, I love the gender bend too, which is a great end there. But yeah, I make jokes like that too. Like I'm always like, oh, you're gonna go to hell, bro. And like, yeah, I have a timeshare there already. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm ready. I've got lakefront property right on the Lake of Fire. I'm ready, bro. What do you got for me?
Yeah. So Laura continues, because it's like, Laura, this is not a debate space. We come here to learn. We come here to share love. We come here to, cultivate understanding. This is not a debate space.
Yeah,
so
if you're really trying to provoke people and get attention and get onto a panel, I'm like, you're wasting your time. There are other places you could more profitably try to manipulate people, like a teenager, but whatever. No skin off my nose. Somebody wants to make a fool of themselves.
You know what you should try one day, sir? Maybe I could help you with that. All those fun little blooper thingies that happens during the show, during the 5-6 hours that we're on, those fun little moments, we should put them all together in a couple of reels, and then we should post those. Those are funny. Because they are
like just comedy moments.
Yes, because there have been some, remember cat milk?
Yeah. It's hey, you want to help us out again here? If anybody missed that one, oat milk was misread as cat milk. What is cat milk? Oh, you don't have cat milk where you are? I'll make. Who doesn't have cat milk?
It was my responsibility as a mod to be reading out the comments. I didn't have my glasses on, and it was really late at night. And I was like, what? Who drinks cat milk? And Professor was like, Dharma, it's nut milk. Nut milk.
Yeah. Oat milk is like, it's like all you have to do is take part of the O off, and yeah, it works. It's like part of one letter, and oat turns into cat. It's an obvious mistake. But yeah, I probably would have just wondered, yeah, who would drink cat milk? So that probably must not say cat milk. But yeah, I love it when the brain just feeds you the wrong information and you're stuck with it. Like, well, yeah, obviously it's cat. I mean, come on.
And tell them about the time, so when I just went to go and brush my teethies, I came back and live was gone.
Oh, gosh. What happened then?
Philosopher.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of which day is which. Let's do the mirror. Okay, so you can't say this philosopher's name on TikTok, which I found out quite accidentally. And someone was literally on the live telling me, you can't say this. And like, really? And I said it several times because I couldn't believe it. I was like, no, why wouldn't I be able to say Emmanuel's name? And like, totally, it's like a joke. And yeah, and it's a completely different vowel. It can't possibly sound like what they think it sounds like. There's no accent on earth in which this name sounds like what they want, but apparently they invented one in Beijing that sounds like that. So yeah, but yeah, that was fun, poof. And I had to like apply. Can you please like undo this, because clearly I was not. And yeah, I recorded a video like holding up the name and like, and they reversed it very quickly. So kudos to them for that.
Because I remember I was standing and like, my headphones on, so it was like surround sound in my ears. And I was like, and suddenly it was like, what? And I ran towards my phone because my phone is on charge in the bedroom. And I'm like, live ended? What? And then I heard what you were saying. I was like,
Who was thinking in Scottish, and I'm not sure in which direction are you hearing that in? Because it's definitely not the way that they say the gendered insult. That doesn't sound at all like the German name. But I can't quite pull into my head. I'm a Scottish voice saying his name. I'm not sure I've ever heard it.
how we say it is like K-A-A-N-T, like, you elongate the A.
Yeah.
So
that's that's the German.
Yeah.
Which is a totally different vowel than the Scots use for the gendered insult. Theirs is definitely different than my accent would be, or yours, but it's still a different vowel. Huh. Yeah, I wouldn't hear that. That's interesting. Is it? It's a very strong. It's a very strong U. Just a different one. Yeah. No, I don't hear it. I mean, everyone's ears are different. But yeah, I can't hear it.
Nihoma says, imagine country, but take away the O.
That's trying to find a way to say the insults, right?
Nora,
I'm reading there's like 800 accents in Britain. It's so true. I was just in London last week, and I don't know what it is specifically about London in Britain, but gosh, every time I say something, people just stop. They're like, "My gosh, you have the strongest American accent," and and of course, right? Like we never notice it because you live in America, you don't think about it, but I don't know what it is, but I stop people. Like even on the street, if I say something, people will just stop. Like, my gosh,
I do that all
so strong. It's a trip.
Yes, like here in South Africa, we don't make fun of it, but we say, these people, their Americanish is so heavy. Their Americanish, especially like when I've had tourists from Texas, but they've got like a twang, like a y'all, this like this, and so they speak, and I've often had to, like, so now I'm standing there, and it's like this person actually. And American people are usually very tall, and I'm very, very short. So what I found is that they get right down into your face, and like I can't do the accent, but like, do you understand me? It's like you speaking louder and slower is not going to make me understand you any better.
Do y'all understand me?
They had turned down the wrong road and they were looking for the Mount Nelson Hotel. And so they weren't very far away. But so I was listening to them, but I'm trying to work out the accent and what exactly is this person asking me. And so now, but so as I'm still waiting and just thinking about it, this person comes right down in my face and speaks louder and slower. And I'm like, you've already been so loud. And a lot of American people, they speak very loudly, very loudly. I don't know why, but loudly in a restaurant or something. But this person came down and spoke at me so loudly but slow, in slow motion.
That's so funny. I'm laughing because as part of the strip I was just on when I just got back, I was with another American person and we were in Spain. I was having this meeting over lunch and we were talking and conversing and blah 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 blah. And I look around and everybody's looking at our table. And I realized it's because we are loud, you know? And I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to take the volume down like 3 octaves, you know, because no, we are loud. We are, and just used to it. And, you know, it was just this weird thing. Like, I felt like everybody was listening to me, you know? And so, no, you're very right with that. It's definitely
it's an American thing, and I can give you an insider view on that because. Oh, sorry. Same time. What was that?
No, I don't think that people do it to be rude. They just.
It's
normal
culture. Yeah. I grew up very easily upset by sounds, like too many voices, too many sounds going on there, because I just couldn't process all the sound, so it was really disconcerting. So I always liked quiet spaces, and I eventually got plenty enough used to it that I quite enjoy noise. I mean, I'm fine now, but it took a lot of work. And I'll tell you, the first time I was in the UK, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I sat down in a pub to have like a traditional like pub lunch or whatever, you know, like, or pub dinner, you know, and there's people at every table, and I heard nothing, because everyone's conversation was just at their table to the people who are at the table with them, and not trying to announce it to the whole freaking world, which is the way Americans tend to talk. And I grew up, my mother has broken volume control. She is loud. Like it's like she's talking to the entire house, you know, and I just, to hear that not everyone was like that was just, wow, shit, why didn't I live here? Like, to not have all these conversations at once would have made, like, God, I could have actually had a meal in peace at some point in my life.
like in South Africa, in the Zulu culture, in Zulu especially, maybe a little bit of the not the Tswana people, but the Xhosa people and the Zulu people. These two people, they have a tendency of, they will sit right next to one another and shout speak. But it is the reason why they say is out of respect for the people around us. Because if we speak loudly, then the people can understand that we're not gossiping about them.
Yeah, see? It's trying to be polite in a way that would make no sense to somebody else. Yeah, it's cultural.
No, it's simply this person could be saying, "Oh, how was your day? No, my day was fine. How was your day?
Right.
No, it was good." But shouting,
right?
You know,
and they think they're being polite.
Yes.
Yeah.
And other people would think, but your volume is a bit impolite, but it's not like that for them.
Right. Exactly. It's just a matter of the cultural perspective. What you grew up with is normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Americans are just, we're broken that way. Hi.
Yeah. Like some of my friends were like, when I grew up at the dinner table, you know, being from an Islamic rearing, being at the table, sort of, so men and women would usually sit separately. And when you're at the table, you don't speak. You don't speak at all. You have your meal, you respectfully listen to the head of the table, who is usually the father or the mother, and they're speaking. The adults are having conversation. You don't speak. You just, whatever is dished into your plate, you finish that, and then you up and you leave. And then later in life, I met people who it was just a norm for them to speak at the table, and they found it quite rude that I was not engaging in conversation. And I would say, but I was brought up this way, that we don't speak at the table. And they couldn't understand it.
Right.
So,
and I grew up in I mean, my mother's family is my mother's family is all Sicilian, and they were the largest family around us, like geographically. So it was constantly around the Sicilian relatives, and they're loud. And it's just very raucous, very boisterous, tons of, jokes and stories and whatnot. And my whole family ends up being pretty loud, and I just want to sit there with a book open. So it's just, how do I navigate this? Because I want to just quickly eat and read something, and not hear like what sounds like a freaking football stadium.
But anyway, sir, are you ready to wind down, to close the live? I don't know. It's 104 people.
Yeah, I think that was the only thing, is people keep showing up. So, but yeah, I really should. It is getting later. And I think this one would much rather I got out of this room. She's been trying to convince me to leave the room for a while, like to follow her into the other room. So I suspect I should probably finally take that seriously. Right, kiddo?
Okay.
Well, thank you guys for inviting me up. I appreciate it. I'm glad I came by for a bit and got a chance to talk to you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was nice. Like Dharma manifested you by mentioning your name. It's like speaking into a mirror, and boom, you're here.
Moments before you came in, sir, I was speaking about you. Literally.
That's amazing. Well, you're amazing. So I appreciate that. Appreciate the love for sure.
Dharma's magic.
You guys are magic. Okay, so I will take my greeting and my leave of you. So be blessed, everybody. I love you, and I really enjoyed everything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Have a good night or morning, folks. Let's see. What did I just say a second ago? Oh, Carrie asked the cat's name. That one is Minerva, or you can say Minerva. Minerva's fine. Minerva is just Latin, but the orange one is Minerva. Let's see. Anything I missed in the other one here? Okay, that's good night. Good night. Okay, cool. So good night to everyone also on Twitch and YouTube and Instagram. It's been fun if you've been around. Yeah. Have a good one. Let's see. And that one first. And then let's see. Good night to folks here. See if there's any cool more messages for me. All right. So good night, folks. It's been a pleasure as always. Good night to Wildflower and Conceit and Joseph and anybody else who might still be here. And let's get this off.